Chapter 205. Patriarch, what should we do? One of the elders was unwilling to give up. Their plan had finally succeeded. Once they obtained the highest inheritance on the 9th floor, they would be able to send these outsiders out. However, their plan could not keep up with the changes. They did not know what had happened in the inheritance tower. They were forced to leave before they even reached the 9th floor. Black Fire remained silent. At this moment, did he have any other choice? Back then, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with these outsiders in order to obtain the inheritance. He had thought that he had succeeded after entering the 7th floor. However, he did not expect that the final outcome would be like this. Heaven's will is toying with us. Black Fire's face was filled with a bitter smile as he shook his head slightly. Hand over the inheritance or your entire Black Fire tribe will be annihilated, Gudu said coldly. Black Fire and the 5 elders had a simple discussion and finally made a decision. He was willing to hand over the inheritance, but he had a condition. I am willing to hand over the inheritance, but I have a condition, Black Fire said in a deep voice. What condition? The 8th prince asked hurriedly. You cannot touch any of my tribesmen, Black Fire said in a deep voice. All right, I promise you, the 8th prince said directly. Your words cannot be trusted. Make a martial oath, Black Fire continued. Seeing this, the 8th prince frowned slightly and made a martial oath. For warriors, a martial oath was very restrictive. If they violated a martial oath, they would be met with a very strong heavenly tribulation when they broke through. If they were unlucky, their soul would be scattered. Therefore, no one dared to openly violate a martial oath. Of course, warriors were most unwilling to make a martial oath. However, in order to obtain the inheritance, the 8th prince had no other choice. Everyone, make a martial oath, Black Fire said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the other warriors were furious. However, under the leadership of the 8th prince and the 1st prince, they all made a martial oath. I swear that after obtaining the inheritance, I will not kill any tribesman of the Black Fire tribe. After everyone had made a martial oath, the 8th prince stepped forward and said coldly, Now, can you hand over the inheritance? Heihua nodded and took out 3 balls of light from his bosom. These 3 balls of light contained extremely powerful auras. I have obtained 3 inheritances in the last 3 floors, Black Fire said and waved his hand, throwing the 3 balls of light into the sky. Quickly snatch the balls of light. Seeing this, the 1st prince and the 8th prince shouted at the same time. At the same time, Yuhen, Gudu, and the others also made their moves, trying to snatch the balls of light. Seeing this, Fang Chun tapped his toes and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He appeared directly at the spot where the light was descending. Scram! The first to arrive here was Gudu. He waved his fist fiercely, and immediately, some of the weaker warriors were sent flying. The inheritance is mine. Feng Yun roared and used the finger of death. Wherever his finger radiance passed, some warriors on the Qi roll died instantly. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen, Gudu, and Feng Yun were left where the ball of light landed. The 3 of them formed a tripartite situation. Bang Yuhen wanted to join forces with Fang Chen, but Gudu sent him flying with a punch. This time, Gudu truly exposed his strength. Wherever his fist passed, the martial artists died instantly. Gudu, let's join forces and kill Fang Chen first. Feng Yun glanced at the 3 balls of light that were descending from above, and said in a deep voice, All right. Hearing Feng Yun's words, Gudu nodded. As long as he killed Fang Chen first, Feng Yun would be no match for him. At that time, no one in the entire inheritance tower would be his match. Gale kick. As soon as Gudu finished his words, he tapped his toes and kicked towards Fang Chen. The Gu family's secret technique was leg technique. Gudu had already practiced his leg techniques to the extreme. When Gudu used the gale kick, Feng Yun also used the finger of death. Boom! Fang Chen was surrounded by Gudu and Feng Yun. He suddenly waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand and instantly used the second level of the three swords realm, sword flash. Crash! The sword radiance flashed and its power was incomparably tyrannical. It directly hit Gudu's gale kick. Bang! The flashing sword radiance shattered, and Gudu's gale kick was also countered by Feng Qin. Gudu was forced to retreat. At this moment, Feng Yun also used the Finger of Death. The power of the Finger of Death was several times stronger than the one Finger of Death. Whoosh! When the Finger of Death's radiance hit the hidden dragon sword in Feng Chen's hand, it suddenly broke the attack of Sword Flash. Fire and Water Sword Technique. Feng Chen did not hesitate to use the Fire and Water Sword Technique. The tyrannical Fire and Water Sword radiance fiercely blocked the Finger of Death. Crack! However, the Fire and Water Sword radiance could not withstand the attack of the Finger of Death. Feng Chen was forced to retreat. Feng Chen, you can die now. Seeing this scene, Gudu attacked again. Together with Feng Yun, the two of them used their strongest attack and directly attacked Feng Chen. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the golden heart beat rapidly. In Feng Chen's mind, a tyrannical aura emerged. In the next moment, the third level of the Three Swords realm was instantly displayed by Feng Chen. Sword Explosion. Sword Explosion was the third level of the Three Swords realm. Its power was much stronger than Sword Flash. When Sword Explosion was displayed, the flashing sword radiance in the sky instantly exploded. Countless tyrannical sword chi rushed directly towards Feng Yun and Gudu. Bang! Bang! The majestic sword chi collided with the Finger of Death and Gale Kick, temporarily blocking the attacks of the two of them. At this moment, Feng Chen suddenly saw three balls of light falling from the sky above his head. The hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly brandished a sword radiance. With a whoosh, the three balls of light were directly collected by him. Seeing this scene, Feng Yun and Gudu's faces changed drastically. They said in a deep voice, "Feng Chen, hand over the balls of light." At the same time, Gudu used the strongest attack of the Gale Kick. The tyrannical attack directly shot towards Feng Chen's head. Sword Explosion. Feng Chen used the Sword Explosion again. However, this time, the furious Gudu's Gale Kick was too tyrannical. Even the Sword Explosion couldn't block it. Crack! The power of the Sword Explosion was directly dispersed by the Gale Kick. Then, it continued to shoot towards Feng Chen. Finger of Death. At the same time, Feng Yun also pushed the Finger of Death to the extreme. A bright finger radiance shot out from his finger. It moved side by side with the Gale Kick and attacked Feng Chen. Feng Chen, be careful. Seeing that Feng Chen was facing the top two experts on the battle chi list alone, Star and Moon and the others were very worried. However, they couldn't help at all. Gudu and Feng Yun's attack is too tyrannical. Once Feng Chen is hit, he will definitely die. At this moment, the eldest prince was very anxious and thought to himself. In the eighth prince's camp, everyone's face was filled with madness. They could already see Gudu and Feng Yun joining forces to kill Feng Chen. When Feng Chen saw the two tyrannical attacks coming towards him, he kept retreating. At the same time, he used the sword explosion of the three-sword realm and the first level of the water and fire sword technique. However, he still couldn't block the attacks of the two experts. "This time, I would like to see how you are going to block them," Feng Yun said in a deep voice as a finger radiance appeared on his finger. Everyone was shocked. Even if Feng Chen was defeated this time, he was still very powerful. Fighting against two experts alone was something that they wouldn't even dare to think about under normal circumstances. Rumble. In the sky, thunder was unceasing. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. At this moment, Feng Chen pushed the hidden dragon sword to the extreme in his hand. However, he still couldn't block the attacks of the two experts. What should I do? In Feng Chen's mind, he was quickly thinking of a way to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, the Gale Kick and Finger of Death appeared in front of Feng Chen. Gudu and Feng Yun's eyes were filled with madness. For Fang Chen to be able to resist to this extent, his name was enough to shake the entire Divine Wind Nation. Fang Chen, although your talent is very good, you still have to die, Gu Du secretly said in his heart. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the gale kick and finger of death instantly collided with Fang Chen's body. An explosion instantly sounded. All the warriors thought that Fang Chen had died under the attacks of the two experts. However, when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that Fang Chen was quietly standing on the ground. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a dense golden sword aura. This golden sword aura contained a majestic aura. How is this possible? All the warriors were shocked. Fang Chen didn't die from such an attack. Even Gu Du and Feng Yun were shocked. This is, Gu Du cried out involuntarily. Feng Yun, who was beside him, was also a little stunned. Crash! Fang Chen slowly walked out from the shockwaves of the explosion and suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden ray of light shot into the sky. I see. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a bright smile. The water and fire sword light that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time had finally been comprehended after the collision. Just a moment ago, when the two attacks collided with Fang Chen subconsciously activated the water and fire essences to surround his body. However, he didn't expect that the water and fire essences seemed to be stimulated and suddenly had a breakthrough, allowing him to comprehend the second level of the water and fire sword technique in an instant. The golden sword aura around his body was released because of the second level of the water and fire sword technique. On the ancient sword continent, every concept had three minor realms. Previously, Fang Chen's water and fire essences were in a state where he had just comprehended them. However, after the transformation just now, his water and fire essences had both reached the first realm. When the two essences reached the first realm merged together, it instantly stimulated Fang Chen, allowing him to comprehend the second level of the water and fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a bright smile. The water and fire sword technique had reached the second level, and his combat strength had increased further. Even if Gu Du and Feng Yun joined forces, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 206. Seeing Fang Chen's majestic golden sword Qi, Gu Du and Feng Yun's faces were filled with astonishment. Fang Chen had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle. Damn it! Gu Du cursed and immediately said coldly, "Let's join hands and use our ultimate move." At this moment, Feng Yun also realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. The two of them wanted to end the battle quickly and not give Fang Chen any chance. In the Crown Prince's camp, all the cultivators were full of smiles when they saw that Fang Chen was safe and sound and had even made a breakthrough. What a genius to be able to make a breakthrough in this kind of life and death situation. With Fang Chen's current strength, Gu Du and Feng Yun are not his opponents in a one-on-one battle. Yes, the current Fang Chen is truly number one on the Qi ranking. It's really hard to imagine. Before entering the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chen hadn't even entered the Qi ranking. Now, his strength has actually reached such an unimaginable level. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, the Crown Prince was very happy. He had seen that Fang Chen had great potential, so he didn't hesitate to give Fang Chen a spot to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. He hadn't expected that Fang Chen would really not disappoint him. Good job! He had been very worried about Fang Chen, but now, the Crown Prince wasn't worried about Fang Chen at all. After making a breakthrough, Fang Chen should be even stronger. Fang Chen, just how strong are you? The Crown Prince faintly had some expectations in his heart. The one with the ugliest expression was none other than the 8th Prince. He had thought that Gu Du and Feng Yun would be able to kill Fang Chen and take back the Ball of Light, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur midway. Damn it! The 8th Prince's cold eyes stared at Fang Chen, and he couldn't help but curse. Finger of Death. Suddenly, Feng Yun roared and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his finger. Suddenly, an overbearing dazzling light appeared on his finger. The appearance of this ray of light shocked all the warriors. It seemed like Feng Yun was going to fight to the death. Seeing Fang Chen use his strongest move, Gu Du did not show any weakness and used Gale Kick. Gale Kick, shattering the world. Gu Du roared furiously. He immediately lifted his leg, and a faint destructive aura shot towards Fang Chen. This time, the attacks that Gu Du and Feng Yun displayed were too tyrannical. All of the martial artists stared with wide eyes at this scene. Success or failure depends on this. The eighth prince's heart was also restless. If Fang Chen could not block this attack, then Fang Chen would undoubtedly die. However, if Fang Chen was able to block such a powerful attack, then he would have completely lost the battle for the throne. "You must win!" the eighth prince shouted in his heart. At the same time, the eldest prince was also anxiously watching. He hoped that Fang Chen could block this attack. These two attacks are too tyrannical. I don't know if Fang Chen can block them. A disciple asked in a deep voice. If Fang Chen can block them, then no one among the younger generation of the entire Divine Wind Nation will be his opponent. Maybe Fang Chen can give us a surprise. Just when all the warriors were hoping that Fang Chen would give them a surprise, in the sky, the leg light and finger light actually slowly merged together. What? Yu Hen saw this and cried out involuntarily. He naturally knew better than anyone what the fusion of the leg light and finger light meant. At this moment, Yu Hen's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Fang Chen. The fusion of the two will multiply the power. Fang Chen may not be able to block it, Yu Hen said anxiously. Not only Yu Hen, but the other warriors also saw this scene and were shocked. Fang Chen, let's see how you can block it this time. Feng Yun, who was running wildly, controlled the fusion of the finger light and leg light and said coldly. On the other side, Gu Du was also controlling the leg light and crazily urging the spiritual energy in his body. This time, no matter what, they must kill Fang Chen. Go to hell! Gu Du roared. In the sky, the leg light and finger light instantly merged together, forming a circular light beam. This circular light beam contained the aura of death. Rumble! This circular light pillar attacked Fang Chen with a loud bang. At this moment, Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the rapidly approaching light beam. He said in a low voice, "Do you want to fight to the death?" As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he instantly activated his one-star Dao body. His defense reached the peak in an instant. Then, Fang Chen displayed the second level of the water and fire sword technique. The second level of the water and fire sword technique was much stronger than the first level. At the same time, two completely opposite concepts of water and fire emerged around Fang Chen's body. These two concepts had reached the first level, the imposing aura of a rainbow. Finally, under Fang Chen's control, the water and fire merged, and then directly drilled into the hidden dragon sword. Suddenly, the hidden dragon sword let out a dragon's roar. Then, Fang Chen waved the hidden dragon sword, and the water and fire sword light instantly filled the sky. Crash! When the first water and fire sword light appeared, everyone was shocked. When the second water and fire sword light appeared, all the warriors were speechless. The two water and fire sword lights, one in front and one behind, collided with the terrifying pillar, and suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Kacha! When the first water and fire sword light collided with the pillar, a sudden kacha sound was heard. Then, everyone was shocked to find that cracks had appeared on Fang Chen's water and fire sword light. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you're dead meat. Seeing this scene, Gu Du's face was filled with wild laughter, as if he had already seen Fang Chen die in his hands. In an instant, the first water and fire sword light shattered, but Fang Chen didn't care at all. This was because he knew that the real power was contained in the second water and fire sword light. The first one was just a catalyst. Boom. Sure enough, when the second water and fire sword light collided with the pillar, the entire ground suddenly trembled. The majestic aura directly engulfed Fang Chen and the other two. All the warriors outside widened their eyes, wanting to know what was going on inside, but they couldn't see at all. At this moment, inside the majestic aura, Feng Yun, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly froze. This was because the power of the second water and fire sword light was not what they had imagined. After the water and fire sword light collided with the pillar actually began to shatter. How is this possible? Feng Yun cried out involuntarily. Even Gu Du was terrified. Impossible! Gu Du roared loudly. Boom! Under the attack of the water and fire sword light, the pillar suddenly shattered. Gu Du and Feng Yun's bodies instantly flew out. At this moment, all the warriors outside were nervously paying attention to the situation inside the majestic aura. Suddenly, the majestic aura instantly dissipated, followed by two figures flying out. At this moment, all the warriors were filled with shock. On the open ground, the warrior standing quietly was Fang Chen. He used unprecedented strength to defeat the top two experts on the Qi ranking and wrote his own legend. Suddenly, someone shouted, Fang Chen defeated Gu Du and Feng Yun. The entire sixth floor was instantly in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the eighth prince was filled with shock. Heavens, Fang Chen has created another miracle. He fought against two strong cultivators alone and even defeated them. From now on, Fang Chen's name is destined to become a legend in the entire Divine Wind Nation. Fang Chen's strength is the strongest among the younger generation. There is no doubt that he will be number one on the Qi ranking. This is too shocking. This is the most shocking battle I have ever seen in my life. All the warriors were shocked. Hiss. After the aura dissipated, Fang Chen stood quietly with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Not far away, Gu Du and Feng Yun fell to the ground in a sorry state. Their faces were a little pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fang Chen won. Star and Moon and the others cheered happily. After a long time, all the warriors slowly calmed down. At this moment, Fang Chen walked to Gu Du and Feng Yun. Fang Chen, these two are the chief disciples of the top 10 sect. You have to be careful. Yu Hen reminded. Fang Chen frowned slightly and said, if the one lying here today was me, they would not hesitate to kill me. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Du and Feng Yun's faces were full of anxiety. Fang Chen, you have already defeated us and obtained the balls of light. Can you stop now? Gu Du said. That's right. Fang Chen, we are all working for different masters. There is no need to fight to the death. Moreover, once you kill us, Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan will not let you go. From now on, there will be no place for you in the Divine Wind Nation, Feng Yun said in a deep voice. The two of them also noticed the killing intent in Fang Chen's eyes, so they spoke up to make Fang Chen wary of the forces behind them. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. Fang Chen, this is not a threat. This is a kind advice, Gu Du said. That's right. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat the Gu clan and Tianyan Mountain. You have to think clearly. Don't waste your life for a moment of pleasure, Feng Yun said. The two of them believed that Fang Chen would not dare to kill them in the face of the pressure from Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan. As long as they did not die this time, they would have a chance to rise again. Once they returned to the Divine Wind Nation, they would immediately mobilize the forces of Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan to surround and annihilate Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned to look at the first prince. The first prince immediately expressed his stance. Fang Chen, no matter what you do, I will support you. The first prince thought for a moment before replying. As long as you are still in the Divine Wind Nation, even the top 10 sect will have to think twice before making a move on you. When Fang Chen heard this, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Since the first prince had already said this, he knew what to do. Voila! Fang Chen flicked his wrist and 2 balls of light shot out. One appeared in front of the first prince and was caught by him. The other was caught by the star and moon. Chapter 207. When the crown prince heard Fang Chen's words, he nodded his head. His face was filled with joy. Although he really wanted to take all 3 balls of light for himself, it was very unrealistic. Now that Fang Chen had broken through, his strength was unrivaled. No one could stop him. It was already very good that Fang Chen was willing to give up 1 ball of light. Moreover, Fang Chen had casually thrown out 2 of the 3 balls of light. Whether or not he could get a heaven-defying ball of light would depend on luck. After Fang Chen said this, he turned to look at Gu Du and Feng Yun. The crown prince knew that Fang Chen was about to make a move, so he did not stop him. Fang Chen slowly raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand. A trace of light flashed on the blade. "Fang Chen, are you sure you want to do this?" asked the 8th prince. The 8th prince wanted to save Gu Du and Feng Yun. After all, the 2 of them were his right-hand men. If they didn't die, he might be able to make a comeback. "Don't you already know the answer?" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory and pierced deeply into Gu Du and Feng Yun's bodies. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had never thought that they would die at the hands of Fang Chen. Bang! The first and second on the Qi ranking had died at the hands of Fang Chen. Even with the Starlight ranking, Fang Chen had killed the top 3 on the Qi ranking. This battle record was unprecedented. After killing Gu Du and Feng Yun, Fang Chen took their interspatial rings and turned to look at the 8th prince's team. When the members of the 8th prince's team saw Fang Chen looking over, they all retreated. They were afraid of angering Fang Chen. "Let's go." The 8th prince glanced at Fang Chen, then at the first prince, and said coldly. After the 8th prince left, the other princes also left. Soon, only the crown prince's team was left on the 6th floor. "First prince, go ahead and accept the inheritance. I will stand guard for you," Fang Chen said. As long as the first prince accepted the inheritance, he would be considered to have won the battle for the throne. In that case, Fang Chen would have a backer in the Divine Wind Nation. "Thank you." The first prince cupped his hands and expressed his thanks. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to receive the legacy from the ball of light. "You guys should accept the legacy as well," Fang Chen said as he turned to Star and Moon's group of 4. Star and Moon's group of 4 nodded. The ball of light was placed in the center. The 4 of them surrounded the ball of light and began to receive the inheritance. Seeing this scene, the other warriors were envious. However, they knew that it was useless to be envious. As for Fang Chen, he had just broken through and had not completely consolidated his foundation, so he did not plan to accept the inheritance now. Under Fang Chen's protection, the 4 members of Kamikaze Kenbu soon received the inheritance. When the 4 of them stood up, their auras skyrocketed. "Fang Chen, I have to thank you this time," Broken Heart said with a grin. "This inheritance is very valuable. Fang Chen, if you need anything in the future, just call me," Zhu Tian said. "I owe you my life," Yunjiu said. Star and Moon, dressed in a white dress, looked like an otherworldly fairy. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen with a trace of tenderness. She didn't say anything, but the expression in her eyes had already expressed her inner thoughts for her. Seeing Star and Moon's tender look, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Then, he grinned. After spending a long time with Star and Moon, Fang Chen gradually realized that in his heart, there was a trace of Star and Moon's shadow. Especially when he found out that Star and Moon had been seriously injured by Star Splendor, his heart ached. What a wonderful feeling! Fang Chen thought to himself. He could not explain what kind of feeling it was. It was hazy. Crash. Just as Fang Chen was lost in his thoughts, the eldest prince's acceptance of the inheritance had reached the most critical moment. At this moment, above the eldest prince's head, the ball of light slowly entered his head. At the same time, the eldest prince's aura skyrocketed. When the eldest prince's aura skyrocketed to the extreme, the ball of light's aura was finally completely absorbed by him. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the air around the eldest prince exploded. At this moment, the eldest prince opened his eyes. Phew! The eldest prince breathed a sigh of relief and checked his body. He found that his strength had improved greatly after accepting the inheritance. His face was full of excitement. At this moment, the eldest prince was full of the dignity of a ruler. He stood up and cupped his hands at Feng Chen. Feng Chen, thank you very much. It's nothing, Feng Chen said modestly. After seeing the eldest prince accept the inheritance, Feng Chen knew that the eldest prince had won the battle for the throne. That was why the eldest prince thanked Feng Chen like this. Feng Chen, from now on, you are my good brother. As long as I am here, no one in the Xingfeng nation will dare to touch you, the eldest prince said with a smile. Thank you very much, eldest prince, Feng Chen said. The eldest prince chatted with Feng Chen for a while, then everyone left the Tower of Inheritance one after another. When everyone left the Tower of Inheritance, they were surprised to find that the Tower of Inheritance was slowly sinking into the ground. Perhaps this is its mission, the first prince said softly, not surprised by this sight. The trip to the Divine Wind Secret Realm is over. We should return, the eldest prince said. After that, everyone left. The group quickly walked on the ground. After an hour, they suddenly felt a strong aura fluctuation. Feng Chen stopped and frowned. It's coming from the east, the eldest prince said with a frown. Could it be the Black Fire Tribe? Yu Hen said. Let's go and take a look, the eldest prince said. After that, the group quickly rushed towards the Black Fire Tribe. After a while, they appeared at the border between the Black Fire Tribe and the Heavenly Fire Tribe. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the entire Black Fire Tribe, including the Black Fire Tribe, were all seriously injured and lying on the ground. The 8th prince is taking revenge on the Black Fire Tribe, Yu Hen said. At this moment, the 8th prince and his group walked out of the Black Fire Tribe. When they saw the eldest prince, they stopped. 8th brother, are you not afraid of the martial oath? The eldest prince asked. When I made the martial oath, it was not to kill them, but it did not say that I could not cripple them, the 8th prince said coldly. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. When the 8th prince made the martial oath, he did not intend to let the Black Fire Tribe go. After the 8th prince finished speaking, he turned and rushed towards the Heavenly Fire Tribe. From the looks of it, he wanted to cripple the Heavenly Fire Tribe as well. Crash! Feng Chen's figure appeared in front of the 8th prince. Feng Chen, what is the meaning of this? The 8th prince asked in a deep voice. You cannot touch the people of the Heavenly Fire Tribe, Feng Chen said indifferently. He did not put the 8th prince in his eyes. You, the 8th prince said angrily. His eyes were filled with struggle. In the end, the 8th prince chose to compromise. Facing Feng Chen, his group did not even have the courage to attack. Let's go, said the 8th prince. Said the 8th prince in a deep voice. Then, in front of everybody's eyes, the 8th prince's group disappeared from the Divine Wind secret territory. Seeing this, Feng Chen's figure flickered. In just a moment, he arrived at the Heavenly Fire Tribe. Young Master Feng, you've returned. Heavenly Fire was pleasantly surprised to see Feng Chen. When Feng Chen had been in the Heavenly Fire Tribe, he had taught the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire Tribe. He had treated the Heavenly Fire Tribe very well, so the Heavenly Fire Tribe had treated Feng Chen very seriously. Heavenly Fire, the Black Fire Tribe has already declined. Your Heavenly Fire Tribe will become the overlord of the Divine Wind secret realm. Feng Chen gave a simple explanation of the Black Fire Tribe. Heavenly Fire sighed. When Black Fire had made that decision, he had a premonition that the Heavenly Fire Tribe would suffer. It's all because Black Fire was too greedy, said Heavenly Fire. Your ancestors' inheritance has already been obtained by us. Do you still want to live here? Asked Feng Chen. Young Master Fong, thank you very much. We have already lived here for our entire lives. Now that the Black Fire Tribe has declined, our Heavenly Fire Tribe will no longer have any enemies. This is a paradise. Without the inheritance of our ancestors, I'm afraid that no outsiders will come here. We can live in peace. Heavenly Fire thought for a moment before replying. Fong Chen nodded. Everyone had the right to choose. He had no right to interfere. Here are some of the cultivation techniques that I have practiced before. You can stay in the Heavenly Fire Tribe. Fong Chen took out the sword techniques that he had practiced before. There was the Golden Light Sword Technique, Tai Diffraction Sword Technique, and many others. They were all cultivation techniques that he had no use for now. Seeing these cultivation techniques, Heavenly Fire's eyes brimmed with tears. He said emotionally, "Young Master Fong, I thank you on behalf of the entire Heavenly Fire Tribe." "It's just a small matter," said Fong Chen. After that, Fong Chen found a very young disciple of the tribe that he had taught before. This disciple was called Tian Xian, and he was Heavenly Fire's grandson. "Tian Xian, you and I are fated. I will teach you this sword technique. If you can reach the second level before the age of 25, you will become my first disciple." Fong Chen patted Tian Xian's head affectionately and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Xian raised his head. He didn't seem to know how powerful Fong Chen was, nor did he think that this was such a wonderful thing for him. "Tian Xian, hurry up and thank your master," scolded Heavenly Fire. "Thank you, master." Hearing this, Tian Xian pouted her little mouth and said, "Right now, I am not your master. One day, when you meet my requirements, you can come find me in the outside world," said Fong Chen. Tian Xian was a 10-year-old child. He had just started cultivating. When Fong Chen was teaching the young disciples of the Heavenly Fire Tribe, he accidentally found Tian Xian. Although Tian Xian's talent was not outstanding, he gave Fong Chen a special feeling. Therefore, Fong Chen wanted to form a good relationship with him. If Tian Xian could meet his requirements, it was not impossible to take him in as a disciple. Everything would depend on Tian Xian's luck. When Heavenly Fire saw this, he was extremely excited. Tian Xian was his grandson. If he could be taken in as a disciple by Fong Chen, that would be great. "Young Master Fong, I will teach Tian Xian personally. I will let him practice the sword technique that you left for him." Heavenly Fire looked at Fong Chen and said. Fong Chen nodded and said, "There is no need to force it. Everything will depend on fate." Chapter 208. The reason why Fong Chen chose Tian Xian was because when he first came into contact with Tian Xian, he had a special feeling about him. Fong Chen only left the fire and water sword technique to Tian Xian. Of course, Fong Chen secretly sealed the fire and water sword technique. When Tian Xian had enough strength, he would be able to cultivate it. When Tian Xian reached the second level of the fire and water sword technique, if he was not 25 years old, it would prove that Tian Xian already had the battle strength of the Qi ranking. So what if he accepted such a disciple? Therefore, Fong Chen would not deliberately leave a large amount of cultivation resources for Tian Xian, nor would he give Tian Xian pointers. Fong Chen said that everything depended on luck. If they were fated, they would meet again. If not, it did not matter if they did not meet again. For Tian Xian, this was a great opportunity. Once he grasped it, his future achievements would be very high. Many years later, when Tian Hua thought of Tian Xian, he would sigh endlessly. It was Fong Chen who changed Tian Xian's fate. Of course, this was a story for later. Fong Chen followed the group and left the Divine Wind secret realm. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since they entered the Divine Wind secret realm. The outside world had already celebrated the new year, and Fong Chen's age had also changed from 16 to 17 years old. Even so, a 17-year-old ranked first on the Qi ranking was still shocking to the world. The trip to the Divine Wind secret realm had come to a successful end. When everyone left the Divine Wind secret realm, it automatically closed. As soon as they left the Divine Wind secret realm, the first prince hurriedly bid farewell to everyone and then entered the palace. This time, the battle for the throne had come to a conclusion. However, before the result was out, the first prince did not dare to take it lightly. After witnessing Fong Chen's strength, everyone wanted to befriend Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen did not want to waste time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left. After the trip to the Divine Wind secret realm ended, when the news of Fong Chen fighting two experts spread, the entire Divine Wind country was shocked. All the warriors were shocked by Fong Chen's strength. In a flash, Fong Chen had become a household name in the entire Heavenly Wind Nation. In every street and alley of the Heavenly Wind Nation, there were warriors everywhere talking about the deeds of Fong Chen. Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. After the eighth prince came out of the Divine Wind's secret territory, he quickly entered the imperial palace, and the other warriors returned to their respective sect. However, when the Gu family and Tianyan Mountain received the news, they were all furious. In a certain majestic mountain in the Divine Wind Nation, no one dared to approach this mountain all year round because this mountain was called the Heavenly Goose Mountain. There was a huge sect on Tianyan Mountain. This sect was one of the top 10 sects, Tianyan Mountain. In the meeting hall of the Tianyan Mountain, all the elders' faces were gloomy. The head of the Tianyan Mountain, who was sitting at the top, was furious. Damn that Fong Chen! He dared to kill the strongest warrior of the Tianyan Mountain. Suddenly, the head of the Tianyan Mountain said angrily, breaking the silence in the meeting hall. Head of the mountain, according to the news sent back by the disciples, this kid's talent is too terrifying. He has only been in the Divine Wind secret realm for less than 2 months, and he has already grown to such a level. An elder said softly. He was able to defeat Gu Du and Feng Yun by himself. With this strength, even if he met a second-level Qi High warrior, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Most importantly, he is only 17 years old. Another elder said. When the elders heard this, they all gasped. Fong Chen was definitely a genius that defied the natural order. If this kind of genius was allowed to grow, he would definitely be a threat in the future. No matter what, Feng Yun's death cannot be in vain. We must avenge him. The head of the Tianyan Mountain said in a deep voice. Head of the mountain, Fong Chen is with the first prince right now. In this battle for the throne, the first prince has the absolute advantage. Once the first prince ascends to the throne, he will definitely protect Fong Chen. It is not good for us to act. The elder reminded. The head of the Tianyan Mountain heard this and his eyes flashed. He thought for a moment and said, "What if we don't act on the surface?" When the elders heard this, they all fell into silence. It wasn't just the Tianyan Mountain. Even the Gu clan in the Anyan County was furious. At this moment, in the Gu clan's mansion, all the elders including the head of the Gu clan were furious. Damn it, Gu Du actually died in the Divine Wind's secret realm. An elder roared in anger. Gu Du was the most outstanding disciple of the Gu clan's younger generation. He was also the next head of the Gu clan. Everyone in the Gu clan thought highly of Gu Du. They thought that Gu Du could lead the Gu clan to the peak. But the trip to the Divine Wind secret realm had completely destroyed the Gu clan's hope. Gu Du had died. When this news spread, the entire Gu clan was enraged. Some elders even suggested directly killing Fong Chen to take revenge for Gu Du, but the head of the Gu clan calmly thought about it and decided that this method was not feasible. Fong Chen is now the first prince's subordinate. We can't act on the surface. Once the first prince learns of this, he will definitely act to stop us, said the head of the Gu clan. Their Gu clan still wanted to survive in the Divine Wind Nation, so they couldn't go against the imperial family. Then what do we do? Could it be that Gu Du died for nothing? Asked an elder. No, of course not. Gu Du won't die for nothing, said the head of the Gu clan icily. Gu Du's enmity will definitely be avenged. But for now, our Gu clan will definitely remain calm. Otherwise, our 100-year plan will fail. When the head of the Gu clan spoke of the 100-year plan, his eyes flashed with an icy light. But with Gu Du dead, how are we going to proceed with our plan? Asked an elder. We're raising a junior disciple. No matter what, we can't let our plan be exposed, said the head of the Gu clan icily. When Fang Chen had killed Gu Du and Feng Yun, he had thought about the fury of the powers behind them. But he had still done it. At this time, Fang Chen was on his way to the Heavenly Pill Hall. He didn't think too much about it. When Fang Chen reached the Heavenly Pill Hall, Grandmaster Tianhe came to greet him with a smile. Brother Fang, you've come. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Grandmaster Tianhe beat him to it. Brother Fang, you've come at the right time. I have good news for you. Grandmaster Tianhe grinned. What good news? Could it be that the Pill Pavilion was defeated by you? Asked Fang Chen casually. Grandmaster Tianhe gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and said, Brother Fang, you're really amazing. You actually guessed it. Brother Fang, ever since you entered the Divine Wind secret realm, we've been attacking the Pill Pavilion with all our strength. Not long ago, the Pill Pavilion was completely defeated and disbanded. Their leader, Wang Lu, fled without a trace. Grandmaster Tianhe continued. Furthermore, we've also swallowed up some other small pill organizations. Now, our Heavenly Pill Hall is the true overlord of the Divine Wind Nation's pill market. Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. This outcome was within his expectations. The Pill Pavilion's 3 alchemy grandmasters had been killed. If the Heavenly Pill Hall couldn't even deal with the Pill Pavilion, then Fang Chen would have to doubt the Heavenly Pill Hall's ability. Master Tian, he took out a golden medallion from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. He said, Fang Chen, it's all because of you that the Heavenly Pill Hall is where it is right now. As a result, I've discussed this with the upper echelon of the Heavenly Pill Hall and decided to give this medallion to you. With this token, it means that you're also one of the Hall Masters of the Heavenly Pill Hall. You can control the entire Heavenly Pill Hall, said Grandmaster Tianhe. Fang Chen received the token as a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect this to happen. From now on, you're the 3rd Hall Master of the Heavenly Pill Hall, said Grandmaster Tianhe. I accept this token, but I'll pass on the position of Hall Master. I'm used to being free, said Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you don't have to decline. Although you're the Hall Master, you don't have to manage the affairs of the Heavenly Pill Hall. I'll take care of everything, said Grandmaster Tianhe with a grin. What kind of joke was this? Now, Fang Chen was very close to the first prince. Moreover, Great Master Tian he had already heard that the reason why the first prince was able to obtain the throne in the Divine Wind secret realm was because of Fang Chen. It was only a matter of time before the first prince ascended the throne. Once the first prince ascended the throne, Fang Chen's position in the Divine Wind Nation would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 209. Hearing Grandmaster Tian He's words, Fang Chen naturally couldn't refuse. In the end, he accepted Grandmaster Tian He's invitation and became the 3rd Palace Master of the Heavenly Pill Palace. Brother Fang, if it wasn't for you, the Heavenly Pill Palace wouldn't have developed to this extent. Grandmaster Tian he laughed and said. Fang Chen slightly nodded his head. After chatting with Grandmaster Tian he for a while, Fang Chen left the Heavenly Pill Palace and went to the Protector King's palace. The Heavenly Pill Palace had become the #1 elixir faction in the Divine Wind Nation. No other elixir faction could shake their position, so Fang Chen wasn't worried. When Fang Chen arrived at the Protector King's palace, the Protector King, Duan Muan, personally came out to welcome him. Duan Muan naturally heard about what happened to Fang Chen in the Divine Wind secret realm. When he found out that Fang Chen was able to suppress the 2 experts, he was extremely excited. No matter what, He had watched Fang Chen grow up. He was very happy that Fang Chen could grow to this extent. Uncle Wen. Fang Chen looked at Duan Muwen and called out, Fang Chen, you are now a famous person in the Divine Wind Nation. Duan Muwen grinned and said. Fang Chen smiled. Finally, under Duan Muwen's lead, the two entered Duan Muwen's study room and chatted. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a very important piece of news came from the imperial family of the Divine Wind Nation. The old emperor of the Divine Wind Nation had passed away, and the new emperor was the first prince who had obtained the inheritance in the Divine Wind secret realm. After the first prince succeeded the throne, the first thing he did was to bury his father. After doing all this, the first prince's ruthless methods were gradually revealed. Eliminating dissidents was something that every emperor had to do after ascending the throne. The first prince was no exception. In 3 days, the entire imperial family was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. After the old emperor was buried, the first prince issued a general amnesty. As soon as the crown prince had ascended to the throne, he had transferred all the princes on the 8th prince's side to the border regions. Although they had been crowned kings, it was no different from banishment. After doing all this, the first prince began to sort out the civil and military officials of the imperial household and put his trusted aides in important positions. Originally, the crown prince wanted Fang Chen to enter the imperial palace and give him an official position. However, Fang Chen refused. Fang Chen's heart was focused on cultivation. He simply didn't want to waste time on these matters. Under the strong recommendation of Fang Chen, king who became the Grand Marshal of the entire country, and commanded all the armies of the Xingfeng nation. His status rose to the point where he was second only to one person and above 10,000 people. After bidding farewell to the first prince, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Before leaving, the first prince warned Fang Chen to be careful. Although the first prince had become the emperor, the Gu clan and Mount Tianyan wouldn't dare to make a move on the surface. However, they would definitely make a move on Fang Chen in secret. Within the Divine Wind mountain range, Fang Chen was resting in an open space. After a long time, Fang Chen finished resting and continued on his way. But at this time, Fang Chen suddenly sensed an obscure aura. Fang Chen paused and looked around before continuing on his way. Along the way, Fang Chen didn't alert the enemy. Instead, he quickly walked. When Fang Chen arrived at a relatively secluded place, the martial artist hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold back and appeared in front of Fang Chen. After following you all the way, you're finally willing to show yourself. Fang Chen sneered when he saw the black-robed old man in front of him. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. You really don't know how to write the word death. The black-robed old man's face was filled with a sinister smile. You're a member of the Gu clan? Fang Chen suddenly asked. I'm the one who's going to kill you. The black-robed old man's figure flashed, and he directly used a thunderous attack to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. His face was filled with ridicule. Do you know why I stopped here? Fang Chen suddenly said. The black-robed old man was stunned and immediately said coldly, Brat, don't play tricks. Today, no one can save you. You're dead. Is that so? Just as the black-robed old man's voice fell, a melodious voice suddenly came from the void. Who is it? When the black-clothed old man saw this, he roared furiously. However, his fist continued to attack Fang Chen. He wanted to kill Fang Chen quickly. A dazzling light came from the distant mountain forest. This light directly collided with the black-robed old man's fist, instantly blocking the black-robed old man's path and neutralizing his attack. In the next moment, 3 white-robed old men appeared beside Fang Chen. They were all Kamikaze Kenbu's elders. 3 elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the 3 elders. These 3 elders were the 3 most powerful elders of Kamikaze Kenbu. Before Fang Chen had wanted to return to Kamikaze Kenbu, he had secretly sent someone to inform the three elders to come out and receive him. This was because Fang Chen felt that the Gu clan and Tianyan Mountain would definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, after entering the Holy Wind mountain range, Fang Chen had sensed that someone was secretly following him. Therefore, Fang Chen quickly walked and led the black-robed old man here. It was also at this time that the three elders appeared. The black-robed old man's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He had not expected to meet the three old farts of Kamikaze Kenbu here. Fang Chen is an outstanding disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. No matter who it is that wants to touch him, they have to get our permission first, the first elder said in a deep voice. After learning that Fang Chen had fought two powerful experts and killed them, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu was in an uproar. Although Fang Chen's actions would offend the two great powers, Kamikaze Kenbu was not afraid. Moreover, the first elder had already made a decision before coming out. They would protect Fang Chen at all costs. Fang Chen, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time, the black-robed old man said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his figure flashed as he prepared to escape. Facing the three elders of Kamikaze Kenbu, he had no chance of winning. But how could the three elders let him leave? You want to leave? The first elder coldly snorted. The three elders attacked at the same time. The powerful pressure of the Qi High realm exploded out. The three of them surrounded the black-robed old man and used fierce attacks. Bang bang bang. The black-robed old man was very anxious being trapped. He used his fiercest attacks, wanting to break out of the encirclement and escape. But with his strength, he was unable to defeat the three elders. After a fierce battle, the black-robed old man was killed by the first elder with a single punch. After finishing this, the three elders returned to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, are you all right? The first elder asked. Fang Chen shook his head. The second elder grinned and said, You little brat really are strong. After entering the Divine Wind secret realm, you actually became this strong. That's right. When we heard that you fought Gu Du and Feng Yun alone and killed them both, the shock in our hearts did not dissipate for a long time. The third elder sighed. It must be known that Fang Chen was only a 17-year-old youth. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to step into the Qi High realm before the age of 20. A 20-year-old Qi High realm martial artist. Not to mention the Divine Wind country, even in the southern mountains, he would be considered very young. In the vast ancient sword continent there were a total of 3 continents. They were the 5 elements continent, the sky continent, and the demon continent. The Divine Wind country that Fang Chen was in the sky continent. The 3 continents occupied the entire ancient sword continent. No one knew how big the sky continent was. People only knew that the sky continent was divided into 4 big mountains. They were the East Mountain, West Mountain, South Mountain, and North Mountain. And the Divine Wind country that Fang Chen was in the South Mountain of the sky continent. There were more than 100 countries in the South Mountain, and the Divine Wind country was only one of them. Among these 100 countries, the Divine Wind country was at the bottom. There were many countries that were stronger than the Divine Wind country. If Fang Chen could step into the Qi High realm before the age of 20, even in the history of the South Mountain, he would be considered one of the best. Let's go. Let's go back first. The great elder grinned. After that, the group quickly returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen was no longer in danger. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu went crazy. Countless disciples wanted to see Fang Chen. Fang Chen was more low-key. After returning, he went straight to the advanced area. But even so, the 4 heavenly kings came to Fang Chen's residence at the same time. Fang Chen, you are now not only a celebrity in Kamikaze Kenbu, but also a celebrity in the Divine Wind country. Broken Heart smiled. Yes. Who would have thought that when the 8th prince made fun of your qualification to compete for the Qi ranking, you killed the top 3 in a row in a fit of anger? Zhu Tian said. I admire you. Fang Chen, the warrior that I admire the most in my life is you. Yunzhou said. The current you is no longer the heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, Yes. Fang Chen did not understand what Star and Moon meant and asked, You have already left the ranks of the heavenly kings and become the most outstanding disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu, the only heavenly king. Star and Moon explained. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Kamikaze Kenbu to give him the title of the only heavenly king. Fang Chen, you deserve this title. Broken Heart nodded and said seriously. From then on, the top geniuses of Kamikaze Kenbu were the 8 great kings, the 4 heavenly kings, and the only heavenly king. Among them, the only heavenly king was like a god of war, making all the disciples feel an untouchable distance. As for the 8 great kings, after Zhu Xian's death, other warriors immediately replaced him, so the 8 great kings were still the 8 great kings. However, the appearance of the only heavenly king symbolized that Kamikaze Kenbu had entered a period of rapid development. Fang Chen, like a comet, rose strongly, making Kamikaze Kenbu become the sect with the most potential among the top 10 sects. Chapter 210. After Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Among the younger generation of the entire Xingfeng nation, no one was a match for Fang Chen. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, countless disciples wanted to see Fang Chen, but they were all rejected by Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to rest quietly. One day, Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, and 2 interspatial rings suddenly appeared in his hands. These 2 interspatial rings were obtained by Fang Chen after killing Feng Yun and Gu Du. Let's check Feng Yun's interspatial ring first, Fang Chen said softly. After Feng Yun's death, his interspatial ring became an ownerless item, so Fang Chen only needed to drip a drop of blood on it to successfully recognize it as its owner. After that, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring to check. As soon as his consciousness entered the interspatial ring, Fang Chen found a large number of spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and spiritual medicine. Of course, most importantly, there was an ancient book in Feng Yun's interspatial ring. This book was the Finger of Death that Feng Yun had accidentally obtained in the past. Finger of Death. On the gray book, there were 4 large golden words. After Fang Chen saw the Finger of Death, he immediately stored it in his interspatial ring. The Finger of Death was extremely powerful, especially when Feng Yun used it at the last moment. It was extremely powerful. There was no harm in having more skills. If you don't practice, you won't practice. After checking Feng Yun's interspatial ring, other than the Finger of Death, there was nothing else important. After that, Fang Chen began to check Gu Du's interspatial ring. In Gu Du's interspatial ring, Fang Chen found 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The number 1 on the Qi ranking has so few spiritual stones. Fang Chen was a little speechless. He had more than 2 billion spiritual stones, but Gu Du only had 1,000,000. It was very little. However, what Fang Chen didn't know was that the reason why Gu Du had so few spirit stones was because Gu Du had used up all of his spirit stones to cultivate the Gale Kick. Using spirit stones to cultivate the Gale Kick was a secret of the Gu clan. Other than the Gu clan's patriarch, only the strongest of the Gu clan's younger generation knew about it. After putting away these spirit stones, Fang Chen had a total of 2.7 billion spirit stones. After that, Fang Chen continued to check. As expected, the Gale Kick book was also in the interspatial ring. This made Fang Chen very happy. The Gale Kick was the same as the Finger of Death. They were both very powerful skills. If he could master them, he would have more life-saving skills. After putting away the Gale Kick technique, Fang Chen continued to search. Suddenly, Fang Chen found a red pill somewhere in the interspatial ring. It was like a ball of flame, extremely hot. What kind of pill is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. However, his intuition told him that this pill must be very precious. Unable to recognize the name of the pill, Fang Chen directly put the red pill into his interspatial ring. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly saw a gray book in the corner of the interspatial ring. This book was covered in dust. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Gu Du had deliberately put it there. Fang Chen took the book and gently blew on it. A layer of dust instantly floated down, and a few large words appeared on the gray book. What? Seeing these words, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. Secret Soul Technique. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect to find such a book in Gu Du's interspatial ring. The weakest part of a warrior was the soul. Once the soul was broken, it would scatter. Therefore, countless warriors wanted to protect their souls. The best way to protect their souls was to practice the secret soul technique to strengthen their souls. Of course, in the vast ancient sword continent there were all kinds of strange things. There were some soul warriors who specialized in practicing their souls. When fighting with others, the moment they released their soul strength, they would disturb their opponent's mind and use it to defeat them. Once a soul warrior was able to practice to a very high level, their destructive power would be very strong. Of course, not every warrior was qualified to practice their souls. Before the Qi High Realm, a warrior's soul would gradually take shape and they would not be able to practice their souls. Only when a warrior reached the Qi High Realm could they practice their souls. The secret soul technique was a very special technique to practice the soul. When Gu Du first obtained it, he wanted to wait until he reached the Qi High Realm before he could practice his soul. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of Fang Chen. Fang Chen gently opened the secret soul technique book and began to carefully read the introduction to the soul. The soul was a very special thing. To a warrior, it was very important. Since the soul could be refined, then it must be divided into different levels. Coincidentally, the secret soul technique had a detailed record of this. A warrior's soul was divided into 7 levels according to its strength: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Of course, according to the secret soul technique, above these 7 levels, there was an even higher level soul, which was the purple gold level soul. However, it was very difficult for a normal person to train their soul to the purple gold level. It could be said that it was almost impossible to reach that level. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Fang Chen muttered silently. He didn't know that there were so many levels to the soul. Then, my current soul level probably hasn't even reached the lowest level, the red level. Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness as he said. In the end, Fang Chen placed the secret soul technique book into his spatial ring. Currently, he hadn't reached the Qi High Realm, so he couldn't practice the secret soul technique. After reading the secret soul technique book, Fang Chen was very excited. Once he broke through to the Qi High Realm, he would be able to practice the secret soul technique. At that time, the strength of his soul would definitely be stronger than a warrior of the same level. After that, Fang Chen once again checked Gu Du's spatial ring to see if he had missed anything. This time, Fang Chen was even more shocked. This was because Fang Chen had obtained an extremely strange item from Gu Du's spatial ring. This item actually had the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Could it be that the Gu clan is secretly colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. This news was too big. The Gu clan was one of the most powerful sects in the 10 Great Sect. If they were to collude with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, it would definitely shake the Xingfeng nation. Fang Chen prepared to find a time to pass this news to the first prince, who was the current emperor. After being slightly shocked for a moment, Fang Chen calmed himself down. This time, Fang Chen's harvest in the Divine Wind secret realm was not small. Not only did he obtain the inheritance, but he also obtained the spatial rings of 2 strong warriors. Finally, Fang Chen took out a ball of light from his bosom. This ball of light was one of the inheritances in the Inheritance Tower. The first prince, Star and Moon, and the others received the other 2 balls of light. Fang Chen kept one for himself. At that time, he didn't carefully observe it. Now that he finally had time, Fang Chen was prepared to carefully observe it to see if he could receive the inheritance. Crash! The ball of light floated in front of Fang Chen, constantly rotating. Fang Chen's consciousness entered the ball of light. In an instant, Fang Chen saw that within the ball of light, there seemed to be a soul communicating with him. "Little guy, when you can hear my voice, it proves that you have received a small part of my inheritance." A melodious voice sounded. "Is it the owner of the Inheritance Tower?" Fang Chen was puzzled. The inheritance contained within this ball of light is the inheritance of the path of the soul. In the past, not only did I cultivate martial arts, but I also cultivated the path of the soul. My attainment in the path of the soul is also very high. If you can fully receive this inheritance of my soul, your soul power will definitely skyrocket, and your soul will become even more powerful. At the very least, you will be invincible in the same realm. After this voice finished speaking, it disappeared. Then, a large amount of information poured into Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, the ball of light turned into countless wild auras and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. After the ball of light drilled into Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen's soul also began to shake. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen's soul constantly trembled as the energy within the ball of light drilled into his soul bit by bit. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chen continued to receive this soul inheritance. 7 days later, the ball of light in Fang Chen's mind finally gradually dissipated. The soul power within the ball of light had completely merged with his soul. Boom! A loud sound came from within his soul. Then, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, his body was surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. Fang Chen hurriedly checked his soul. This check gave Fang Chen a fright. This was because some red dots of light had appeared within his soul. Could it be that my soul is about to reach the red grade? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he spoke in pleasant surprise. Fang Chen tried to urge his soul. Suddenly, a formless aura appeared in the courtyard. Fang Chen discovered that his soul was much stronger than before. Is this soul strength? How mysterious! This was the first time Fang Chen had come into contact with soul strength. He felt that soul strength was extremely mysterious. After a long time, Fang Chen was finally certain that his soul strength had reached the peak of the ordinary grade. He was only 1 step away from reaching the red grade. It's all thanks to this soul inheritance. Otherwise, my soul strength wouldn't have been able to undergo such a transformation. Fang Chen thought to himself. Originally, Fang Chen had only casually left behind one of the 3 balls of light. He hadn't expected it to be the most precious of the 3, the soul ball of light. The soul inheritance was much more important to Fang Chen than the martial inheritance. In any case, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. However, the soul inheritance was different. It could allow Fang Chen's soul strength to become even more tyrannical. Chapter 2:11. With the strengthening of the soul, the power of the soul also increased greatly. For the first time, Fang Chen felt the mysteries of the soul. Over the next few days, Fang Chen spent his time researching souls. Aside from the introduction of souls in the secret soul technique, there was a large amount of information in the soul legacy. Fang Chen knew nothing else. Just like that, Fang Chen fell into a frenzy of research. One day, Fang Chen was finally alerted. He woke up from his frenzied research because someone wanted to challenge him. When Fang Chen heard the news, he was a little surprised. His strength had reached such a high level, but there was still someone in the younger generation of the Xingfeng nation who dared to challenge him. Are you sure it's someone from the younger generation? Fang Chen asked again. Senior brother Fang, this warrior is in the square. You'll know when you get there. A normal disciple said. Fang Chen nodded and went to the square. At the square, there was a white-clothed man with a burning face. He came to Kamikaze Kenbu this time to challenge Fang Chen. Where is Fang Chen? Let him come out. I want to challenge him. The white-clothed man said loudly. In the square, other than the elders of Kamikaze Kenbu, there were also the 4 heavenly kings. When they saw the person who came, their faces were filled with astonishment. Zhang Kuang, the previous number 1 on the Qi ranking. Because he broke through to the Qi high realm, he left the Qi ranking. When he was still number 1 on the Qi ranking, Zhang Kuang had killed a second-level Qi high realm warrior. It was enough to see how strong he was. The current Zhang Kuang had already broken through to the Qi high realm. Although he was only at the first level of the Qi high realm, no one dared to doubt his strength. Zhang Kuang, you've already reached the Qi high realm. Challenging junior brother Fang, is this bullying? Broken Heart said helplessly. That's right, this is not fair. You've already crushed junior brother Fang in terms of cultivation. Zhu Tian also said. Insolence. Even if you win this sort of battle, what's the point? Said Yunjiu. Don't worry, I won't bully the weak. Let Fang Chen come out. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm and fight him, Zhang Kuang said. Zhang Kuang was very obsessed with martial arts. When he heard that Fang Chen had single-handedly defeated Gu Du and Feng Yun, and even killed them, Zhang Kuang became very interested in Fang Chen. That was why Zhang Kuang had traveled thousands of miles to find Fang Chen. He wanted to have a good fight with him. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. I want to fight to my heart's content, Zhang Kuang said. While Zhang Kuang was talking, Fang Chen arrived. Fang Chen. Broken Heart and the others called out. After Fang Chen greeted everyone, he looked at Zhang Kuang. He recognized Zhang Kuang. You want to challenge me? Fang Chen asked. You're Fang Chen, Zhang Kuang said. That's right. I'm Fang Chen. I've heard about your deeds. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm and fight with you. I hope you can show me your true strength, Zhang Kuang said. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Kuang. Finally, he nodded. That was because he saw the crazed look in Zhang Kuang's eyes. That was his obsession with martial arts. Good, good. Zhang Kuang was very happy that Fang Chen had accepted the challenge. Fang Chen, be careful. The elders did not stop him. Since Zhang Kuang said that he would suppress his cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm, then Fang Chen would not be in any danger. Moreover, the elders were watching from the side. If anything happened, they would act immediately. No matter what, they could not let Fang Chen get hurt. As they spoke, Fang Chen and Zhang Kuang stood together in the center of the square. The two of them exuded a strong aura. They looked at each other. In a battle between experts, they would not act rashly. Do you think Fang Chen will win? Broken Heart asked. I think it's a little difficult. Although Zhang Kuang has suppressed his cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm, his battle awareness and skills are much stronger than Fang Chen's. Fang Chen may not win, but he won't lose too badly, Zhu Tian said. Now, let's see how many moves Fang Chen can take from Zhang Kuang, Yunjiu said. Of the 4 heavenly kings, the 3 heavenly kings did not think that Fang Chen would win. Zhang Kuang had already reached the Qi Si realm. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Fang Chen, his battle awareness could not be suppressed. However, the only woman of the 4 heavenly kings, Star and Moon, said with certainty, I believe that Fang Chen will win. Just as the 4 of them were talking, Fang Chen and Zhang Kuang had already begun their battle. It had to be said that Zhang Kuang was very strong. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, his battle awareness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Fire and Water Sword Technique. Fang Chen immediately used the second level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. He felt a sense of threat from Zhang Kuang. Crash! The hidden dragon sword spun, and the second level of the fire and water sword technique was instantly used. 2 beams of fire and water blasted towards Zhang Kuang. What an exquisite sword technique! Seeing this, Zhang Kuang tiptoed and his body flashed. He clenched his fist, and a wild aura entered his fist. He then punched towards the 2 beams of fire and water. Rumble! The beams of fire and water collided with Zhang Kuang's fist, and a deafening sound was heard. In an instant, Zhang Kuang and Fang Chen both took a few steps back. After Zhang Kuang stabilized his body, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then shook his head slightly with a bitter smile on his face. Crash! The aura around Zhang Kuang instantly dissipated. He looked up at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, you are very strong. If we continue to fight, I will definitely lose. And, from another perspective, if I were in the same realm as you, I would have already lost." Zhang Kuang cupped his hands towards Fang Chen. Experts appreciated each other's talent. Fang Chen heard this and said, "You said it yourself. You suppressed your cultivation. If we were on the battlefield, you could definitely kill me in seconds." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhang Kuang laughed. He liked Fang Chen's character very much. "I hope that one day, the 2 of us will be able to have a good fight in the same realm." After Zhang Kuang finished speaking, he looked thoughtfully at Fang Chen, then turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Zhang Kuang's disappearing figure and said to himself, "That day will come." The battle started quickly and ended quickly. When Zhang Kuang disappeared, Broken Heart and the other 2 were stunned. "What's going on?" Yunjiu asked. Zhang Kuang means that he suppressed his cultivation and couldn't defeat Fang Chen, Zhu Tian said in shock. "Fang Chen is much stronger than we thought," Broken Heart said after a long time. Only Star and Moon thought highly of Fang Chen. She believed that Fang Chen could defeat Zhang Kuang, who was in the same realm as him. Sure enough, the result didn't disappoint her. Although the 2 of them had only fought once, it was enough to prove the problem. Zhang Kuang himself admitted that he was inferior to Fang Chen in the same realm. When the elders saw this, they nodded their heads happily. Only a few people knew about the battle between Fang Chen and Zhang Kuang. The others didn't know, and Fang Chen wasn't willing to speak of it. After Zhang Kuang left, Fang Chen realized something and returned to his residence. However, the day after Zhang Kuang left, Fang Chen received news from the imperial city. The Ink Cloud Nation had sent its younger generation of disciples to the Heavenly Wind Nation. They wanted to exchange pointers with the elites of the Heavenly Wind Nation's younger generation. This news came from the Crown Prince. Fang Chen naturally didn't believe it was so simple. "There's definitely something fishy about this," said Fang Chen. The Crown Prince had just ascended to the throne, and the Heavenly Wind Nation was in turmoil. As a neighboring nation, the Ink Cloud Nation must have heard some rumors. Sending their younger generation disciples to exchange pointers was just a pretense. Their real goal was to investigate the Heavenly Wind Nation. At present, Fang Chen was the strongest among the younger generation of the Heavenly Wind Nation. With the Ink Cloud Nation's visit, they could only let Fang Chen take the field. After Fang Chen received the news, he left Kamikaze Kenbu and quickly headed for the imperial capital. In the imperial capital's imperial city, a temporary martial arts practice platform was built in a garden. There were countless seats around the martial arts practice platform, and many warriors were sitting on the seat. A prince of the Ink Cloud Nation had brought the younger generation of warriors of the Ink Cloud Nation to the Heavenly Wind Nation for 3 days. In these 3 days, most of the younger generation disciples of the Heavenly Wind Nation had been defeated at the hands of the younger generation disciples of the Ink Cloud Nation. Originally, the Crown Prince thought that there was no need for Fang Chen to take action. Yu Hen and the others could deal with the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation. However, the result was beyond the Crown Prince's expectations. The Ink Cloud Nation had clearly come prepared this time. Their younger generation was very strong. When Yu Hen took the field, he only lasted 10 moves before being defeated by the other party. After Yu Hen was defeated, the other experts on the Qi roll were also defeated by the other party. For 2 consecutive days, almost all of the younger generation experts on the Heavenly Wind Nation's Qi roll had lost to the Ink Cloud Nation. This made the Crown Prince very embarrassed. The face of the Ink Cloud Nation's prince was full of ridicule. He sat on a chair and watched the battle on the martial arts practice platform. He said coldly, "The dignified Heavenly Wind Nation's younger generation is actually so weak. It seems that our Ink Cloud Nation will be disappointed in this exchange." Hearing the sarcasm of the prince of the Ink Cloud country, the first prince slightly frowned, and then said, "Prince, don't worry. Our Divine Wind country still has an outstanding person of the younger generation, and he is on the way here. He will definitely give the Ink Cloud country a pleasant surprise." The Crown Prince was naturally referring to Fong Chen. The news had already reached Kamikaze Kenbu for 2 days. Calculating the time, Fong Chen should be arriving today. "Oh, your Heavenly Wind Nation's so-called Qi roll experts were all defeated by our Ink Cloud Nation. Could it be that the person you are talking about is stronger than a Qi roll expert?" the Ink Cloud Nation's prince asked. The Crown Prince shook his head slightly and said, "He is not a Qi roll expert. Ha ha ha. A warrior who hasn't even entered the Qi roll dares to compete with our Ink Cloud Nation's younger generation?" The Ink Cloud Nation's prince laughed wildly when he heard this. At this moment, with a bang, a warrior from the Heavenly Wind Nation was defeated by a warrior from the Ink Cloud Nation on the martial arts practice platform. Chapter 212. The words of the Ink Cloud monarch were filled with ridicule towards the Divine Wind Nation, causing the first prince's face to darken completely. "It's not the final moment yet, and the monarch has already come to such a conclusion," the first prince said softly. "Don't tell me you're really hoping for someone to save the day?" The Ink Cloud monarch laughed heartily when he heard this. He didn't believe that the cultivator that the first prince spoke of would be able to come. Even if he didn't believe that the other party would be able to turn the tide and defeat so many elite disciples of the Ink Cloud Nation. "Who else is there? Come up and exchange pointers." At this moment, a young disciple of the Ink Cloud Nation, who had just defeated a disciple of the Divine Wind Nation, shouted on the martial arts stage. On the Divine Wind Nation's side, countless disciples, including Yu Hen, were furious. However, they were helpless as they had all lost to the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation. "Why isn't Fong Chen here yet?" Yu Hen was secretly anxious. Once Fong Chen arrived, the difficulty would be easily solved. "Is there no one else from the Divine Wind Nation?" the cultivator shouted arrogantly. The prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom, who was seated below, had a mocking expression on his face. He said, "The sparring is nearing its end. If the young man you're talking about still doesn't appear, then we'll be leaving." Hearing the Ink Cloud monarch's words, the first prince's face was also filled with helplessness. He looked towards the door, wanting to see if Fong Chen had arrived. Before this, the first prince had already instructed that once Fong Chen appeared, they were to let him in immediately. "Can't make it in time?" The first prince looked at the empty door and said bitterly. Just as the first prince slowly sat down and completely gave up, Fong Chen's figure suddenly appeared at the door. "I'm not late, right?" Fong Chen had just appeared when he smiled at the first prince. Seeing Fong Chen's arrival, many cultivators were overjoyed. The first prince even personally stood up to welcome Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, you're finally here." When the first prince saw Fong Chen, his face was filled with joy as he laughed. Fong Chen nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the mocking smile of the king of Mo Yun. "It seems that the Divine Wind Nation really has no one else to actually send a teenager to participate in the spar." The words of the Ink Cloud Nation's prince were filled with ridicule. When he saw Fong Chen appear, he was even more convinced that there was no one among the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation. "Brat, come up and accept your death." Before Fong Chen could speak, the Mo Yun Kingdom disciple on the martial arts stage shouted loudly. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned slightly, and a wisp of displeasure appeared between his brows. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. It seemed that this kid was going to be unlucky. They knew very well the consequences of Fong Chen's anger. Sure enough, Fong Chen looked at the first prince and asked softly, "First prince, should this spar stop before it goes too far?" Hearing Fong Chen's question, the first prince naturally understood what Fong Chen was asking. He directly replied, "That's right. In a spar between the younger generation of the two nations, there should be a limit, but there are also times when there are mistakes." Fong Chen nodded his head and walked onto the martial arts stage. "Brat, my name is—" The Mo Yun Kingdom's cultivator was about to announce his name, but he was directly stopped by Fong Chen. "I don't want to know the name of trash." Fong Chen's words completely aroused the anger of the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple. His face was ferocious as he angrily roared, "Brat, are you courting death? In my eyes, you are just a small ant." At this moment, Fong Chen became incomparably domineering. Hearing Fong Chen's words, many of the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciples were enraged. The cultivator on the martial arts stage roared and directly used his strongest attack, wanting to send Fong Chen flying. Bang! A loud sound came from the martial arts stage, and many of the cultivators looked over. They were shocked to find that Fong Chen was quietly standing on the martial arts stage, as if he had not moved at all. As for the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple, he had fallen to the ground, unconscious. How is this possible? In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with disbelief. A 17-year-old cultivator had actually sent a Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple flying with one punch, and even caused him to fall unconscious. The unconscious Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple was called Mou. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Among the younger generation of the Mo Yun Kingdom, he could enter the top 30. This brat has some ability. In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, a very prestigious young cultivator said in a deep voice, "Let me go up and teach him a lesson." The person who spoke was called Mo Feng. His strength was even more tyrannical than Mou's. Among the younger generation of the Mo Yun Kingdom, he could enter the top 20. "Brat, let me, Mo Feng, teach you a lesson." Mo Feng walked up the martial arts stage and said coldly, "You are not my match." Fong Chen sneered and immediately turned to look below the martial arts stage. In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, there was a very prestigious young cultivator. He said, "You make your move." Hearing Fong Chen's words, many of the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciples were furious. "Brat, you are too arrogant. Senior brother Mo Guang is the most tyrannical among us. He doesn't need to make a move. We can deal with you." "That's right. What an arrogant guy. He actually dares to look down on senior brother Mo Guang. Brat, are you courting death? If senior brother Mo Guang makes his move, do you still have a way out?" In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, many of the cultivators shouted. Fong Chen ignored the angry voices of the crowd and turned to look at Mo Feng. He said, "Since he doesn't want to make a move, then I will keep fighting. Let's see how long he can endure." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, he instantly executed the Finger of Death. The Finger of Death was an attack of the Finger of Death. It was very tyrannical. When Fong Chen was in Kamikaze Kenbu, he had already comprehended the Finger of Death. Therefore, he quickly learned the Finger of Death. Although the Finger of Death was not as powerful as the Finger of Death, it was enough to defeat the opponent when executed by Fong Chen. Hiss! After unleashing the Finger of Death, a dazzling light appeared on Fong Chen's finger. This dazzling light instantly formed a finger glow with an imposing aura. Whoosh! Under the control of Fong Chen, this finger ray suddenly blasted towards Mo Feng. Seeing this, Mo Feng sneered and said, "You want to defeat me with a mere finger ray?" However, before Mo Feng could finish his words, his face completely froze. This was because when this finger ray enveloped him, his body actually trembled involuntarily. How is this possible? Mo Feng roared loudly and executed his strongest attack, wanting to shatter this finger ray. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Boom! When the finger of death came into contact with Mo Feng, it instantly exploded, catching Mo Feng off guard. The energy of the explosion directly blasted Mo Feng away. A punch blasted Mo Feng away and caused him to fall into a coma. If Fang Chen won the first battle by a fluke, then the second battle was enough to let the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom recognize Fang Chen's strength. In 2 consecutive battles, he defeated his opponent with a single move. Moreover, he even caused his opponent to fall into a coma. How strong was this? I, Fang Chen, am standing right here. If you want to come up, then come at me, Fang Chen said in a domineering manner. At this moment, the Mo Yun Kingdom finally took Fang Chen seriously. This kid isn't simple, the Mo Yun Kingdom's prince said in his heart. The happiest person was the first prince. Fang Chen had defeated 2 disciples of Mo Yun Kingdom, causing the momentum of the Xingfeng Kingdom's side to increase greatly. Let me go up. This time, the one who came up to fight was a disciple who could be ranked in the top 10 of Mo Yun Kingdom. However, a moment later, this martial artist lost the match again. Fang Chen once again won the match with a strong stance. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had fought countless matches and won each one cleanly. In the blink of an eye, many disciples of Mo Yun Kingdom's side had lost to Fang Chen. All the disciples realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. However, Mo Guang still didn't move. His face was solemn as he looked at Fang Chen. In his eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. I want to see how long you can endure. Fang Chen glanced at Mo Guang and said coldly. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen had defeated the 5th disciple of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation, but Mo Guang still didn't make a move. You are not worthy of me making a move, Mo Guang said in a deep voice. Mo Guang was one of the twin peerless prides of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. He was one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom. If it weren't for Mo Tian, Mo Guang would definitely be the strongest among the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom. However, because of Mo Tian's existence, Mo Guang could only be second. The world called them the twin peerless prides, but everyone knew that the two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mo Guang wasn't a match for Mo Tian at all. This time, Mo Yun Kingdom wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in Xingfeng Kingdom to investigate and invite Mo Tian. However, Mo Tian believed that a mere Xingfeng Kingdom wasn't enough for him to make a move, so he didn't come. Instead, Mo Guang came. After Mo Guang came, he directly swept away all the younger generation of Xingfeng Kingdom. However, at this time, Fang Chen appeared. You are not worthy of me making a move. This was Mo Guang's confidence. Although Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, he didn't think that Fang Chen could defeat him. Therefore, he disdained to make a move. When Fang Chen heard this, a wild smile appeared on his face. I hope you can still say such words later, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The next person to make a move was the 3rd person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. His strength was abnormally tyrannical, but compared to Mo Guang, there was still a huge gap. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen fiercely fought with this martial artist. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. You're only SOSO, Fang Chen said coldly as he attacked. The 3rd person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation was only slightly stronger than Gu Du back then. He wasn't a match for Fang Chen at all. When Fang Chen displayed the 3rd level of 3-sword realm, sword explosion, he instantly defeated the 3rd person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. What? Even Mo Hong was defeated? At this moment, the prince of Mo Yun Kingdom cried out involuntarily. Such a young martial artist actually defeated so many people of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation consecutively. Moreover, even Mo Hong wasn't his opponent. What a terrifying young martial artist! The Prince of Mo Yun Kingdom said to himself with a gloomy face. Now, do you still think I'm not worthy of you making a move? Chapter 213. Fang Chen's actions undoubtedly made Mo Guang's face even gloomier. A flame of anger appeared in his heart. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Mo Guang burst into laughter. Everyone was at a loss. You have successfully infuriated me, Mo Guang said coldly. Who was Mo Guang? He was one of the unparalleled prides of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Among the younger generation, he was not afraid of anyone except for that abnormal Mo Tian. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was even more monstrous. He was not even afraid of some warriors in the Qi Sea realm. When he first came to the Divine Wind Nation, he came with the intention of sweeping through. After coming, he was a little disappointed. The dignified younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation was actually so weak. The strongest on the Qi roll, Yu Hen, was actually easily defeated by him. The remaining warriors were not even qualified for him to make a move. Just as he was about to leave with great glory, Fang Chen appeared. When Fang Chen first appeared, Mo Guang was disdainful of this person. How strong could a 17-year-old warrior be? However, when he saw Fang Chen defeat the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Kingdom one after another, he finally began to take Fang Chen seriously. It was not until Fang Chen defeated Mo Hong that Mo Guang's expression finally changed a little. Mo Guang's eyes were filled with a scorching flame. He felt that he actually saw a trace of Mo Tian in Fang Chen. No, he can't be compared to Mo Tian, Mo Guang thought to himself. Hearing Mo Guang's words, all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Kingdom were looking forward to this battle. Fang Chen had defeated their disciples 2 and 3 times in a row. They could not wait for Mo Guang to make a move and defeat Fang Chen with thunderous means and bring great shame to the Divine Wind Nation. Even the Prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom had a scorching look in his eyes. He did not expect the Divine Wind Nation to have such a stunning young warrior. Although he is stunning, if Mo Guang makes a move, he will lose without a doubt, the Prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom thought to himself. Unlike the Ink Cloud Nation, the numerous martial artists of the Divine Wind Nation were well aware of Fang Chen's background. They were well aware of how terrifying Fang Chen was. Even Gu Du and Feng Yun were no match for Fang Chen when they joined forces. What could Mo Guang do? If the younger generation of the Moyin Kingdom knew that Fang Chen had been in the top 3 of the Qi severing list not long ago, who knew what they would think? As for the first prince, he trusted Fang Chen even more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a message to Fang Chen, asking him to save face for the Heavenly Wind Nation. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Guang moved. He walked step by step onto the martial arts stage. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. You are the strongest person in the Divine Wind Nation's young generation. If I defeat you, will the Divine Wind Nation admit defeat? At that instant, Mo Guang restrained his anger and calmly said. The calmer the ink light was, the more unfathomable it was. That will have to wait until you defeat me, Fang Chen said. Good, very good. I don't know who gave you the courage to be so fearless. Mo Guang nodded and grinned. I will personally destroy your confidence and destroy everything about you. Let's wait and see, Fang Chen said in a deep voice, not afraid of Mo Guang. Crash! A tyrannical aura erupted from Mo Guang's body. In the surrounding air, majestic spiritual energy instantly gathered above Mo Guang's head. Universe Hand. Mo Guang growled. His palms constantly changed, and a series of large handprints appeared in the sky. After these large handprints appeared, Mo Guang's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Universe Hand was one of Mo Guang's lost skills. It was very powerful. Finger of Death. Fang Chen displayed the Finger of Death. A majestic finger light appeared in the sky. Under his control, it bombarded the large handprint. Bang! The large handprint collided with the Finger of Death, and a majestic energy burst out. Fang Chen and Mo Guang both took a few steps back. Mo Guang stabilized his body, looked at Fang Chen with deep eyes, and displayed the universe hand again. Whoosh! This time around, Mo Guang unleashed the Heaven and Earth hand. Its might was incomparably tyrannical as it attacked Fang Chen directly. Three-sword realm, sword explosion. The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand, and he displayed the sword explosion. Countless flashing sword lights instantly exploded in the sky. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand. With a tap of his foot, he appeared in front of Mo Guang and stabbed with the hidden dragon sword. At the same time, in the sky, the flashing sword light directly collided with the universe hand. A majestic energy swept across the entire martial arts arena. Bang! Seeing Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbing towards him, Mo Guang took a step to the side and threw out a punch, trying to force Fang Chen to retreat. At this moment, Fang Chen stomped his foot and kicked out fiercely. Gale kick. Fang Chen stabbed with the hidden dragon sword while kicking with the gale kick. While practicing the Finger of Death, Fang Chen had also practiced the gale kick. However, the gale kick was extremely complicated, and Fang Chen had only scratched the surface. Bang! Fang Chen's foot directly kicked Mo Guang's shoulder, causing Mo Guang to retreat. As Mo Guang retreated, his universe hand suddenly blasted out. Fang Chen raised the hidden dragon sword to block. The powerful force directly forced Fang Chen to retreat. It seems that I still underestimated you. Mo Guang stabilized his body and said in a deep voice. In the exchange just now, Mo Guang felt Fang Chen's strength, so he said that. On the opposite side, Fang Chen sneered and said, I seem to have overestimated you. After the exchange just now, Fang Chen already knew that Mo Guang's strength was at best comparable to the combined strength of Gu Du and Feng Yun. When he was in the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chen was already able to fight two experts alone and kill them. After coming out of the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chen's soul strength had increased, and the second level of the Water and Fire Sword art had also been cultivated to the Perfection Realm. He even cultivated the Finger of Death and the Gale Kick. His strength had increased in all aspects, and he was not afraid of Mo Guang at all. I admit that you are very amazing, but I want to tell you that the victory still belongs to me. Mo Guang said coldly. Fang Chen was a little stunned. Why would his opponent say such words every time? Fang Chen shook his head and did not explain, because he intended to use facts to prove that what Mo Guang said was just his wishful thinking. Universe Solar Hand. Suddenly, Mo Guang's body emitted a tyrannical aura, and in the next moment, a voice came out of his mouth. Hearing the words Universe Solar Hand, the disciples of the Ink Cloud Country exclaimed, It's the Universe Solar Hand. I didn't expect this kid to force Mo Guang to use it. It's said that among the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Country, only that abnormal Mo Tian once forced Mo Guang to use the Universe Solar Hand. The others don't even have the qualifications to make Mo Guang use it. Universe Solar Hand, this is the first time I've seen it. What a terrifying Universe Solar Hand, this kid is dead for sure. For the disciples of the Ink Cloud Country, this was the first time they saw Mo Guang use the Universe Solar Hand, and they were very excited. By using the Cosmic Sunflower Hand, it meant that Mo Guang wanted to end this battle. I have to say, your Divine Wind Country still has some amazing disciples. The Prince of the Ink Cloud Country paused for a moment, then said, however, no matter how amazing they are still no match for Mo Guang. The Prince of the Ink Cloud Country was very confident in the Universe Solar Hand. Although he had never seen Mo Guang use it, he had heard of it. Back then, in the Ink Cloud country's younger generation competition, only Mo Guang and Mo Tian were left. The battle between the two was very intense. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but suddenly, Mo Guang used the Universe Solar Hand. In an instant, the situation was reversed, and Mo Guang successfully gained the upper hand. Even the judge thought that Mo Guang was going to win. However, in the face of adversity, Mo Tian had unleashed his freakish power. He had broken through the cosmic Sunflower Hand with lightning speed, defeated Ink Light, and succeeded in reaching the top. It was said that the battle at that time had attracted many old monsters who had hidden themselves from the world, and they were all shocked. This was the second time he had used the cosmic Sunflower Hand since the last time he had used it against Mo Tian. "You should be proud that you forced me to use the Universe Solar Hand," Mo Guang said coldly, his aura rising continuously. The chant of the Universe Solar Hand was circulating in Mo Guang's body, and the spiritual energy in his Dantian's true core was circulating wildly. When his aura reached its peak, Mo Guang's hands suddenly blasted towards the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to dissipate. In the blue sky, a majestic handprint appeared. In the palm of this palm print, there was a blazing sun, and its aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, Mo Guang wanted to kill. Fang Chen's potential was too amazing, and he didn't want to let Fang Chen continue to grow. Chapter 214. In that instant, Mo Guang unleashed the cosmic Sunflower Hand. His aura skyrocketed, and the blazing sun within the gigantic palm slowly began to revolve in the air. A blazing light shot out from the blazing sun. When this light shone on Fang Chen's body, a sudden thunderous roar rang out. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the scorching sun gradually merged into the giant hand. Then, the giant hand suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. "It's time to end this." Fang Chen smiled indifferently when he saw Mo Guang use the cosmic Sunflower Hand. Then, Fang Chen used the second level of the Water and Fire Sword art. The Water and Fire Sword art was an extremely powerful attack. When used, it could instantly form the same source of water and fire. Fang Chen had used this move to defeat Gu Du and Feng Yun. Although Mo Guang's cosmic Sunflower Palm was extremely powerful, it was nothing to be afraid of in Fang Chen's eyes. Facing the incomparably tyrannical cosmic Solar Hand, all the martial artists thought that Mo Guang was about to win. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the majestic palm print collided with the sword light of water and fire with a loud bang, producing a deafening sound. Dong! The ground trembled. When the two collided, a look of horror appeared in Mo Guang's eyes. Fang Chen's sword lights of water and fire were rapidly devouring his cosmic Sunflower Palm. "How is this possible?" Mo Guang cried out. He tried his best to circulate all the spiritual qi in his body, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's water and fire sword art. However, as the cosmic Sunflower Hand was devoured, his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. "No!" Mo Guang roared. All the energy in his body surged out. The cosmic Sunflower Hand and the water and fire sword art exploded. Bang! At this moment, a figure was directly sent flying. All the warriors stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. "It's Mo Guang!" Someone suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief. The one who was sent flying was Mo Guang, not Fang Chen. How is this possible? Mo Guang even used the cosmic Sunflower Hand. How can he lose? This kid is too strong. He can actually break Mo Guang's cosmic Sunflower Hand. Heavens, Mo Guang actually lost. All the martial artists were shocked. Not only were the people of the Moyun Nation shocked, even the people of the Divine Wind Nation were incomparably shocked. Although they had seen Fang Chen display his invincible might earlier, at this moment, they were still extremely shocked when they saw Fang Chen display such a tyrannical attack again. Crash! Mo Guang fell to the ground and coughed up blood. He slowly stood up and looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression. I won't lose. I, Mo Guang, am the Mo Yun Kingdom's peerless duo. I won't lose. Mo Guang couldn't accept that he would lose to Fang Chen as he roared crazily. 1. At this moment, Mo Guang's aura skyrocketed again. He wanted to avenge himself. Mo Guang, do it. Seeing this, the Prince of Ink Cloud anxiously reprimanded. He clearly saw the battle just now. Although Mo Guang's cosmic sunflower hand was strong, Fang Chen's strength was even stronger. Even if Mo Guang attacked again, he wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Mo Guang was one of the Ink Cloud's twin geniuses. If anything happened to him, it would be a loss for the Ink Cloud country. Therefore, to prevent Mo Guang from getting hurt, the Prince of Ink Cloud directly reprimanded him. When Mo Guang heard this, he stopped. His scarlet eyes looked at the Prince of Mo Yun country, only to see the latter shake his head slightly. Then, Mo Guang's aura dissipated. With a cold snort, he walked directly to the Mo Yun country's territory. The Prince of Ink Cloud slowly stood up and looked at Fang Chen on the martial arts stage. He smiled and said, "The younger generation of the Xingfeng country is indeed worthy of their reputation. The younger generation of the Ink Cloud country is also very good," the eldest prince said modestly. Fang Chen turned the tide and defeated all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country. It gave the Xingfeng country a lot of face. The eldest prince was also very happy at this moment. If he knew that the Xingfeng country had such a genius, Mo Tian would definitely come. Unfortunately, he didn't come. The Prince of Ink Cloud sighed. What he meant was that although the Ink Cloud country lost this time, if the strongest of the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country, Mo Tian, came, the result would definitely not be like this. My Xingfeng country will always open its doors to the Ink Cloud country. The eldest prince grinned. The truth was the truth. He didn't want to argue too much. If Mo Tian comes, no one in your Xingfeng country can match him. In the Ink Cloud region, a warrior said disdainfully. In the end, the Prince of Ink Cloud country bid farewell to the eldest prince and led the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country out of the Xingfeng country. This time, the Prince of Ink Cloud country's calculations were wrong. He originally wanted to use the younger generation to exchange pointers to intimidate the chaotic Xingfeng country. He didn't expect that such a tyrannical genius would appear in the Xingfeng country. This gave him a huge shock. After the people of the Ink Cloud country left, the eldest prince looked at Fang Chen with a face full of smiles and said, "Fang Chen, this time it's all thanks to you. I am also a part of the Xingfeng country," Fang Chen said simply. After that, Fang Chen followed the eldest prince and entered a secret manor. The other warriors left one after another. In the secret manor, Fang Chen and the eldest prince sat side by side and looked at each other. "Fang Chen, the reason why I was able to win the fight for the throne is all thanks to you. You can be considered my benefactor," the eldest prince suddenly said. Fang Chen was silent and didn't say anything. The eldest prince continued, "The Xingfeng country is currently in a bit of chaos. However, I believe that with my methods, I will be able to quell the chaos in less than a month." "Eldest prince," Fang Chen suddenly said. "What is it?" the eldest prince asked. "Be careful of the Gu family and the Flaming Mountain," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Back in the Divine Wind secret realm, after Fang Chen killed the Fire Qilin, he found a pitch-black metal piece in the Fire Qilin's spatial ring. Fang Chen injected his spirit energy into it, and a hoarse voice came from the metal piece. Fang Chen heard it clearly. That voice belonged to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. From this, it could be seen that the Fire Qilin was related to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Perhaps the entire Flaming Mountain was related. As for the Gu family, it was needless to say. After Fang Chen killed Gudu, he found some clues in his spatial ring. That was why Fang Chen reminded him. "You seem to know something." The eldest prince frowned and asked hurriedly. "They might be related to the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chen said faintly. because he wasn't sure, he couldn't confirm this matter. Finally, Fang Chen gave the pitch-black metal piece from the Fire Qilin's spatial ring to the eldest prince. After receiving the metal piece, the eldest prince nodded heavily. The eldest prince and Fang Chen chatted for 2 hours. The current Fang Chen had already become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Xingfeng country. It was only a matter of time before he reached the Qi High Realm. Finally, Fang Chen asked the eldest prince if there was a Luo family in the surrounding countries of the Xingfeng country. In Fang Chen's heart, there was one thing he always remembered, and that was to find his mother. Every time he went to a place, Fang Chen would ask about it. But until now, he didn't have a clue. Fang Chen had already asked about the Luo family in the Xingfeng country. The eldest prince had read history books since he was young, so he knew more about it. Perhaps he would know. And why are you looking for the Luo family? The eldest prince asked doubtfully. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing that Fang Chen had something he couldn't say, the eldest prince thought for a moment and said, "There doesn't seem to be a Luo family in the surrounding countries of the Xingfeng country." However, at this moment, the first prince suddenly thought of something and said, "However, I once heard my father mention something about the Golden Crown Nation's Luo clan in a conversation. As for the details, I don't remember." Golden Crown Country's Luo family? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. The Golden Crown Country was located close to the Xingfeng country. Moreover, the Golden Crown Country was a big country. It wasn't something a small country like the Xingfeng country could compare to. It could be said that the Golden Crown Country was comparable to 10 Xingfeng countries. From this, it could be seen how strong the Golden Crown Country was. The Golden Crown Country was considered a big country in the southern mountains. Since my father mentioned it, it means that the Luo family is considered a big family in the Golden Crown Country. Maybe it's the Luo family you're looking for. The eldest prince continued. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, eldest prince." After chatting with the eldest prince for a while, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Before returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. The Heavenly Elixir Palace had become the biggest elixir force in the Xingfeng country. Their profits were huge. Grandmaster Tianhe gave Fang Chen 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. In addition to the previous 7 billion, Fang Chen's total mid-grade spirit stones had reached 7 billion. This was definitely not a small number. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen began to make preparations. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt a change in the special space ring. The little mouse is transforming. Fang Chen checked the little mouse in the special space ring. His face was full of astonishment. Previously in the Divine Wind Secret Realm, the little mouse was seriously injured by the star splendor in order to save the star and moon. In the end, it was kept in the special space ring by Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen gave the little mouse a large number of spirit stones and the invisible aura emitted from the golden heart. Finally, during this period of time, the little mouse's injuries were completely healed. Now, the little mouse had once again undergone a metamorphosis. Fang Chen kept an eye on the little mouse's transformation. After 6 hours, the little mouse's transformation was finally completed. With a whoosh, the little mouse appeared from the special space ring. It stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and chirped at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he was a little surprised. The little mouse's aura had increased by a lot. Chapter 2:15. Fang Chen had walked step by step from the Green Edge Sword sect to where he was now. His experience could be considered an inspirational story. Back in the Qingfeng Sword sect, Fang Chen had been called trash. Now, he was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Xingfeng nation. Every young cultivator would be moved when they heard Fang Chen's name. Countless cultivators set Fang Chen as their goal. They wanted to surpass Fang Chen one day. The small Xingfeng nation wasn't Fang Chen's stage. This stage was too small. Fang Chen needed to soar. Furthermore, he'd heard news about the Luo clan. Fang Chen had already drawn up a route for himself. He would go from the Xingfeng nation to the Golden Crown nation to find the Luo clan. However, before that, Fang Chen had to make proper arrangements in the Xingfeng nation. Fang Chen told the Kamikaze Kenbu's first elder that he was leaving. The first elder nodded in agreement with Fang Chen's point of view. Fang Chen, you must be careful when you go out, the first elder warned. The Golden Crown nation is a large nation with countless experts. You must be careful. I will. Fang Chen nodded. After that, Fang Chen told the first elder that he wanted to enter the Wanxiang cave again. Although a person could only enter the Wanxiang cave once in their lifetime, Fang Chen had learned from Autumn Leaf that it was only for ordinary cultivators. The Kamikaze Kenbu's first elder had a method to enter the Wanxiang cave. However, he wouldn't use it lightly. What? Where did you get the news that you can enter the Wanxiang cave? The first elder was astonished. Fang Chen sank into silence. After thinking for a moment, he told the first elder about Autumn Leaf. The first elder was extremely excited. What did you say? The Manor Lord is trapped in the Wanxiang cave? The first elder asked urgently. That's right. I once met Autumn Leaf's mansion head in the 10,000 Elephants cave, said Fang Chen. When the first elder found out that Fang Chen had entered the Wanxiang cave to rescue Autumn Leaf, he immediately agreed to Fang Chen's request. Following this, the first elder summoned the second elder and brought Fang Chen to the entrance of the Wanxiang cave. Fang Chen, because this is your second time entering the Myriad Elephant Cave, I can maintain it for a long time. If you don't come out after the time limit, I will suffer a backlash, said the Grand Elder in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded heavily. After that, the first elder and second elder worked together to open the Myriad Elephant Cave. Fang Chen, you must succeed, the first elder said before Fang Chen stepped into the Wanxiang cave. Fang Chen nodded and entered the Wanxiang cave. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen appeared in the Wanxiang cave. After entering the Wanxiang cave, Fang Chen did not waste any time and went directly to where Autumn Leaf was. Senior Autumn Leaf, Fang Chen called out to the rock. Crash! On the rock, an old figure appeared. Senior Autumn Leaf, how can I save you? Fang Chen looked at Autumn Leaf and asked. Autumn Leaf shook his head and said, Your strength is not enough to save me. Hearing Autumn Leaf's words, Fang Chen said, Senior Autumn Leaf, my current strength is comparable to a Qi High expert. Even so, I am unable to save you? A trace of astonishment flashed across Autumn Leaf's eyes. He did not expect Fang Chen's cultivation to reach such a level in the blink of an eye. However, Autumn Leaf still shook his head and said, Go back, you can't save me. After speaking, Autumn Leaf disappeared from the rock. No matter how Fang Chen called out, he did not respond. In the end, Fang Chen could only return with regret. After Fang Chen came out, the first elder and second elder closed the Wanxiang cave. At this moment, the first elder's face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a backlash from the Wanxiang cave. Fang Chen, how is the situation? The first elder asked weakly. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of helplessness, and said, I am unable to save Autumn Leaf. Hearing this, the first elder's face dimmed. After that, Fang Chen and the first elder left. Ever since the first elder heard the news, he had been thinking of a way to save Autumn Leaf. However, this kind of thing could not be rushed. After leaving the Wanxiang cave, Fang Chen returned to his residence. Early the next morning, Broken Heart appeared in Fang Chen's residence. Broken Heart, what's the matter? Fang Chen asked when he saw Broken Heart's expression. In Broken Heart's hand there was a letter. He handed it to Fang Chen and said, Star and Moon left Kamikaze Kenbu 3 days ago. When she left, she asked me to give this letter to you. Hearing Broken Heart's words, Fang Chen took the letter and opened it. In a moment, Fang Chen finished reading the contents of the letter. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. Fang Chen came to a realization and shook his head helplessly. In the letter, Star and Moon explained the reason why she left Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen, I don't know when it started, but you have entered my heart. Every time I see you, my mood is very good. At first, I didn't know what it was, but when I was seriously injured by Xing Hui in the Divine Wind Secret Realm and you suddenly appeared, I knew that I must have fallen in love with you. You are very outstanding. After returning from the Divine Wind Secret Realm, I realized that I have been left far behind by you. I want to be with you forever. I don't want to be a burden to you. However, if I continue to stay in Kamikaze Kenbu, your cultivation will soon leave me in the dust. Therefore, I chose to leave. This time, I will leave the Divine Wind country to gain experience. If one day we can meet again, then it will be fate. As time passed, Fang Chen spent a lot of time with Star and Moon. He also felt that his heart was hazy. Star and Moon. Fang Chen softly muttered Star and Moon's name, then helplessly shook his head. Star and Moon had left. She didn't even tell Fang Chen where she went. Fang Chen wanted to look for her, but he didn't know where to start. I hope that one day we can meet again, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. In 3 days, Fang Chen settled the matters in Kamikaze Kenbu and returned to the Cyan Cloud County. The first thing he did after returning to the Cyan Cloud County was to visit the Azure Edge Sword Sect. At this time, the Azure Edge Sword Sect was under the command of the Hall of Ice Heaven, so there were no major issues. Fang Chen secretly met with the Hall of Ice Heaven. The latter told him that during this period of time, the Hall of Ice Heaven had killed several captains of the Yellow Spring Sect. After that, Fang Chen returned to the Yi family. At this time, the Yi family was very prosperous. Fang Chen's return to the Yi family was only known to his eldest uncle, second uncle and his father. He didn't want too many people to know. Chen, you're finally back. Fang Chen's father saw Fang Chen and grinned. Chen, you are the pride of our Fang family. Fang Chen's second uncle smiled. The strongest expert of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. It's really unimaginable, Fang Chen's eldest uncle said. In their eyes, Fang Chen was just an ordinary cultivator. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the former would become a top expert of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, his name shook the entire Divine Wind Nation. This made everyone in the Fang family very excited. Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, this time I came back to bid farewell to you, Fang Chen said faintly. Farewell, Chen. Where are you going? Fang Tianyu asked doubtfully. Father, I want to go out and gain experience, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Fang Tianshan laughed heartily and said, Chen, you are the son of the Fang family. No matter what decision you make, we will support you. That's right. Chen is a fish in a pond. The sky is his stage, Fang Tianbao said. Fang Tianyu pondered for a moment, then said, Chen, since you have made your decision, we will support you. However, the outside world is not like the Divine Wind Nation. You must be careful. I will. Fang Chen said, I have already told the first prince. The imperial family will protect the Fang family in secret. Fang Chen was most worried about Fang Chen. However, with the first prince using the imperial family's power to protect the Fang family, Fang Chen was relieved. After staying in the Fang family for a day, Fang Chen quietly left the Cyan Cloud County. This time, Fang Chen's destination was the Golden Crown country. However, with his speed, it would take him a long time to reach the Golden Crown country. Along the way, he would just treat it as an experience. 3 days later, Fang Chen appeared on a barren plain at the edge of the Divine Wind Nation. This plain was adjacent to the Ink Cloud Nation. We are leaving the Divine Wind Nation soon, Fang Chen said. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, the first stop was the Ink Cloud Nation. Fang Chen had already planned the route. At this moment, Little Mouse was lying quietly on Fong Chen's shoulder, enjoying this beautiful moment. Just as Fong Chen was walking slowly, Little Mouse suddenly stood up. It narrowed its eyes and looked into the distance. Fong Chen seemed to have noticed Little Mouse's abnormality. Following Little Mouse's gaze, he was surprised to see a group of warriors in the distance. There were about 10 warriors in this group. Their cultivation levels were all above the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. These warriors quickly walked in front of Fong Chen and surrounded Fong Chen. The leader said coldly, "Kid, hand over your treasures and we will let you live." Hearing this, Fong Chen sneered and said, "With your strength, you dare to be bandits." Hearing Fong Chen's words, the faces of the bandits were filled with anger. The leader angrily roared, "Kid, are you looking for death? Go and ask around. Within 100 miles, who doesn't know the name of the Black Wind Bandits?" The Black Wind Bandits were very famous within 100 miles. Under normal circumstances, they were active in this wasteland. Fong Chen had just arrived and had never heard of them, so he encountered them. However, the Black Wind Bandits were unlucky enough to meet Fong Chen. "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over your treasures," the leader of the bandits said coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Fong Chen suddenly asked. "We don't care who you are. In my territory, you have to listen to me," the bandit leader said coldly. "I am Fong Chen," Fong Chen said softly. "What? You are Fong Chen?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, the bandit leader laughed wildly. He had naturally heard of Fong Chen's name. "If you are Fong Chen, then I am Fong Chen's father. An ant dares to pretend to be Fong Chen. Ha!" The bandit leader laughed wildly. He thought that Fong Chen was lying to them. Fong Chen's face finally darkened. "You said you are my father?" Fong Chen asked in a low voice. "Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? This bastard actually called me father." The bandit leader laughed wildly. However, in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore because Fong Chen's fist was already on his head. "Fuck, he dares to attack. Brothers, cripple him!" The bandit leader roared angrily. Chapter 216. The Ink Cloud Nation was a neighbor of the Divine Wind Nation, but it was slightly stronger than the Divine Wind Nation. All these years, the Ink Cloud Nation had always had the ambition to annex the Divine Wind Nation. However, due to various reasons, they were unable to take down the Divine Wind Nation. After Fong Chen left the Divine Wind Nation, he entered the Ink Cloud Nation. Not long ago, Fong Chen defeated the younger generation experts of the Ink Cloud Nation. He even defeated one of the twin prides of the Ink Cloud Nation, Mo Guang. Now, he actually came to the Ink Cloud Nation. The Ink Cloud City was an extremely prosperous city in the Ink Cloud Nation. The reason why this city was more prosperous than the imperial capital of the Ink Cloud Nation was because there was an Ink Cloud Pass in the Ink Cloud City. Within the Ink Cloud Pass, there were many Qi High Realm experts. Almost all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation would come here to cultivate. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter the Ink Cloud Pass. Only those who passed the Ink Cloud Pass's test could enter the Ink Cloud Pass. It was said that within the Ink Cloud Pass, there were many hidden Qi High Realm experts of the Ink Cloud Nation. As long as one could pass the test of the Ink Cloud Pass and enter the Ink Cloud Pass, they would be able to receive guidance from these Qi High Realm experts. Therefore, among the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation, countless warriors yearned to enter the Ink Cloud Pass. Fong Chen entered the Ink Cloud City and came to an inn. He casually ordered some food and drank some wine. There were countless warriors in the surroundings, all discussing the news of the Ink Cloud Pass. The entire second floor was packed with people. A few days ago, a nameless warrior actually broke into the Ink Cloud Pass and attracted many Qi High Realm experts of the Ink Cloud Pass. That's right, I also heard that there were many warriors who came to challenge the Ink Cloud Pass recently. However, very few succeeded. Ink Cloud Pass. When can I enter the Ink Cloud Pass? Stop dreaming. With your strength, You want to enter the Ink Cloud Pass? Near Fangchen, some warriors were chatting with each other. Fangchen's ears perked up as he listened to the news of the Ink Cloud Pass. This Moyun Pass is quite interesting, Fangchen thought to himself. As Fangchen was deep in thought, a martialist in green suddenly appeared beside Fangchen. He smiled at Fangchen and asked, "Can I sit here?" The entire second floor was already full. Only Fangchen's table was empty. The martial artist in green pointed to the seat next to Fangchen and asked. Fangchen raised his head and glanced at the man in green. Then, he nodded and said, "Sure." Then, the green-clothed man sat opposite Fangchen. "Young master, you don't look like a local," the green-robed man said with a smile. Fangchen nodded and said nothing. "You are also here to challenge Moyun Pass, right?" the azure-clothed man continued asking. "To tell you the truth, I'm also here to challenge Moyun Pass. In the next few days, all of the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country will gather at Moyun Pass," the azure-clothed man continued. Fangchen was a bit surprised when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Why?" "Because a few days ago, one of the most powerful Qi High warriors in Moyun Pass announced that he was going to take in a disciple. As long as someone can get his approval, then that person can become his disciple," the man in green said. "That is a Qi High expert. Moreover, he is the most prestigious old man in the entire Moyun Pass. His strength is extremely terrifying. Countless warriors want to take him as their master," the azure-clothed man said. After hearing the azure-clothed man's words, Fangchen finally understood why he had met so many young warriors along the way. "Young master, for us to meet here can be considered a kind of fate. I am Li Qing. What is your name?" Li Qing asked. Fangchen said. Fangchen, Li Qing seemed to have never heard of Fangchen's name before. However, he still had a trace of a smile on his face. "Brother Fang, why don't we go challenge Moyun Pass together?" After hearing Li Qing's words, Fangchen also felt a trace of interest towards Moyun Pass. After all, the journey to the Golden Guan country was very far away. A bit of time wouldn't make a difference. "Sure," Fangchen said with a smile. After that, Fangchen followed Li Qing and walked towards Moyun Pass. In the deepest part of Moyun City there was a huge formation. This formation was a natural formation. The formation covered more than half of Moyun City. This was Moyun Pass. When Fangchen and Li Qing appeared in front of Moyun Pass, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were standing in front of Moyun Pass, waiting to challenge it. "So this is Moyun Pass." Fangchen looked at the natural formation in front of him and frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that this formation was not ordinary. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Moyun Pass. The moment this figure appeared, an old man appeared in the sky above Moyun Pass. "You are not bad. You can follow me and cultivate." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared from the sky above Moyun Pass. Hearing this, the warrior's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of the old man meant that he had successfully challenged the pass and could stay in Moyun Pass to cultivate. The appearance of the old man shocked Fangchen. Although the old man only appeared for a moment, Fangchen still felt a strong pressure. As expected of an almighty Qi High Realm expert, Fangchen thought to himself. Li Qing, who was beside Fangchen, glanced at Fangchen and said, "Brother Fang, why don't we go and challenge it?" "All right." Fangchen nodded. Then, he followed Li Qing to the entrance of Moyun Pass. Just as the two of them were about to challenge the pass, an angry voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Li Qing, you actually dare to come here?" After this angry voice came out, a burly figure appeared in front of Li Qing. "Li Qing, could it be that he is the eldest son of the Li family, the #1 family in Moyun country?" "That's right. He is the eldest son of the #1 family in Moyun country, the Li family. It is said that Li Qing is very strong. I wonder if it is true." Li Qing has appeared. Could it be that Emotion and the others will also come? When the warriors saw Li Qing, they were all shocked. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He did not expect Li Qing to have such a strong background. He was the eldest son of the number 1 family in Moyin country. Meng Huan. Li Qing looked at the burly man and said coldly. Meng Huan was Li Qing's enemy. Due to certain reasons, he had fought Li Qing and ended up being humiliated by him. Ever since then, Meng Huan had been bitterly cultivating in the hopes that he would one day be able to defeat Li Qing and wash away his humiliation. Not long ago, Meng Huan had a breakthrough and his strength had soared. He was confident that he could defeat Li Qing. He had been searching for Li Qing for a long time, but to no avail. He did not expect to meet Li Qing in front of Moyin Pass. Li Qing, this time I will definitely cripple you, Meng Huan said fiercely. Do you want to be humiliated by me again? Li Qing mocked. You are courting death. Meng Huan shouted angrily. His body flashed and he clenched his fist. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist and he punched at Li Qing. Bang! Li Qing and Meng Huan's fists collided with a deafening sound. Then both of them took a few steps back. After Li Qing stabilized his body, his expression changed slightly. He was shocked. He did not expect Meng Huan's strength to have grown to such an extent. Li Qing and Meng Huan had exchanged a simple blow. Fang Chen could see Li Qing's strength. Li Qing's strength should be able to enter the top 5 of the younger generation in Moyin country. However, Meng Huan's strength was probably much stronger than Li Qing's. Looks like Li Qing is going to lose, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Indeed, after a fierce battle, Meng Huan found Li Qing's weakness and punched Li Qing's shoulder. Immediately, Li Qing's body was sent flying. Fang Chen saw Li Qing's body flying in his direction. He quickly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Li Qing's back to stabilize his body. Li Qing, you are only SOSO. Meng Huan sneered when he saw Li Qing's sorry state. You. Li Qing wanted to refute, but he was powerless. Previously, he was stronger than Meng Huan. Now, Meng Huan's strength far surpassed his. You are not his match, Fang Chen said softly behind Li Qing. Li Qing's face darkened. Countless warriors around him were discussing. He could not lose this battle. Once he lost, he would no longer be able to mingle with the younger generation of Moyin country. Li Qing, the humiliation you gave me that day, I will return it to you in double. Meng Huan took a step forward and attacked Li Qing. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen spoke up. There seems to be no need to continue the battle. Fang Chen's voice interrupted Meng Huan's attack. When Meng Huan saw Fang Chen, his face darkened. He said coldly, Kid, who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in the matters between me and Li Qing. He is my friend, Li Qing said coldly. Li Qing came to Moyin Pass this time and happened to enter the inn. When he noticed Fang Chen, he vaguely felt that Fang Chen was not simple. Therefore, he wanted to befriend him. At this moment, Meng Huan was scolding Fang Chen. Li Qing naturally spoke up to stop him. Li Qing, no one can save you today. I will cripple you, Meng Huan said coldly. As he spoke, Meng Huan attacked again, wanting to cripple Li Qing. Just as Li Qing was about to retaliate, Fang Chen stopped Li Qing and appeared in front of Li Qing. Leave it to me. You don't know your place. Meng Huan coldly snorted when she saw this and spoke in an icy tone. In the next moment, a tyrannical fist light bombarded Fang Chen's body. Meng Huan's face was filled with a wild smile. With this punch, Fang Chen would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, Meng Huan's face changed drastically because his body was sent flying. How is this possible? Meng Huan cried out involuntarily when he realized his situation. Bang! Fang Chen only threw a light punch and sent Meng Huan flying. This scene shocked countless warriors. Who is this kid? How can he defeat Meng Huan? He's too powerful. He sent Meng Huan flying with a single punch. Where did he come from? Could it be that he's even stronger than Mo Guang? Countless warriors were astonished. Standing behind Fang Chen, Li Qing's jaw nearly dropped. He had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so powerful. Chapter 217. Damn it! Meng Huan, who had been sent flying, roared furiously after stabilizing his body. Kid, you're courting death. As Meng Huan spoke, he once again unleashed a powerful attack. A majestic fist light floated above his head and directly attacked Fang Chen. Bang bang bang. After a few consecutive punches, Meng Huan was directly smashed to the ground by Fang Chen. Meng Huan crawled out of the huge pit in the ground. His eyes were filled with horror. He actually did not dare to attack Fang Chen. Who exactly are you? Meng Huan asked in a deep voice. He knew everyone in the younger generation of the Mayan kingdom. Where did this strange man come from? Why had he never seen him before? According to his judgment, this kid's strength was at least on par with Mo Guang. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said. Then, Fang Chen turned around and looked at Li Qing, who was in a daze, and said, Let's go to the Mayan Pass. Li Qing woke up from his daze and quickly followed Fang Chen into the Mayan Pass. Humph, it's not that easy to pass the Mayan Pass. Meng Huan said coldly when he saw Fang Chen enter the Mayan Pass. The Mayan Pass was not something that could be passed with strength alone. When Fang Chen entered the Mayan Pass, he immediately realized that he was in an independent space. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. This illusory figure in front of you is created based on your strength. As long as you can defeat him, you will pass the first stage. Suddenly, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately looked at the illusory figure. In the next moment, Fang Chen displayed the second level of the water and fire sword technique and launched a fierce attack at the illusory figure. Bang bang bang. Although the illusory figure's strength was comparable to Fang Chen's, it didn't have a consciousness and didn't have Fang Chen's combat experience. Therefore, Fang Chen defeated the illusory figure in an instant. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in the second checkpoint. The second test tests your comprehension of the concept. You only need to place your hands on the stone tablet, the voice said again. In an instant, a stone tablet appeared in front of Fang Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen placed his hands on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the sword intent around him gushed out. Sword intent was also the sword concept. Fang Chen had first comprehended sword intent, and as a sword cultivator, Fang Chen's control of sword intent had already reached the point of perfection. When the majestic sword intent poured into the stone tablet, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the stone tablet. Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, several pairs of eyes in the sky above Mayan Pass were paying attention. Well, this kid's comprehension of sword intent is very good, an old man said. If he can pass the 3 tests, I will take him as my disciple. Fang Chen didn't know that his sword intent had attracted the attention of several old men. They were all watching Fang Chen closely. Boom! Fang Chen felt a rumbling sound in his mind. Then, the dazzling light on the stone tablet disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a long sword completely condensed from sword intent. When they saw the sword intent long sword, the old men who were watching Fang Chen in the sky above Mayan Pass brightened their eyes and were pleasantly surprised. This kid is a sword principle genius. Don't fight with me. What a genius! He has actually comprehended sword intent to such an extent that he can condense a sword intent long sword on the stone tablet. The number of warriors who can condense a sword intent long sword on the stone tablet can be counted on one hand in the entire Mayan kingdom. This kid isn't simple, several old men said one after another. However, the scene that followed shocked them even more. The sword intent long sword appeared for a moment before disappearing. Just as the old men thought that Fang Chen's second test was over, a red flame suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. What concept of fire? He actually comprehended the concept of fire. At this moment, the number of old men paying attention to Fang Chen increased. If Fang Chen's ability to condense a sword-intent long sword on the stone tablet had only attracted the attention of a few old sword cultivator monsters, then Fang Chen had already attracted the attention of the other old men. It was already extraordinary for a warrior to comprehend one concept. Those who could comprehend two concepts were definitely dragons and phoenixes among men. As for warriors who could comprehend three concepts, there was practically no one in the entire Moyun kingdom. As the raging flame burned on the stone tablet, the old men in the sky above Moyun Pass sighed. As Qi High Realm experts, they naturally discovered that Fang Chen's concept of fire had already reached the first stage. However, after the raging flame disappeared, it was replaced by a white stream of water. When the old men in the sky above Moyun Pass saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. A third concept? Concept of water. He actually comprehended the concept of water and reached the first stage. The concept of water is completely opposite to the concept of fire. How did he comprehend it? At this moment, there were 6 or 7 old men in the sky above Moyun Pass who were paying attention to Fang Chen. They were already eager to take Fang Chen as their disciple. Below, after Fang Chen completed the second trial, he entered the third trial. He had no idea that his second trial had caused such a commotion. At this moment, outside Moyun Pass, Meng Huan and the others were ashen as they looked at it. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly shot over from the distance. Everyone cried out when they saw that. That person was one of the Moyun Kingdom's twin geniuses, Mo Guang. It's Mo Guang. Has he also come to challenge Moyun Pass? Mo Guang, one of the Moyun Kingdom's twin geniuses. Does his arrival mean that expert will choose him as his disciple? Mo Guang has come. Will Mo Tian also come? Many warriors cried out when they saw Mo Guang arrive. Brother Mo Guang. Meng Huan smiled as she looked at Mo Guang and greeted him. Meng Huan, you're also here. Mo Guang nodded. Just as Mo Guang was speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared above Moyun Pass. Following that, a figure appeared. Li Qing had also appeared. He had a smile on his face. Just at this moment, an old figure appeared above Moyun Pass. He said, "You can cultivate with me." With that, the old figure disappeared. Seeing this, Meng Huan and Mo Guang's expressions changed slightly. If it was someone else who had attracted the attention of an old man, they would have scoffed. However, they knew that it was Li Qing who had attracted the old man. Reverend Folding Fan. It's actually Reverend Folding Fan. A warrior cried out. Reverend Folding Fan's strength was considered top-notch in Moyun Pass. He alone was equivalent to several other experts. What Mo Guang did not expect was that Li Qing had actually attracted Reverend Folding Fan. Meng Huan had originally wanted to mock Li Qing, but at this moment, he was actually speechless. What a lucky fellow. He actually made Reverend Folding Fan move out. Mo Guang said. Meng Huan was furious when he saw Li Qing's brilliant smile. Li Qing, we still haven't settled our old scores. Meng Huan roared angrily. Meng Huan, you were just sent flying by a punch, and now you're jumping around. Li Qing mocked. Hearing Li Qing's words, Mo Guang was a little puzzled. He looked at Meng Huan and asked, Meng Huan, you were sent flying by a punch? Meng Huan lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Mo Guang, to be honest, I just met an unfamiliar man. He's very strong. Conservatively speaking, he's as strong as you. I fought with him, and was sent flying by a punch. He sent you flying with a punch? Conservatively speaking, he's as strong as me. Mo Guang was even more puzzled. When did such a young warrior appear in Moyun Pass? What's his name? Mo Guang asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. He has a good relationship with Li Qing. Meng Huan said. Hearing this, Mo Guang looked at Li Qing and asked, "Who is he?" "Fang Chen." Li Qing said. Everyone knew Mo Guang's strength, and he did not want to offend him. When he heard the name Fang Chen, Mo Guang's eyes instantly turned scarlet. His aura surged, and the surrounding warriors noticed Mo Guang's abnormality. "Fang Chen." Mo Guang said word by word. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Last time, you were lucky to beat me. I didn't expect you to come to Moyen Pass. This time, I must kill you," Mo Guang said in his heart. "Brother Mo Guang, are you alright?" Meng Huan asked softly. Mo Guang retracted his aura, and a strange smile appeared in his eyes. He then said, "I'm fine." After saying that, Mo Guang stood in front of Moyen Pass, waiting for Fang Chen. At this moment, in Moyen Pass, Fang Chen did not know that Mo Guang had appeared and was waiting for him. The third test tested one's combat skills. Fang Chen had paid attention to combat skills since he was young, so his combat skills were very solid. When facing the illusory figure, Fang Chen's combat skills played an important role. In the third test, one could not use spiritual energy and could only use cultivation technique. Therefore, it tested one's combat skills. The illusory figure also knew the cultivation techniques that Fang Chen knew. Therefore, the only difference between him and the illusory figure was in their combat skills. Whoosh! Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbed out continuously. The tricky sword light directly pierced the illusory figure's body. Suddenly, the illusory figure dissipated, and Fang Chen passed the third test. Chapter 218. One after another, when Fang Chen passed the sixth checkpoint, he finally shocked all the Qi Hai experts in Moyen Pass. "This kid is mine," many Qi Hai realm warriors said one after another. However, at this moment, an old man with a strong Qi appeared in the sky above Moyen Pass. Seeing this old man, everyone exclaimed. Because this old man was the Qi Hai expert who came out of seclusion not long ago. Among all the Qi Hai experts, this old man not only had the highest prestige, but also the strongest strength. Old Man Tianguan. When everyone saw Old Man Tianguan, their eyes were filled with awe. Did Old Man Tianguan's appearance mean that he had also noticed Fang Chen? Could it be that Old Man Tianguan has also noticed this kid? An old man said doubtfully. That's possible. This kid is so strong that Old Man Tianguan might want to take him as his disciple. Another old man said. At this moment, Fang Chen began to pass the seventh checkpoint, which was also the last checkpoint. All the old men were staring at Fang Chen, wanting to see if Fang Chen could pass the seventh checkpoint. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Fang Chen used half an hour to pass the seventh checkpoint and finally passed. When Fang Chen passed the seventh checkpoint, his body flashed and appeared outside of Moyen Pass. Finally out? Seeing Fang Chen appear, Mo Guang's face darkened and said coldly. Behind Mo Guang, many warriors were looking at the sky. Logically speaking, Fang Chen's strength was stronger than Meng Huan, so he should be able to attract a few Qi Hai experts. However, they waited for a full minute, but no Qi Hai experts appeared. What's going on? Fang Chen was also a little surprised. Could it be that his performance was not good enough? That shouldn't be the case. He had passed all the stages. Brother Fang, how many checkpoints did you pass? At this moment, Li Qing stepped forward and asked softly. 7 checkpoints. Fang Chen didn't hide anything and said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mo Guang sneered and said, "Humph, some people just like to pretend." Passing 7 checkpoints, and not a single old man appeared. What a joke. That's right. If we can clear all 7 stages, even Old Man Tianguan will appear. Meng Huan grinned. Fang Chen didn't explain. He waited for a while, but still, no elder appeared. In the end, Fang Chen also shook his head slightly. At that moment, in the sky above Ink Cloud Pass, Many elders surrounded the Old Man of Heaven's Gate. One of them asked, "Old Man of Heaven's Gate, why haven't you appeared? Is he not worthy of your appearance?" Old Man Tianguan sighed softly, "I can't teach him." Hearing Old Man Tianguan's words, many old men fell into silence. Fang Chen was too outstanding, so outstanding that it made them jealous. Such a warrior, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to step into the Qi High realm in the near future. His achievements in the future might even be higher. Old Man Tianguan's words undoubtedly indicated that Fang Chen's potential was too great. Outside Inkcloud Pass, Mo Guang kept mocking Fang Chen, which finally made Fang Chen a little angry. "How dare a loser talk nonsense there?" Fang Chen frowned and said coldly. "Humph, Fang Chen, I was lucky to be defeated by you last time. This time around, I will definitely take your dog life. However, before that, I will first charge through the Ink Cloud Pass. My goal is to make the Old Man Tianguan appear," Mo Guang said coldly when he heard that. As soon as Mo Guang's voice faded, he entered Ink Cloud Pass. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Guang came out of Ink Cloud Pass with a touch of joy on his face. At this moment, the sky rumbled. In the next moment, several old figures appeared in the sky above Ink Cloud Pass. The appearance of these old men represented Mo Guang's achievements in Ink Cloud Pass. "From now on, you can cultivate under our sections." After the old man finished speaking, he instantly disappeared. When Mo Guang saw these old men, the smile on his face gradually froze, because Old Man Tianguan was not among them. How is this possible? Mo Guang looked at the sky above Ink Cloud Pass in disbelief and shouted. He had already reached the 5th pass. Why didn't Old Man Tianguan appear? Seeing this scene, Fang Chen snorted coldly. He did not believe that Mo Guang could reach the 7th pass. With Mo Guang's strength, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th pass. After a moment of silence, Mo Guang's gaze finally landed on Fang Chen. His aura skyrocketed, as if he was going to fight with Fang Chen. Fang Chen also exuded a wild aura. He was not afraid of the ink light at all. "Do you want to be defeated again?" Fang Chen asked. "Fang Chen, I said that I will kill you this time," Mo Guang said in a deep voice. "You are not qualified yet," Fang Chen said. "It's not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not, but I, Mo Guang, have the final say." As soon as Mo Guang's voice fell, his body flashed, and a bright light burst out from his body. Then, his palm clenched into a fist, and all the spiritual energy in his body poured into his fist. In the next moment, Mo Guang's fist directly blasted towards Fang Chen. The second level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Chen did not want to waste time and directly displayed the second level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. The overbearing fire and water sword light directly shot out from the hidden dragon sword, piercing towards Mo Guang. So strong. Li Qing looked at Fang Chen's attack and was shocked. When he first saw Fang Chen, he felt that Fang Chen should not be an ordinary warrior. However, he did not expect Fang Chen to be so strong. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the fire and water sword light collided with the fist light and exploded. Gotcha! Just when everyone thought that the two of them would end up in a tie, something unexpected happened. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand stabbed out once more. Suddenly, a fire and water sword light quickly stabbed out. After the fire and water sword light stabbed out, the tyrannical power directly shattered the fist light. Damn it! Seeing that Fang Chen was still using the same move, Mo Guang was enraged. Universe Solar Hand. Mo Guang pushed the Universe Solar Hand to the limit, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was much more tyrannical than he had imagined. Although the Universe Solar Hand was tyrannical, it could not withstand Fang Chen's second level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Gotcha! The fire and water sword light heavily shattered the Universe Solar Hand and then hit Mo Guang's body. Mo Guang's body was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. Pucci! Mo Guang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He did not understand. His universe solar hand had already broken through, but he was still not Fang Chen's match. How is this possible? This brat even defeated Mo Guang. Is this brat's strength already comparable to Mo Tian's? What a monstrous martial artist! He defeated Mo Guang so easily. Moreover, from their conversation, it seems they have already fought before. Many martial artists were shocked. At this time, Meng Huan was even more shocked. At the same time, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Fang Chen had not killed him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Brother Fang is really too strong. Li Qing looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Li Qing even believed that Fang Chen's strength was comparable to Mo Tian's. After Fang Chen defeated Mo Guang, his face was filled with a mocking smile. At this time, Meng Huan walked over to Mo Guang and helped him up. I don't accept this. Mo Guang's voice was filled with unwillingness. However, the result was already out. He was not Fang Chen's match. If he continued to fight, he would only be asking for humiliation. Just as Mo Guang's voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air came from the horizon. Then, a black-robed figure appeared in front of Mo Yunpass. After the black-robed figure appeared, he did not care about Mo Guang and the others at all. Instead, he directly entered Mo Yunpass. It's Mo Tian. Has he also appeared? Is Mo Tian here for Old Man Tianguan? It must be so. Old Man Tianguan is very strong. If Mo Tian becomes his disciple, his future achievements will definitely be very high. Seeing Mo Tian appear, countless martial artists were shocked again. Even Fang Chen had a trace of interest in Mo Tian. He looked at Mo Yunpass thoughtfully. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to Mo Yunpass. They wanted to see if Mo Tian could lure out Old Man Tianguan. Half an hour later, Mo Tian appeared in Mo Yunpass. At this time, there was no expression on his face. Chapter 219. At this moment, all the warriors were paying attention to the sky above Mo Yunpass. In the sky above Mo Yunpass, an old figure appeared with a majestic aura. The appearance of this old man shocked all the warriors. Old Man Tianguan. Many warriors recognized this old figure. Old Man Tianguan, the strongest Qi-Hai expert in Mo Yunpass. His appearance caused the entire scene to explode. Crash! In front of Mo Yunpass, countless warriors were shocked. Are you willing to be my disciple? Old Man Tianguan asked. Hearing this, Mo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He directly replied, I am willing. Old Man Tianguan appeared for Mo Tian and accepted him as his disciple. This was within everyone's expectations. All the warriors were envious of Mo Tian. Old Man Tianguan nodded. He glanced at Fang Chen from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Then, he disappeared from the sky above Mo Yunpass. The entire Mo Yunpass was in an uproar. Mo Tian made a move and got Old Man Tianguan's approval to accept him as his disciple. Congratulations, Brother Mo Tian. Mo Guang was the first to congratulate. His face also revealed a trace of a smile. Congratulations, Brother Mo Tian, the other numerous cultivators also cried out. Mo Tian was in a good mood. He nodded at everyone. At this moment, Mo Guang walked to Mo Tian's side. No one knew what he said to Mo Tian, but after Mo Tian heard it, his face slightly changed. Mo Tian's eyes had a trace of coldness as he looked at Fang Chen. You are the strongest among the younger generation of Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chen? Mo Tian asked coldly. Fang Chen did not answer Mo Tian's question. His eyes were fixed on Mo Tian. From Mo Tian's body, Fang Chen could sense a trace of wild aura. Being able to defeat Mo Guang is enough to prove your strength. I am very interested in you. Mo Tian said again. As he spoke, Mo Tian had already appeared in front of Fang Chen. His aura rippled as he looked coldly at Fang Chen. He was filled with battle intent. "Fight with me," Emotion said coldly. Fang Chen frowned. His aura instantly erupted and swept across the entire land. "If you want to stand, let's fight." Fang Chen wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, he didn't think that Emotion could defeat him. A wild smile appeared on Emotion's face when he heard Fang Chen's words. "It's been a long time since such an interesting opponent has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as Emotion finished speaking, a cold aura suddenly appeared on his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and directly punched towards Fang Chen. It was just a simple punch, but it caused the surrounding air to be filled with frost. This was Emotion. The head of the Mo Yun Kingdom's twin peerless prides had strength that was shocking. Countless martial artists widened their eyes as they watched this scene. At the same time, many martial artists already knew that Fang Chen was the strongest martial artist in the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation. No wonder his strength was so tyrannical and could easily defeat Mo Guang. Li Qing's face was filled with surprise as he said, "The Divine Wind Nation actually produced such a peerless genius." Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen and Emotion's fists collided. A powerful aura erupted and swept across the land. Countless martial artists kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by this tyrannical aura. As the two fists collided, Fang Chen and Emotion each took a few steps back. Emotion, who had stabilized his body, had an obvious look of surprise in his eyes. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. Looking at the entire Mo Yun Kingdom, no one was his match. Even Mo Guang, who was known as the Twin Peerless Prides, wasn't his match. It was very difficult to meet a strong opponent. At this moment, Emotion discovered that Fang Chen was extraordinary. What an exciting opponent! Emotion grinned. Rumble! Just as Emotion was about to let loose and fight, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Mo Yun Pass. "The outcome has been decided. The two of you don't need to fight anymore," Old Man Tian Guang said in a vicissitude voice. Everyone exclaimed. The two of them only exchanged a blow, and the outcome was decided. Could it be that Old Man Tian Guang had also been paying attention to the battle here? The winner must be Emotion. His strength is unparalleled. That's right. Although Fang Chen is the strongest among the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation, he can't be compared to Emotion. Emotion is still so tyrannical. Moreover, he has become Old Man Tian Guang's disciple. In the near future, the older generation of Qi-Hai experts of the Mo Yun Kingdom won't be Emotion's match. Many martial artists of the Mo Yun Kingdom thought that Old Man Tian had won. There was no meaning in continuing this battle. "Yes, Master." Emotion nodded and cupped his hands towards the sky above the Mo Yun Pass. Old Man Tian Guang glanced at Emotion, then looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Finally, he sighed and entered the Mo Yun Pass. Inside the Mo Yun Pass, many elders saw Old Man Tian Guang's current appearance and asked, "Old Man Tian Guang, since you like that kid so much, why didn't you accept him as your disciple? Could it be that you really can't teach him?" Obviously, these Qi-Hai experts couldn't believe it. What was so outstanding about Fang Chen that even Old Man Tian Guang didn't dare to teach him? Able to defeat Emotion at the age of 17. With such potential, if nothing goes wrong, he will definitely leave Emotion far behind in the future cultivation path. Old Man Tian Guang sighed and said slowly, "Old Man Tian Guang, the battle just now hasn't ended. Do you think that Emotion can't defeat Fang Chen?" "That's right. Although Fang Chen's potential is amazing, his combat strength is probably not as good as Emotion. If you didn't show up, the outcome of the battle would have been decided by now. After all, Emotion's strength is obvious to all." Hearing the words of the elders, Old Man Tianguang shook his head slightly and didn't explain. Because among everyone present, only he knew how strong Fang Chen's true strength was. Even if Mo Tian and Fang Chen continued to fight, the outcome wouldn't change much. However, Old Man Tianguang didn't say it clearly. This made countless cultivators, including Mo Tian, think that Old Man Tianguang was referring to Mo Tian as the victor. Fang Chen didn't care about this. He glanced at Mo Tian and prepared to leave. In the end, the Ink Cloud Kingdom was just a small interlude in his life. He would have to leave in the end. Seeing Fang Chen turn around and leave, Mo Tian called out, "Fang Chen, you are a worthy opponent." Fang Chen nodded his head and left the Ink Cloud Pass. Seeing this, Li Qing also quickly followed Fang Chen. The battle at the Ink Cloud Pass had spread Fang Chen's reputation in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Although Old Man Tianguang had appeared at the last moment, there was no doubt about Fang Chen's strength. After Fang Chen left the Ink Cloud Pass, he prepared to head to his next destination. However, he was stopped by Li Qing. "Brother Fang, where are you going?" Li Qing quickly caught up and asked. The two of them had only met once, but Fang Chen had stood up for Li Qing. This touched Li Qing, so when he saw that Fang Chen was leaving, he chased after him. "To the Xian Kingdom," Fang Chen replied. The Xian Kingdom was the neighboring country of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. If they set off from here, it would take a long time to reach the Xian Kingdom. After pondering for a moment, Li Qing said, "Brother Fang, it's very slow for you to walk like this. Why don't you come back to the family with me? I'll get the family to send you a flying beast. It will be faster this way." Hearing Li Qing's words, Fang Chen nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Flying beasts were also divided into different grades. The flying crane that Fang Chen had bought was the lowest grade among the flying beasts. It flew very slowly and could not fly continuously. The destination that Fang Chen was heading to this time was very far away. Therefore, Fang Chen had given up on the flying crane. Even if he rode it, it would be useless. Now that he heard that Li Qing's family had a flying beast, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about it, a large family like the Li family should have a high-grade flying beast. Some powerful flying beasts could fly across a country in a day just by flying. Of course, such flying beasts were not available on the market. After a day, Fang Chen and Li Qing returned to the Li family's residence in the capital of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. "Brother Fang, this is my Li family's residence." Li Qing pointed at the Li family's residence in front of them and said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. The Li family was indeed the number one family in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. This residence was very impressive. "Come on, let's go in." Li Qing grinned. Then, he led Fang Chen into the mansion. As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qing was invincible among the younger generation of the Li family. His status in the Li family was very high. In the Li family mansion, wherever Li Qing passed by, countless disciples would greet him. Finally, Li Qing led Fang Chen through the martial arts practice field and came to the Li family's meeting hall to look for his father. At this moment, there were many upper echelons of the Li family in the meeting hall. Among them, the head of the Li family, Li Qing's father, Li Zheng, sat at the head of the table. "Patriarch, what should we do about this matter?" the first elder asked in a deep voice. The other elders didn't look too good either. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very tense. The Wang family is too much. They actually dared to openly challenge my Li family. Li Zheng's face was filled with anger as he said in a deep voice. The cause of the matter was like this. The Wang family was a large family second only to the Li family in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Previously, the two families had always been in conflict. However, a few days ago, the Wang family suddenly challenged the Li family. It was a challenge between the younger generation. The price of the battle was a city. Whoever lost would give up the city under their family's name to the winner forever. Originally, with the strength of the Li family's younger generation, Li Qing, It was very easy to defeat the Wang family's younger generation. However, for some unknown reason, the Wang family invited a mysterious young expert. This young expert's strength was said to be comparable to Mo Guang. After the Li family learned of this news, they were a little anxious and began to contact the Ink Cloud Kingdom's peerless pride. However, both of them rejected the Li family's request. Therefore, the entire Li family was helpless. That's a city. My Li family can't afford to lose it. The second elder said furiously. No matter what, let Qing come back first. Li Jing said slightly. At this moment, Li Qing's voice sounded in the meeting hall. Chapter 220. Li Qing brought Fang Chen into the Li family's discussion hall. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, he looked to his father, Li Jing. Father, I've returned, said Li Qing. Li Jing nodded slightly. When he saw Li Qing, his expression finally eased a bit. Father, this is my friend. His name is Fang Chen. I've brought him here to ask for a high-rank flying monstrous beast from the family, explained Li Qing. Hearing Li Qing's words, before clan head Li Jing could say anything, the first elder spoke up. Li Qing, you should know how precious high-grade flying demonic beasts are. Even our Li clan only has a few of them. How can we give them away so easily? Li Qing, you're becoming more and more immature. The discussion hall is an important place for the family. How can you bring an outsider in? Said the second elder coldly. Our Li family will absolutely not give a high-rank flying monstrous beast to an outsider unless that person has made an outstanding contribution to our Li family, said the third elder. The words of the elders resonated. The people of the Li family had been extremely worried for the past few days. Now that they saw Li Qing bring Fang Chen here, they felt even more furious. Father, Meng Huan fought me in front of Moyun Pass. I was defeated by him. It was Fang Chen who saved me, said Li Qing. What? Meng Huan's strength has reached such a powerful level? Li Zheng was extremely shocked. He knew exactly how powerful Li Qing was. Meng Huan had been defeated by Li Qing before. He had never imagined that Meng Huan would grow to the point where he could defeat Li Qing in such a short period of time. You're saying that he helped you block Meng Huan's attack? Li Jing finally thought of Fang Chen. Li Qing shook his head and said, Brother Fang not only helped me block Meng Huan's attack, he even sent Meng Huan flying with a single punch. Hearing Li Qing's words, many of the elders' eyes were filled with shock. They all looked to Fang Chen. Such an unremarkable young cultivator was actually able to send Meng Huan flying with a single punch? Li Qing, you wouldn't be saying this just to help him ask for a high-level flying demonic beast, right? Asked the first elder. Not only did Brother Fang defeat Meng Huan, but he also easily defeated Mo Guang. All the warriors at Ink Cloud Pass saw this, Li Qing explained. What? Not only did he defeat Meng Huan, but he also defeated Mo Guang? Li Zheng was shocked. Soon after, his eyes burned as he looked towards Fang Chen. If what Li Qing said was true, then this person might be able to help their Li family overcome this crisis. When he thought of this, Li Zheng's eyes turned. After that, he said, Li Qing, is what you said true? Li Zheng had to be sure that what Li Qing said was true. The bet with the Wang clan was an entire city. He couldn't afford to lose it. Absolutely, Li Qing said. Many of the elders seemed to know Li Zheng's intentions. They didn't say anything and just looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, right? Our Li family's high-level flying demonic beast is extremely precious. We can't just give it away. However, if you can help our Li family with something, our Li family will definitely give you the high-level flying demonic beast with both hands, Li Jing said with a smile. Father. Li Qing opened his mouth but was interrupted by Fang Chen. What does the patriarch want me to do? Fang Chen also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. So when he came, he was prepared to pay the price. The worst-case scenario was to turn around and leave. However, things seemed to be going more smoothly than he had imagined. Of course it's nothing big. I just want you to deal with a young cultivator, said Li Jing. Deal with a young cultivator? Li Qing was a little confused. At this time, Li Jing told Li Qing what had happened. After listening, Li Qing finally understood that the atmosphere in the conference hall was tense because of this matter. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Li Qing's face. Father, although you've received news that the Wang family has invited a mysterious expert, and that mysterious expert might possess strength comparable to Mo Guang, I can tell you with certainty that as long as that mysterious expert's strength does not surpass Mo Tian's, Brother Fang will be able to take care of him, Li Qing said with a smile. He was very happy to be able to share some of the burden of the family. However, he turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen still needed to ask for Fang Chen's opinion on this matter. Brother Fang. Li Qing looked at Fang Chen apologetically. He had originally thought that with his status, he would be able to obtain a high-level flying demonic beast for Fang Chen. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. I agree, said Fang Chen simply. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Qing's face was full of smiles. However, at this moment the first elder spoke up. Li Qing, you said that this person's strength is tyrannical. Although we believe you, this matter is of great importance. We can't be blind. Therefore, to be safe, we still need to test this person's strength, said the first elder. Sure, Fang Chen replied straightforwardly. Only by letting them know his strength would they be at ease. Send out the family's 9th realm Qi transformation realm elder to battle with Fang Chen, announced Li Jing. Not long after, everyone appeared in the Li family's martial arts arena. At this moment, many of the younger generation were cultivating in the Li family's martial arts arena. When they saw the arrival of the Li family's upper echelons, they stopped cultivating and looked at them curiously. All of you, step aside, said Li Jing as he looked at the younger generation of disciples. In the middle of the martial arts arena, there was an empty space. Fang Chen took a step forward. In front of him stood an elder whose cultivation was at the peak of the 9th realm Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen, as long as you can fight elderly to a draw, we will let you fight, said Li Jing. Li Qing watched from the side without saying a word. He knew Fang Chen's strength best. No need to go through so much trouble, said Fang Chen casually. Whoosh! Elder Li's entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered wildly towards Elder Li. Elder Li's strength is comparable to Mo Guang's. If what Li Qing said is true, then Fang Chen should be able to defeat Elder Li easily. We'll know after the battle is over. That's right. If Fang Chen can fight Elder Li to a draw, then it will be enough for the Li family to fight. Since the Wang family is looking for outside help, the Li family can also look for outside help, Li Jing and the other upper echelons discussed. At that moment, in the middle of the martial arts arena, Elder Li's aura had reached its peak. His body suddenly moved, and he immediately attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his head, his dark eyes watching the scene. His face was calm and his body did not move. Who is that young warrior? Why is Elder Li fighting with him? He can't have been scared silly, right? He is not moving at all. He is not even using his spiritual qi. He must have been scared silly. What a pitiful young warrior. Many of the younger generation of the Li family were discussing. They thought that Fang Chen had been scared silly by Elder Li's attack, and was not moving at all. Elder Li saw that Fang Chen was not moving, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. However, his fist still landed on Fang Chen's body. Boom! When Elder Li's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, he thought that he had won. Sigh, it seems that what Li Qing said was not true. The first elder shook his head and said, after being hit by Elder Li's attack, Fang Chen did not have any ability to retaliate. Your strength is only SOSO. Elder Li's fist landed on Fang Chen's body as he said coldly. However, at that moment, Fang Chen's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Your strength is only SOSO? Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chen's palm had already tightly grasped Elder Li's fist, causing Elder Li to be unable to move. Too weak. Fang Chen continued with this sentence. He exerted some force in his palm, and a cracking sound came from Elder Li's fist. While Elder Li was still in shock, Fang Chen's other fist suddenly swung out. With a bang, Elder Li's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. Originally, everyone had thought that Fang Chen was going to be defeated. However, this sudden turn of events caused the eyes of many upper echelons, including Li Zheng, to light up. At that moment, Li Zheng was extremely excited. He was a little speechless. What Li Qing said was true. Elder Li was actually unable to retaliate against Fang Chen. The first elder was extremely excited. Truly amazing. He's so young, yet he's so strong. It seems that the matter of him defeating Mo Guang is true. The second elder said in a deep voice. Li Qing saw the shock on everyone's faces and immediately said, I forgot to tell you all. Not only did Brother Fang defeat Mo Guang, but he also fought Mo Tian. What was the result? Li Zheng asked hurriedly. Li Qing shook his head. The two of them only exchanged a single punch before Moyen Pass Old Man Tian Guan appeared to stop them. He said that victory and defeat had already been decided and that there was no need to continue fighting. What Old Man Tian Guan appeared? Li Zheng's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the Li family's upper echelons all acknowledged Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. Brother Fang, I hope you can forgive my previous offense. Li Zheng walked in front of Fang Chen and clasped his hands toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. When will the battle begin? Asked Fang Chen. In 3 days, said Li Zheng. Fang Chen nodded and then said, Arrange a room for me. Call me in 3 days. In the end, Fang Chen was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. After arranging Fang Chen's room, the Li family held an emergency meeting. The topic of the meeting was naturally the gambling match with the Wang family. Family head, you've also seen Fang Chen's strength. Defeating the Wang family's external aid won't be a problem at all, said the first elder. This is an opportunity. The Wang family still doesn't know we've invited external aid. We can use this opportunity to raise the stake. A crafty light shone in the second elder's eyes. Chapter 221. Within 3 days, the Li family and the Wang family raised the conditions for the wager. After some discussion, the Wang family agreed to the Li family's conditions. Although the Li family's situation was very strange, the Wang family believed that they would be able to win against the Li family. Ha ha ha, 3 cities. As long as we have these 3 cities, we will be able to contend with the Li family. This was a voice that came from the Wang family. This time, the wager of 1 city was raised to 3 cities. Originally, the Li family wanted to raise the wager a little more, but they had their concerns. Firstly, if they raised the wager too high, the Wang family would definitely be suspicious and reject them. Secondly, they were also worried about Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's strength was extremely tyrannical, it was better to be safe than sorry. 3 cities. As long as they could obtain these 3 cities, the Li family would be able to completely crush the Wang family. From then on, there would be no other power in the Mo Yun country that could shake the Li family's position. This was a huge wager. The Li family could not afford to lose. Time passed by unknowingly. During this time, Li Qing brought Fang Chen around the imperial city of the Mo Yun country. 3 days later, in the morning, Li Qing came directly to the courtyard where Fang Chen was. Brother Fang, are you ready? Li Qing asked as he looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Then, under Li Qing's lead, he came to the Li family's meeting hall. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, many of the elders greeted Fang Chen. Even the Li family's patriarch, Li Zheng, welcomed Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen, today's battle is extremely important. Whether or not our Li family can suppress the Wang family will depend on you. Li Jing patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "I will definitely not disappoint you," Fang Chen said. Since he had promised someone, he would definitely do it. Unless the opponent was a Qi High warrior, Fang Chen would not hesitate to fight Emotion. In the end, Li Jing told Fang Chen about the details of today's battle. Then, he brought Fang Chen to the location of the battle. The Li family was a top-notch family clan in the Mo Yun kingdom. Therefore, they had immense power and influence in the imperial capital. In order to let all the cultivators in the imperial capital see the power of the Li family deliberately chose the central square of the imperial capital as the battlefield. In the central square of the imperial capital there was a martial arts stage. No one came to this martial arts stage all year round, but today was different. Before the people from the two clans arrived, the central square was already packed with people. When Fang Chen followed Patriarch Li Jing to the central plaza, he could not help but sigh. The popularity of this place was simply too high. "Fang Chen, let's go." Li Jing brought Fang Chen to the Li family's area and sat in the first row. Li Qing sat beside Fang Chen. Not long after Li Jing and the others arrived, the people from the Wang family also arrived. The Wang family was led by the patriarch of the Wang family. Behind the patriarch of the Wang family were some young disciples. Among them, a man wearing a black robe attracted Fang Chen's attention. "Fang Chen, that man wearing a black robe will be your opponent today," Li Jing said in a low voice. Fang Chen looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He raised his eyes and met Fang Chen's eyes. However, the black-robed man only glanced at Fang Chen for a moment before turning his head. He followed the patriarch of the Wang family and sat in the Wang family's area. "Li Jing, I didn't expect you to come so early." The patriarch of the Wang family laughed heartily. "You're not too late either," Li Jing said. "Li Jing, your Li family is the #1 family in the Ink Cloud Nation. I trust that even if you lose, you won't go back on your word." "Are you so sure that our Li family will lose?" Li Jing retorted. "My Wang family will definitely win this battle," the patriarch of the Wang family solemnly said. Li Jing didn't want to argue with the patriarch of the Wang family and coldly said, "There's no point in talking. Let's meet on the martial practice field." "Wanggu." The patriarch of the Wang family called out to the black-robed man beside him. Soon after, the black-robed man called Wanggu slowly walked onto the martial practice field under everyone's gazes. After Wanggu walked onto the martial practice field, the patriarch of the Wang family said, "This time, the representative of my Wang family's younger generation is Wanggu. Who from your Li family will fight?" Without waiting for Li Jing to speak, Fang Chen stood up and walked onto the martial practice field. All the cultivators were shocked when they saw Fang Chen. Wasn't the strongest person in the Li family's younger generation Li Qing? Who was this unfamiliar man? The instant the patriarch of the Wang family saw Fang Chen, he knew that the Li family had also asked for outside help. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't find anything special about Fang Chen. "Although you've also asked for outside help, you're not Wanggu's match," the patriarch of the Wang family thought to himself. Although Fang Chen had shocked everyone at Ink Cloud Pass, the news hadn't spread to the capital yet. Thus, the Wang family didn't know how terrifying Fang Chen was. Even if they knew, they would still be very confident in Wanggu's strength. At this moment, Li Qing was smiling as he looked at Fang Chen. He was the clearest about Fang Chen's strength and had the right to speak. "Brother Fang will definitely win," Li Qing inwardly said. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was calmly looking at Wanggu. Wanggu was also observing him. After a long while, a strange smile appeared on Wanggu's face. He then said, "When I, Wanggu, take action, there has never been a survivor. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now." Wanggu's words were full of threats. Fang Chen frowned when he heard this. He hadn't expected this black-robed man to be so cruel and overbearing. "Never leave a survivor?" Fang Chen asked in return. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Wangu nodded and said, "Your courage is commendable. I hope that your strength matches your courage." "You talk too much nonsense," Fang Chen said. Boom. Fang Chen's words enraged Wangu. No one who knew his background dared to speak to him in such a manner. "I hope that you can still be so relaxed later." As soon as Wangu finished speaking, a tyrannical black aura emerged from his body. This black aura instantly enveloped Wangu. "What kind of cultivation technique is this?" Fang Chen was astonished. His eyes were fixed on Wangu, who was enveloped by the black aura. Whoosh! The black aura around Wangu's body continued to rise. When the aura reached its peak, Wangu let out a low roar and a strong gale appeared around him. In the next moment, a long black blade appeared in Wangu's hand. This long blade was full of decay. If it was in the hands of someone else, Fang Chen would definitely think that it was a worn-out blade. However, this long blade was in Wangu's hands. Fang Chen didn't dare to underestimate the origin of this battle blade. Demonic arts! A thought suddenly flashed in Fang Chen's mind when he sensed the aura on Emogu's body. In the ancient sword continent there were countless warriors. Some warriors didn't follow the orthodox path and didn't hesitate to cultivate demonic arts in order to take a shortcut. Although the cultivation speed of demonic arts was fast, the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the demonic path. In the best-case scenario, one would become a madman. In the worst-case scenario, one would explode and die on the spot. Demonic arts were very rare in the ancient sword continent. Under normal circumstances, warriors who dared to choose demonic arts were those with great perseverance or some extremely talented warriors. After these warriors chose demonic arts, their strength would skyrocket and they would be invincible in the same realm. Although demonic arts were harmful to ordinary warriors, it wasn't to the extent that the whole continent would surround and annihilate them. Therefore, demonic arts had been roaming the continent all these years. Demonic arts were different from the Yellow Spring sect. The purpose of demonic arts was to become stronger. In order to become stronger, they would do anything. This was similar to the cruel world of martial arts. However, the Yellow Spring sect was different. In the past, the Yellow Spring sect was bent on dominating the ancient sword continent. They even started a war, causing the entire ancient sword continent to fall into a state of misery and suffering. In the end, the ancient sword continent's orthodox sect couldn't bear it any longer and joined forces to exterminate the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to see demonic arts in the Ink Cloud Empire. It was said that every demonic art possessed a secret art that would allow their combat strength to skyrocket for a short period of time. Once they couldn't defeat their opponent, they would use this secret art to flee. Of course, this secret art had a side effect. Once the time limit was up, they would become incomparably weak. Even an ordinary warrior would be able to kill them. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, demonic arts weren't willing to use this secret art. When Fang Chen learned that Mogu was a demonic art, he was also a bit wary of him. Motes of light flickered on Mogu's saber. These motes of light contained a boundless aura. At this time, in the Li family's area below the martial stage, Li Zheng had also discovered Mogu's demonic arts. Damn it, the Wang family actually found a demonic art. Can Fang Chen defeat him? Li Zheng was a little worried. If they had known that Mogu was a demonic art, they wouldn't have dared to raise the stakes. Li Zheng's expression was incomparably solemn. Even Li Qing, who understood Fang Chen very well, was worried when he saw Mogu's demonic arts. On the martial stage, Fang Chen calmly looked at Mogu's demonic arts. This was the first time he had encountered a demonic art. Putting on an act. Seeing Fang Chen's calm expression, Mogu snorted coldly. He clenched his saber tightly and the black aura around him instantly drilled into the saber. When the black aura drilled into the saber, Fang Chen discovered that the saber seemed to have a mind of its own. It emitted a saber hum. Demonic art heavenly saber, saber slaying fanatics. Suddenly, Mogu let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed at the void. At the same time, the void seemed to be torn apart. Crash! A blade light appeared in the sky instantly. This blade light contained an exceedingly majestic aura. The demonic art heavenly saber was a demonic art that Mogu had cultivated. The saber that killed Kwangtu was only the first move of the demonic art heavenly saber. Mogu was very confident in the demonic art heavenly saber. He believed that this move would be enough to defeat Fang Chen and even kill Fang Chen. Chapter 222. Above the vault of heaven, a majestic blade radiance, carrying a destructive aura, instantly shot towards Fang Chen. Seeing this majestic blade radiance, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was also ready to strike. Third level of the Three Swords realm, sword explosion. Crash! Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the third level of the Three Swords realm, sword explosion. As time passed, Fang Chen's understanding of the Three Swords realm became deeper and deeper. At this moment, Fang Chen had already cultivated the Three Swords realm to the Minute Subtlety realm. Of course, the Three Swords realm itself was a tyrannical cultivation technique. To be able to cultivate it to the Minute Subtlety realm, Fang Chen also had a trace of luck in it. In any case, cultivating the Three Swords realm to the Minute Subtlety realm made it much more tyrannical. It was many times more powerful than the first level of the Water and Fire Sword technique. Of course, Fang Chen also discovered a point in the process of comprehending the sword explosion. The reason why the sword explosion was called sword explosion was because the sword radiance emitted by the sword explosion could explode the opponent's attack in the sky. At the same time, the sword radiance could also absorb the opponent's explosive attack. If the opponent's attack was not as powerful as the sword explosion, then the sword explosion would pose a fatal threat to the opponent after absorbing the energy. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, the sword radiance and the blade radiance violently collided. In an instant, the flickering sword radiance directly exploded. The moment the sword radiance exploded, the blade radiance also exploded. Majestic energy instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, the shattered sword radiance was wildly absorbing the surrounding energy. On the other side, the shattered blade radiance was also absorbing the surrounding energy. Fang Chen discovered this point and was very surprised. He did not expect that the demonic cultivation technique that Mogu cultivated could also absorb the surrounding energy. Crack! The sword radiance and the blade radiance did not give way to each other. When the two of them finished absorbing all the energy, they collided again. This time, the two types of energy within the body gushed out, causing the entire martial arts arena to tremble. Crash! When the tremors disappeared, the sword light and blade light shattered. Fang Chen stood there with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. The black-clothed Mogu was staring at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such an opponent this time. After a long time, the corners of Tu Gu's mouth curled up into a smile. That move was just an appetizer. The next attack will make you submit to me, Mogu said coldly. As soon as he said that, the long blade in his hand blasted out once more. Demonic heavenly blade, sword piercing the firmament. This was the second slash of the demonic heavenly blade. It was countless times stronger than the first slash. Being able to force Mogu to use the second slash was something to be proud of. Of course, this was what Mogu thought. When Fang Chen saw Mogu unleash the second blade strike, he put away the three-sword realm chant and instantly switched to the water and fire sword technique. The second level of the water and fire sword technique. Whoosh! The water and fire concepts around Fang Chen instantly fused together, forming the water and fire homology. Then the water and fire homology drilled into the hidden dragon sword. The reason the water and fire sword technique was so powerful was because of the water and fire homology. Therefore, when Li Zheng and the others saw that Fang Chen had the same origin of water and fire, their faces were filled with astonishment. This child really isn't simple. He can actually form the water and fire homology, said Li Zheng. As the number one family in the Ink Cloud Nation, the upper echelons of the Li family were naturally very knowledgeable. They clearly knew how difficult it was to form the water and fire homology. Seeing the water and fire homology, I suddenly have a lot of confidence in Fang Chen, said the first elder excitedly. That's right. He can even form the water and fire homology. A mere demonic art is nothing, said the second elder with a smile. At that moment, on the martial arts stage, a look of astonishment flashed across Mo Gu's eyes when he saw the fire and water around Fang Chen. Immediately, Mo Gu used the third blade of his demonic art, which was also the final blade of his demonic art. Demonic art heavenly blade, blade moves heaven and earth. Rumbled two blade lights suddenly appeared in the sky. The first blade light was the second blade light of the demonic art heavenly blade, while the second blade light was the third blade light of the demonic art heavenly blade. Hu above Fang Chen's head, two sword lights of water and fire formed at the same time and bombarded the two blade lights. Crack! When the sword lights of water and fire collided with the first blade light didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. It was shattered by the sword lights of water and fire. When he saw this scene, a cold expression appeared on Mo Gu's face. This was naturally within his expectations. This third blade will definitely kill you, Mo Gu coldly roared. He waved the blade in his hand and his figure flashed. He directly controlled the majestic blade light in the sky and chopped towards Fang Chen. Dong! After the sword lights of water and fire shattered the first blade light, it instantly appeared in front of the second blade light. In the midst of everyone's shock, the two blades collided. The whole ground shook. Countless warriors were blown away by the waves of qi that spread out. This battle is definitely comparable to a battle between qi high warriors. Yeah, a battle between qi high warriors of the first three stages is just like this. Li Qing, no matter the result of this battle, we must build a good relationship with Fang Chen. Li Jing said seriously. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. This made Li Jing think that building a good relationship with Fang Chen was more important than losing the three cities. Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical and his potential was extraordinary. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become a Qi High warrior in the near future. Once he became a Qi High warrior, if the Li family was in trouble, Fang Chen would definitely help. One must know that in a small country like this, a Qi High warrior was enough to overturn everything. After the blade light and the sword light collided, the water and fire of the same origin gushed out from the sword light and drilled into the blade light. Around the blade light, a thick black qi emerged. It wanted to destroy the water and fire sword light, but because of the tyrannical water and fire of the same origin, the black qi could not get close to the sword light. How is this possible? Seeing that his blade light was unable to destroy the water and fire sword light, Mo Gu cried out involuntarily. He also did not expect Fang Chen's skill to be so tyrannical. Damn it, even my demon execution heavenly blade is unable to defeat him. At this moment, Mo Gu finally knew how strong Fang Chen was. He thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chen, but the result was that his demon execution heavenly blade was unable to defeat Fang Chen. This is all because the water and fire of the same origin. If this stalemate continues, my blade light will definitely be devoured by the water and fire of the same origin. Mo Gu thought to himself. In the next moment, Mo Gu waved the long blade in his hand continuously. The demon execution heavenly blade was pushed to the extreme by him. Blade light after blade light appeared above his head. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Wang family members changed slightly. They could see the situation on the martial arts stage. Mo Gu's frenzied attacks seemed to be trying to kill Fang Chen quickly. However, Fang Chen's tyrannical strength made the Wang family members feel a little apprehensive. They were very puzzled. When did such a tyrannical young martialist appear in the Ink Cloud Nation? This kind of strength was comparable to the head of the Ink Cloud Nation's legendary duo Mo Tian. "Investigate this child's origin for me," the Wang family head said softly to a disciple behind him. In the blink of an eye, there were countless changes on the martial arts stage. When Fang Chen's water and fire sword light devoured the majestic blade light, Mo Gu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it! I have bitterly cultivated demonic arts for decades. How could I lose to an ordinary martialist? I refuse to accept this." Mo Gu held the long blade in his hand, his heart filled with unwillingness. He had bitterly cultivated demonic arts for decades. This time, he had come out to make a name for himself and dominate the younger generation. In the beginning, he had looked down on Fang Chen. He had thought that Fang Chen was just a stepping stone for him. However, he now deeply understood how tyrannical Fang Chen was. "Even the demon execution heavenly blade can't do anything to you." Mo Gu's eyes shot out a terrifying light as he muttered to himself. Immediately after, Mo Gu's eyes turned scarlet and the aura around him became wild. He didn't want to lose. No matter how great the price he had to pay, he had to win this battle. It was said that every demonic cultivator had a secret amplification technique. What Mo Gu was using right now was a secret amplification technique that belonged to him. Although this secret amplification technique wasn't very strong, it was enough for Mo Gu to kill Fang Chen. Mo Gu's heart was filled with murderous intent as he brandished the long blade in his hand again. Demon Execution Heavenly Blade. Mo Gu used the Demon Execution Heavenly Blade while activating the secret amplification technique in his body. In an instant, Mo Gu's aura soared wildly. In the blink of an eye, Mo Gu's aura was 3 times stronger than before. Mo Gu's secret amplification technique could increase his battle strength by 3 times for a short period of time. However, the time limit was very short. If he couldn't end the battle within a minute, he would suffer a backlash. 1 minute is enough. Mo Gu roared in his heart. When Mo Gu's aura was fully enhanced, the long blade in his hand also unleashed the Demon Execution Heavenly Blade. At this moment, Mo Gu was completely different from before. A secret amplification technique? Fang Chen had also read the history of the continent, so he had a certain understanding of demonic cultivators. When he discovered that Mo Gu was a demonic cultivator, Fang Chen was wary of Mo Gu's secret amplification technique. Now, he had finally forced Mo Gu to use it. "Fang Chen, be careful," Li Zheng loudly reminded when he saw Mo Gu's secret amplification technique. "Go to hell." Mo Gu roared as the long blade in his hand slashed towards Fang Chen. The blade light in the sky carried an extremely tyrannical aura as it slashed towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen's figure flickered and his speed was pushed to the extreme. He directly dodged Mo Gu's attack. Chapter 223. Humph! With my secret amplification technique, you want to rely on dodging to block my attacks? You're too naive. Seeing Fang Chen dodge his long blade attack, a mocking smile appeared on Tu Gu's face. A moment later, Tu Gu executed the overbearing demon severing heavenly blade consecutively. He wanted to end the battle quickly and finish off Fang Chen. Although Tu Gu was very confident in his own strength, he was also worried that once the time limit was up, he wouldn't be able to fight. 1 minute is enough to deal with you, Tu Gu said to himself. Fang Chen kept dodging Tu Gu's overbearing attacks as time ticked by. Bang! While Fang Chen was dodging, he was caught off guard and was struck by Tu Gu's blade light. However, Fang Chen had already activated his one-star Dao body and his physical defense had reached its strongest level. This blade light had already consumed a lot of energy from the hidden dragon sword. When it struck Fang Chen's body, although it had injured Fang Chen, it was only a superficial wound. Dao body! Tu Gu cried out involuntarily when he saw that Fang Chen had only suffered a superficial wound. As a demonic cultivator, Tu Gu naturally knew how strong the Dao body was. When he discovered that Fang Chen's physical body had already reached the Dao body level, his heart was in turmoil. Is he a monster? Thought Mo Gu inwardly. Fang Chen's one-star Dao body made Tu Gu feel a sense of crisis. He tried his best to kill Fang Chen within 1 minute. However, Fang Chen relied on his speed and the powerful defense of his one-star Dao body. He simply didn't have a chance. Seeing that the time limit was almost up, Tu Gu acted like a mad dog as he executed the demon's severing heavenly blade frantically. I want you dead! Tu Gu shouted suddenly. The aura around his body instantly drilled into the long blade. Then, Tu Gu gathered all the power in his body into the long blade. He wanted to use all his strength to deliver the final blow. Crash! The air around Tu Gu dissipated in all directions. Countless martialists watched this scene in shock. Fang Chen's face darkened when he saw Tu Gu's actions. He realized that Tu Gu was going all out. It seems like time is almost up, Fang Chen thought to himself. As soon as Fang Chen said that, an intimidating blade light emerged from Tu Gu's long blade. When this blade light attacked Fang Chen, Tu Gu's long blade also stabbed towards Fang Chen. You will definitely die this time. Tu Gu wanted to kill Fang Chen before the time limit. Water-Fire Sword Technique Level 2. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the second level of the Water-Fire Sword Technique. Furthermore, it was the perfection stage of the Water-Fire Sword Technique. Water and Fire Sword Radiance shot out rapidly and collided with the Saber Radiant. Crack! The blade light was 3 times stronger than the previous one. It instantly shattered the Water-Fire Sword light and continued towards Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw this, he executed the Finger of Death and the Gale Wind Kick in succession to counter the powerful blade light. Boom! 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 Finally, the blade light weakened a lot as it approached Fang Chen. Fang Chen's Dao body was strong enough to withstand the blade light. Boom! The blade light hit Fang Chen's body. His Dao body flickered and blocked the attack of the blade light. At this moment, the long blade in Tu Gu's hand appeared in front of Fang Chen. The tip of the long blade stabbed towards Fang Chen's body at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Everyone exclaimed. If Fang Chen was stabbed, even his Dao body would be seriously injured. In that case, the outcome of the match would be hard to predict. Oh no! Li Qing stood up abruptly and shouted at Fang Chen, who was on the martial arts stage. In the Li family's area, all the higher-ups were nervous. If they lost the match, they would lose 3 cities. Even Fang Chen would lose his life. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was preparing to use all his strength to resist Tu Gu's long blade. However, just as the long blade was about to touch him, he stopped his attack. This was because Fang Chen realized that Tu Gu's aura was fading rapidly. Tu Gu's body started to tremble. Most importantly, when the tip of Tu Gu's long blade was 1 centimeter away from Fang Chen, it couldn't move any further. I can't accept this. Tu Gu roared angrily. Then, his body was sent flying with a bang. Tu Gu fell below the martial arts stage, his body twitching continuously. The time limit of the secret amplification technique was up. Tu Gu was suffering from the backlash. Tu Gu's secret amplification technique hadn't been perfected yet. Therefore, the side effects were huge. If he could cultivate it to the perfection realm, the side effects would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Tu Gu was foaming at the mouth. His vitality was rapidly fading. However, when he became dispirited to a certain extent, he instantly fainted. The moment he fainted, the side effects of the secret amplification technique gradually dissipated. This The entire central square was filled with cries of alarm. Countless cultivators were shocked. Only a few experts knew what had just happened. Tu Gu's secret amplification technique's time limit was up and he was suffering from the backlash. As for Fang Chen, he was lucky not to have been injured. We won. Ah! Li Zheng was the first to jump up. He didn't have the demeanor of the Li family's head as he laughed wildly. The faces of the other elders were also filled with excitement. At the final moment there was actually such a huge reversal of the situation. Fang Chen had managed to drag Maimo Gu down. If it weren't for Maimo Gu's secret amplification technique's time limit, Fang Chen would have been seriously injured by that saber strike. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen also felt a burst of luck. In the end, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He glanced at the unconscious Tu Gu, then walked down the martial arts stage and went to the Li family's area. On the other hand, the Wang family's members all had grave expressions. The Wang family's head was furious. However, he still ordered his disciples to carry Tu Gu back. Wang family's head, this time our Li family was lucky to win. I think you will definitely keep your promise, said Li Zheng with a grin. Hearing Li Zheng's words, the Wang family's members wanted to flip out. However, due to the previous promise, they could only swallow their anger. My Wang family can't afford to lose. Isn't it just 3 cities? You can just send someone to receive them. After saying that, the Wang family's head turned and left. In front of so many cultivators, his Wang family had lost so miserably. Because of this, they had lost 3 cities. He didn't want to stay here at all. The 3 cities had directly caused the Wang family's vitality to be greatly damaged. From now on, they would no longer have the strength to fight against the Li family. However, just as the Wang family head reached the edge of the central square, an elder suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in the Wang family head's ear. Abruptly, the expression of the Wang clan's clan leader kept changing. In the end, he glared at Li Zheng and roared furiously, "Li Zheng, you dare to scheme against my Wang clan? My Wang clan won't let this matter rest." Wang family's head, I don't like what you're saying. The bet was proposed by your Wang family. In the end, my Li family won. Moreover, we won fair and square. How could I trick you? Li Zheng frowned and said coldly. Even Mo Guang wasn't a match for the foreign aide you invited. How could my Wang family not lose? Raged the Wang family's head. However, now that things had gotten to this point, it was impossible for them to renege on their debt. That was because their Wang family had also invited foreign aid. Didn't your Wang family also invite powerful foreign aid? Asked Li Zheng. Just wait and see. After saying that, the Wang family's head furiously turned and left. Seeing the Wang family's head's furious appearance, Li Zheng's mood improved greatly. At this time, countless cultivators in the central square were discussing Fang Chen. And some rumors had also spread from Ink Cloud Pass to the imperial capital. The Wang family's head had been infuriated because he had heard this news. He had easily defeated Mo Guang and even exchanged a punch with Mo Tian. If his Wang family had known about this beforehand, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to the Li family raising the bet. Heavens, according to the news from Ink Cloud Pass, the Li family's foreign aid was actually able to easily defeat Mo Guang. Not only that, but this child even exchanged a punch with Mo Tian without being at a disadvantage. He's too strong. No wonder the Wang family lost to this child. They didn't lose unjustly. Hearing everyone's discussion, Li Zheng was grinning from ear to ear. Reality proved that his choice had been correct. Fang Chen had won 3 cities for them. Chapter 224. Because of Fang Chen's strong performance, the Li family successfully obtained 3 cities. Although these 3 cities were nothing to the Li family's huge business, the most important thing was that the Wang family's strength was greatly reduced because of these 3 cities. From now on, they would no longer be able to compete with the Li family. This was the most important thing. Everyone in the Li family was overjoyed by this matter. After returning to the Li family, the first thing Li Jing did was to bestow Fang Chen with a high-grade flying beast. Fang Chen, you have helped our Li family greatly this time. Naturally, our Li family will not treat you unfairly, Li Jing said with a smile. As they spoke, an old man appeared in the mansion with a flying beast. Fang Chen, this is a golden-winged condor. Even among high-level flying demonic beasts, it can be considered an extremely fast demonic beast. My Li family only has one. In order to express our gratitude to you, my Li family will gift this golden-winged condor to you, Li Jing said with a smile. Fang Chen had helped their Li family greatly. The Li family could still afford to gift a mere golden-winged condor. After seeing the golden-winged condor, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. He did not expect the Li family to have a golden-winged condor. According to the golden-winged condor's speed, they would definitely reach the Golden Crown country in less than half a month. Thank you, Patriarch. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. After that, Fang Chen stored the golden-winged condor in a special interspatial ring. After that, the Li family held a banquet to celebrate Fang Chen's success. The next day, Fang Chen bid farewell to Li Qing and the others and left the Ink Cloud country on the golden-winged condor. After leaving the Ink Cloud country, Fang Chen traveled forward at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the boundless land below, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. This golden-winged condor was indeed one of the top high-grade flying beasts. Its speed was simply too fast. The golden-winged condor's speed is dozens of times faster than the flying crane, Fang Chen thought to himself. Time passed bit by bit. Just like that, Fang Chen rode the golden-winged condor all the way to Jingguan Nation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Fang Chen entered the territory of the Golden Crown country, he was stopped by a group of soldiers riding on flying demonic beasts. Within the territory of the Golden Crown Nation, flying is not allowed. The leading soldier looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen glanced at the soldiers blocking his way and nodded. He controlled the golden-winged condor to land on the ground and put it away. This is the Golden Crown Nation, Fang Chen muttered to himself as a golden light shot out from his eyes. In this half a month's time, Fang Chen comprehended while flying. He did not expect that he would accidentally cultivate the three-sword realm to the perfection of martial art. This result made Fang Chen very happy. Of course, cultivating the three-sword realm to the perfection of martial arts was only a small interlude in Fang Chen's cultivation. Not only that, Fang Chen also successfully cultivated the strongest finger of the finger of death, the finger of death. With Fang Chen's current strength, the power of the finger of death was many times stronger than the wind and cloud technique. Of course, Fang Chen also took some time to cultivate the gale kick. The difficulty of cultivating the gale kick was slightly lower than the finger of death. Fang Chen quickly cultivated the gale kick to the perfection realm. The current Fang Chen was much stronger than before. Fang Chen believed that he could easily kill a warrior at the first level of the Qi High realm. He could even fight against a warrior at the second level of the Qi High realm. If he fought against a warrior at the third level of the Qi High realm, he could definitely escape unscathed. For a warrior at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm to have such a strong combat ability, it was enough to prove how strong Fang Chen's potential was. The Golden Crown Nation was one of the big countries in the southern mountains. It was many times stronger than the Xingfeng Nation. The warriors here were generally stronger than the warriors in the Xingfeng Nation. In the Xingfeng Nation, Fang Chen was already at the top of the younger generation. But when he came to the Golden Crown Nation, Fang Chen realized that his strength was not at the top. Among the younger generation, there were many who had reached the Qi High realm. As expected of a big country, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The territory of the Golden Crown Nation was very large. Fang Chen was only at the edge of the Golden Crown Nation. The most important thing for him now was to find a city and find out about the whereabouts of the Luo family. After that, Fang Chen walked on the wasteland. Because flying was not allowed in the Golden Crown Nation, Fang Chen could only walk on foot. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. After 2 hours, Fang Chen stopped walking on the wasteland. In front of him, there were some bandits. "Kid, hand over the treasure on you," the leader of the bandits said coldly. In this wasteland, there was no one to call for help. They, the bandits, were the overlords. Moreover, the leader of the bandits was a warrior at the first level of the Qi High Realm. The reason why he became a bandit was because he could quickly obtain resources and make it easier for him to cultivate. On the path of martial arts, the further one progressed, the harder it was to cultivate. Therefore, every warrior hoped to obtain a large amount of resources. Some Qi High Realm warriors without any backing could only use this method to steal other people's resources. At this moment, the bandits noticed that Fang Chen was walking on the wasteland alone. They wanted to rob him. Hearing the bandit leader's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always meet bandits? Was it because he looked familiar? Seeing that Fang Chen was stunned, the bandit leader thought that Fang Chen was scared silly. He said coldly again, "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure on you." Hearing this, Fang Chen finally stopped being stunned. A strange smile appeared in his eyes and he said, "Are you sure you want to rob me? You talk too much. If we don't rob you, who will we rob? Hurry up and hand over the treasure." The bandit leader was getting impatient. Hua Lawat responded to the bandit leader was a majestic ray of light from his finger. The finger of death was instantly used by Fang Chen. Among the finger of death, the most powerful finger was the finger of death. Fang Chen had not practiced the finger of death for long. Hu, the majestic ray of light carried a destructive aura as it shot towards the bandit leader. "You're looking for death." Seeing that Fang Chen had made his move, the bandit leader roared in anger. In the next moment, his aura exploded. The strength of a Qi High Realm warrior was extremely strong. Pucci, however, when the ray of light hit the bandit leader's body, the bandit leader suddenly cried out in pain. How is this possible? The bandit leader's face showed an expression of disbelief. A small Qi transformation realm warrior had such a strong attack. "I don't believe it." The bandit leader endured the injuries on his body and roared in anger. He attacked Fang Chen again. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and used the second level of the fire and water sword arts. With a swoosh, the fire and water sword pierced through the bandit leader's chest. Bang! The bandit leader's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Finally, he fell to the ground and lost his life. The leader is dead. He is a demon. Run. After the bandit leader died, countless bandit members fled. They were all weak warriors, so Fang Chen did not attack them. Before becoming a bandit, you should have had this kind of awareness. Fang Chen looked at the bandit leader's corpse and turned to leave. Not long after Fang Chen left, a sudden surge of aura swept through the entire wasteland. Then, a wild figure came out from the surge of aura and landed on the wasteland. As soon as the wild figure appeared, he found the bandit leader lying on the ground. "Little brother." The figure squatted down and held his little brother with both hands. He wanted to save his little brother's life, but he found that his little brother had already lost his life. After confirming his little brother's death, the figure roared towards the sky. The air around him dissipated and his body emitted an aura of death. "I, Hua Feng's little brother, will not die in vain." Hua Feng's eyes were scarlet red as he said coldly. Hua Feng was at the third level of the Qi High Realm. He usually trained on a mountain not far from here. His little brother, Hua Feng, had become a bandit because of him. He had always known about his little brother's actions, but he pretended not to know. After all, he was his little brother. He was worried that his little brother would meet a strong warrior one day. Therefore, Hua Feng secretly left a mark on his little brother's body. Once his little brother was in danger, he would rush over immediately. Today, he was cultivating when he suddenly felt a strange movement from the imprint. Immediately, his heart tightened and he immediately rushed over. However, he was still too late. I don't care who you are. I will kill you. Hua Feng's eyes were scarlet red as he said in a deep voice. Then, Hua Feng placed his hand on his little brother's wound, and felt the aura of the wound. Although I don't know who you are, I have already memorized the aura of your skill. If I meet you again, I will kill you. Hua Feng said in a deep voice. After doing all this, Hua Feng carried his little brother and left the wasteland. After Hua Feng buried his little brother, he ran towards the direction where Fang Chen had gone. He swore that he would find the murderer and avenge his little brother. Fang Chen did not know that killing a bandit leader at the first level of the Qi High realm had attracted the attention of a third-level Qi High warrior. At this moment, Fang Chen had just walked out of the wasteland and was about to see a city appear in the distance. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rushed towards the city. Wind Cloud City. Wind Cloud City was a city at the border of the Jin-Guan country. It was quite famous in the Jin-Guan country. In Wind Cloud City there were all kinds of people. There were even warriors from other countries. In Wind Cloud City the most famous place was the underground market. No one knew who the boss of the underground market was, but those who entered Wind Cloud City knew that no matter who it was, no one dared to cause trouble in the underground market. In the underground market there were many things that could not be seen. It was also a place to sell stolen goods. As long as you had money, there was nothing you could not buy. Chapter 225. Wind Cloud City gathered wind and clouds from all directions. After Fang Chen entered Wind Cloud City, he realized that even a small border city was many times more prosperous than the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Nation. It was indeed a large nation. There was no comparison between a small nation and a large nation. After Fang Chen made some inquiries, he discovered that there was an organization in Wind Cloud City that sold information. It was called the Information Pavilion. The information from the Information Pavilion had a 99% accuracy rate. In Wind Cloud City, the Information Pavilion was the most authoritative information organization. Countless warriors bought information from the Information Pavilion. Fang Chen asked around and arrived at the Information Pavilion. The Information Pavilion was located in the center of Wind Cloud City. It was a very prosperous area. Fang Chen looked at the tall building and entered. "Young master, how may I be of service?" As soon as he entered, a staff member quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and asked in a low voice, "I want to buy information." Fang Chen said simply, "All right, please follow me." The staff member brought Fang Chen to a window and said, "You can buy anything you want here. What information do you need?" The warrior at the window asked. "Golden Crown Nation's Luo family." Fang Chen said. "The starting price is 1 million mid-grade spirit stones." The warrior said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I want to know if there's a girl called Luo Liuli in the Golden Crown Nation's Luo family." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the warrior began to search. After a while, he had a result. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "According to the information, the Luo family has countless branches in the Golden Crown Nation. As for this Luo Liuli, we are not too sure. Because there were too many branches, it was impossible to gather information about everyone. Therefore, they were not too clear. They would not easily buy information that was not clear." Fang Chen asked a few simple questions and finally spent 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then, Fang Chen left the Information Pavilion. After leaving the Information Pavilion, Fang Chen wanted to find a place to stay. Not long after, Fang Chen found a place to stay and settled down. Inquiring about the Luo family wasn't something that could be done in a short time, so Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry and treated it as an experience. The ancient Sword Continent was so big. He had just left the Divine Wind Nation and arrived at the Golden Crown Nation. The so-called Golden Crown Nation was just one of the many nations in the southern mountains. Over the next 3 days, Fang Chun kept asking around. Although he didn't get any information about the Luo family, he did get another piece of important news. In a mountain range not far from Wind Cloud City, a tomb was discovered. Furthermore, it was said that the tomb was very possibly the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. To be called a Martial Marquis, he must be at the peak of the Qi High Realm. In these 3 days, Fang Chun had a rough understanding of the Golden Crown Nation. In the Golden Crown Nation, there was a very authoritative list called the Martial Marquis list. There were 2 conditions to be listed on the Martial Marquis list. The first condition was that one couldn't be over 100 years old. The second condition was that one had to be at the Qi High Realm. Therefore, warriors who could be listed on the Martial Marquis list were all at the peak of the Qi High Realm. Moreover, only those who were listed on the Martial Marquis list could be called Martial Marquis. Therefore, in the Golden Crown Nation, Martial Marquis represented a supreme honor. Not every warrior at the peak of the Qi High Realm could be listed on the Martial Marquis list. Hearing the 3 words Martial Marquis list, Fang Chun's heart was burning with passion. When Fang Chun first found out about the Qi ranking, he said that one day, he would definitely be listed on the Qi ranking. Later on, although his strength was extremely tyrannical and no one in the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation could defeat him, he still couldn't be listed on the Qi ranking. This was because the Qi ranking changed every 3 years, and he missed the opportunity. But even so, every warrior in the Divine Wind Nation regarded him as the number 1 on the Qi ranking. Now, hearing about the Martial Marquis list, Fang Chun's heart was restless. However, what Fang Chun cared about the most right now was the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. It was said that the Fengyun Martial Marquis was the strongest warrior in the Fengyun city. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. He could easily kill a normal 9th level Qi High warrior with a wave of his hand. That kind of strength made countless warriors' faces change. However, a few years ago, the Fengyun Martial Marquis suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went, and some even suspected that he was killed. Who would have thought that after so many years, there would be news about the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis? This news instantly caused countless waves. In the entire southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, countless warriors were shocked. After the news about the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis was spread, countless young warriors in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation rushed over, wanting to enter the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. The tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. Within Fang Chun's eyes, there was a flash of light. His mind was quickly thinking. Since he was already in the Golden Crown Nation, he had to make a trip there. Who knows, he might be able to obtain some good fortune and advance to the Qi High Realm. After that, Fang Chun began his preparations. At the same time, the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation was in an uproar. The Golden Crown Nation had a vast territory. The entire Golden Crown Nation was divided into 5 big plates. Among them, the place where Fang Chun was at was the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation. Even the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation was as big as a few of the Divine Wind Nations. Therefore, when the news about the Fengyun Martial Marquis was spread out, it was only spread in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation. The other regions did not know about it. The various powers in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. They did not want to spread this news. Once the other 4 big plates found out about it and intervened, they would not be able to obtain anything. Therefore, before the news about the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis was spread out, the various powers in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation began to take action. Fang Chun was cultivating in his courtyard. Suddenly, he stopped cultivating. The finger of death is just a little bit away from reaching the transformative stage. Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and said softly. For the past few days, Fang Chun had been cultivating. He wanted to cultivate the finger of death to the transformative stage before going to the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. However, just a little bit away from reaching the transformative stage, he encountered a bottleneck. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the underground market. Perhaps there are miraculous elixirs in the underground market, Fang Chen said softly. Then, he stood up and headed towards the underground market. In the entire Wind Cloud City, the underground market was the most famous place. It was located in the center of Wind Cloud City, right next to the intelligence agency. When Fang Chen arrived at the underground market, the guards stopped Fang Chen. If you wanted to enter the underground market, you had to prove that you had enough money. The reason the guards stopped Fang Chen was to let Fang Chen prove himself. Of course, if you were a seller, you just had to prove what you wanted to sell. Of course, the guards would keep this a secret. It was impossible for outsiders to know. How many spirit stones do I need to enter? Asked Fang Chen. At least 10 million spirit stones, said the guard. Crash. Fang Chen took out 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. When the guard saw that, he respectfully nodded and allowed Fang Chen to enter. This underground market is quite mysterious, Fang Chen said faintly. When Fang Chen entered the underground market, he found that it was almost exactly the same as the markets in the outside world. On a very long street, there were martial artists who had set up stalls on both sides. Anyone who set up a stall in the underground market would be selling illegal goods that couldn't see the light of day. The entire underground market was very lively. Fang Chen slowly walked through the underground market, looking left and right at the things on both sides. After a while, Fang Chen found a kind of elixir. It was a top-grade origin-grade elixir that could help Fang Chen break through his bottleneck and cultivate the finger of death to the transformation stage. Ling Xing elixir, Fang Chen whispered. How much is this elixir? Asked Fang Chen. He had only seen Ling Xing elixir in books before. He didn't expect to see it in the underground market this time. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, said the stall owner lazily. Fang Chen nodded. He paid 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and took away the Ling Xing elixir. After the stall owner received the medium-grade spirit stone, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He had just casually asked for a price. All the warriors who came to the underground market knew that there was an unwritten rule that they could bargain. Therefore, they would set the price high. So straightforward. Could it be that he's a big fish? Thought the stall owner as he looked at Fang Chen with a crafty gaze. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the stall owner suddenly called out to Fang Chen. Young master, I can tell you come from a large family. Seeing that you're so straightforward, I'll introduce you to a treasure, said the stall owner with a smile. Oh, what treasure? Asked Fang Chen curiously. At that moment, the stall owner took out a broken bone horn from the bottom of the stall and showed it to Fang Chen. I obtained this bone horn from an ancient ruin. It's extremely precious. Look at the bloodstains on it. You can tell it's been here for a very long time, said the stall owner. Fang Chen took the bone horn and carefully examined it. This bone horn should be the horn of a demonic beast. He didn't know what demonic beast's horn it was, but it looked very ordinary. However, there were some weathered bloodstains on it, proving it had existed for a very long time. Seeing that Fang Chen wasn't interested in this bone horn, the stall owner immediately added, Young master, you definitely won't regret buying this bone horn. It's said that this bone horn hides a powerful cultivation technique. Most importantly, this bone horn might have come from the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. Hearing the words Fengyun Martial Marquis tomb, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and carefully examined it. Seeing this, the stall owner laughed inwardly. He hadn't thought that a random origin would be taken seriously by this fool. How about it? If you want it, I'll give you 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, directly said the stall owner. All right, deal. Fang Chen paid the 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and then put away the bone horn and left the underground market. I can tell you're a newcomer with a single glance. The stall owner looked at his spirit stones complacently. The The reason Fang Chen had bought the bone horn wasn't because the stall owner had said that it might have come from the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. If it really had come from the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis, how could it appear in the underground market? The reason he changed his mind was because the stall owner had said that there might be a powerful cultivation technique hidden within the bone horn. Although Fang Chen knew that the chances were slim, Fang Chen was still willing to try. In any case, it was only 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. To him, it wasn't much. Chapter 226. 3 days later, the news about the Martial Marquis of Wind Cloud's tomb spread like wildfire. It was also at this time that countless warriors gathered in Wind Cloud City began to head towards the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. The Wind Cloud Mountain Range was 100 miles outside of Wind Cloud City. It was the most famous mountain range around Wind Cloud City. This mountain range was originally a forbidden area. Normal warriors did not dare to enter it. Even some warriors at the peak of the Qi transformation realm would face great danger if they entered. Therefore, this time, all the warriors sent by the southern powers were all at the Qi High Realm. In just one day, the once crowded Fengyun City had become an empty city. After Fang Chen received the news, he left Wind Cloud City alone and headed towards the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. Along the way, Fang Chen met all kinds of warriors. Of course, there were also some powerful sect members. Fang Chen kept a low profile and traveled alone. However, just as Fang Chen was about to reach the Wind Cloud Mountain Range, he was suddenly stopped by a few warriors behind him. "Brother, are you also planning to go to the Wind Cloud Mountain Range?" A voice came from behind him. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look behind him. He was surprised to discover 4 cultivators behind him. These 4 cultivators exuded a special aura from their bodies. It seemed like their strength was extraordinary. Fang Chen heard this and nodded his head. "The Wind Cloud Mountain Range is more dangerous. Why don't we travel together?" The leader of the warriors smiled. Fang Chen thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. "Brother, what is your name?" the leader of the warriors asked. Since they were going to travel together, they had to get to know each other. Fang Chen replied. The 4 warriors racked their brains but could not find such a young warrior in the Golden Crown Kingdom. Soon after, the leader of the warriors began to introduce. "My name is Liang Yi. These 3 are my brothers. They are Liang Er, Liang San, and Liang Si." Liang Yi introduced. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the 4 people in front of them were very famous warriors even among the younger generation in the south. They were called the 4 young masters of the Liang family by outsiders. Of course, they were not blood brothers in the beginning. It was fate that brought the 4 of them together. In the following days, the 4 of them traveled together and worked hard to cultivate. The 4 of them had experienced life and death situations, and their relationship was very good. In the end, they simply gave up their original names and changed them to their current names to show the relationship between the 4 brothers. The Liang family's 4th young master was quite famous in the south, but Fang Chen didn't know about it. When Liang Yi reported their names, he saw that Fang Chen's expression did not change at all. He frowned slightly and looked at Fang Chen with his deep eyes. Then he asked, "Brother, are you an outsider?" The outsiders that Liang Yi spoke of meant martial artists outside of the southern region. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Liang Yi and the other 3 looked at each other and then walked together with Fang Chen. Along the way, the 4 young masters of the Liang family communicated in code. "Big brother, why did you take the initiative to invite him?" Liang Er asked with dissatisfaction. Originally, the 4 of them were heading to the Wind Cloud Mountain Range for the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. But on the way, they met Fang Chen and Liang Yi suddenly invited Fang Chen, causing them to be a bit puzzled. "That's right, big brother. We are going to the Wind Cloud Mountain Range this time. What if he gets in the way?" Liang San said. "I think that since Big Brother took the initiative to invite him, there must be Big Brother's intentions. Liang Si said. Liang Yi nodded without any change in expression and then said in code, "This time, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis has gathered the best of the younger generation in the south. With just the four of us, it is impossible for us to fish in troubled waters in the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. And this kid gives me an unfathomable feeling. I can faintly feel that his strength should be very strong." Hearing Liang Yi's words, the other three brothers did not speak. It was obvious that they had doubts about Fang Chen's strength. The four brothers of the Liang family were all at the second level of the Qi High Realm. Looking at the entire south, the strongest of the younger generation had strength comparable to the fourth level of the Qi High Realm. The four of them could only be considered to be at the upper middle level of the younger generation in the south. They did not speak along the way. When the five of them arrived at the Heavenly Wind Mountain Range, it was already noon. "Brother Fang, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis is in the depths of the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. Let's go in now," Liang Yi said. Fang Chen nodded and the five of them entered the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. Just as they entered the Wind Cloud Mountain Range, Fang Chen felt a sense of danger surrounding him. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as the few of them walked a few steps, a wild aura suddenly came from afar. "Demonic beasts!" Liang Er shouted in a low voice and prepared to attack. But he was stopped by Liang Yi's gaze. Liang Er instantly understood and did not attack. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, the one walking at the front was Fang Chen. Although he did not turn his head, he also noticed the actions of the four brothers of the Liang family. He understood that Liang Yi wanted to see how strong he was. Thinking of this, Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword in his hand and immediately used the second level of the fire and water sword art. While the boundless concept of fire and water formed the same origin and then entered the fire and water sword art. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of them. Fang Chen did not hesitate and swung his hand. The fire and water sword arts pierced into the black shadow's body. The black shadow roared towards the sky and then fell to the ground unwillingly, losing all signs of life. Seeing this scene, the faces of the four young masters of the Liang family changed. They did not expect Fang Chen to be so strong. "Brother Fang, although you are only at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, you were able to easily kill a first level of the Qi High Realm beast. I am impressed." Liang Yi saluted Fang Chen with eyes full of admiration. At this moment, the other three brothers were also full of respect for Fang Chen. A 9th level of the Qi transformation realm being able to kill a first level of the Qi High Realm beast in one move. This was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was comparable to the second level of the Qi High Realm. With this kind of talent, even the top disciples of the South could not compare to him. The three brothers were all thinking. It seemed that their big brother had a good eye for talent. After this incident, the four of them were even more assured of Fang Chen. They completely approved of Fang Chen, and Fang Chen had also successfully integrated into this small group. After that, the group of five quickly moved forward. It had to be said that the Wind Cloud Mountain Range was indeed a forbidden area for warriors. If a normal 9th level of the Qi transformation realm martial artist entered, they would have died long ago. Fang Chen and the other four walked for an hour and were attacked by a few waves of beasts. These beasts were all at the Qi High Realm. Although their strength was not too strong, it was enough to easily kill a normal Qi transformation realm martial artist. The beasts that appeared in the outskirts of the Wind Cloud Mountain Range were not enough to pose a threat to Fang Chen and the other four. They walked quickly. However, after walking for about an hour, they finally stop. Ahead, there is a wild aura. It doesn't seem like the aura of a beast. Fang Chen frowned slightly and stopped walking as he said in a low voice, "Could it be a bandit?" Liang Er asked. Hearing this, Liang Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He said, This time, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis has appeared. Countless martial artists have come here. We might have met one of them. Big brother, what should we do? Liang San asked. Let's go, Liang Yi said. After that, with Liang Yi in the lead, the group of 5 slowly walked forward. Finally, after crossing a small hill, they saw 2 figures in front of them. The faces of these 2 figures were filled with malevolence. Within their eyes there was a dense killing intent. Boom! Just at this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family instantly released their tyrannical auras. 4 auras surrounded the 5 of them, and their auras shook the heavens. The 4 young masters of the Liang family cautiously stared at the 2 figures as they slowly walked forward. The 2 who were originally prepared to attack suddenly felt this terrifying aura. Their faces slightly changed, and they finally dispersed the wild aura around them. So it's the 4 young masters of the Liang family. I've heard a lot about you. The 2 of them cupped their hands towards the 4 young masters of the Liang family and grinned. The hostile atmosphere instantly dissipated. Feeling the killing intent from the 2 dissipating, the 4 young masters of the Liang family also cupped their hands towards the 2 and said, "We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first." After that, with Liang Yi in the lead, the 5 of them quickly left the area. When they passed by the 2, they were extremely vigilant. However, when they finally left, the 2 of them did not make a move. After they had walked a distance away, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Big brother, who are they?" Liang Er asked. "If my guess is correct, they should be martial arts masters," Liang Yi said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 3 brothers' faces slightly changed. They did not expect to meet martial arts masters here. Martial arts masters? Fang Chen was a little confused and asked. Martial arts masters. They are 2 very powerful warriors. Although they are only at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm, when the 2 of them work together, they can defeat a 3rd level Qi High Realm warrior. One of them is proficient in martial arts, while the other is proficient in martial arts. They are very powerful. Moreover, they are famous bandits in the south. Liang Yi explained. Fang Chen heard this and nodded. It seemed that the 4 young masters of the Liang family were also wary of the martial arts masters. There are too many troubles in the Wind Cloud Mountain range. Let's go quickly, Liang Yi said in a deep voice. Seeing the backs of the 4 young masters of the Liang family disappear, the martial arts master looked at the foot master beside him with a little confusion and asked, "Why didn't you make a move just now? Weren't they the 4 young masters of the Liang family? If the 2 of us work together, it would be enough to deal with the 4 of them." Hearing the words of the fist master, the foot master shook his head slightly. A terrifying golden light shot out from his deep eyes. Chapter 227. The entire Wind Cloud Mountain range was filled with a dangerous aura. The 4 young masters of the Liang family and Fang Chen's group of 5 advanced quickly. However, other than meeting the martial arts master, they didn't meet anyone else. Even if they did meet someone, they wouldn't fight and just hurried on. This was because in their hearts, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was the most important. 6 hours later, Fang Chen and his group finally arrived at the depths of the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. In the depths of the Wind Cloud Mountain Range, there was a large open space. On this open space there were many warriors. "There are so many people," Liang Er exclaimed. "Those who are able to come here are all amazing geniuses. This is already considered a small number," Liang Yi said in a low voice. After that, the group of 5 stood in a corner. At this moment, at the front of the open space, there were a total of 5 groups. In front of each of the 5 groups, there was a young warrior standing quietly. Fang Chen's eyes turned and looked at the 5 young men. His intuition told him that these 5 young men should be the main force this time. "Brother Fang, you are an outsider and don't know much about the southern region. Let me introduce you," Liang Yi said in a low voice. In the vast southern region, there are 5 top forces. These 5 forces have all reached the level of a 1-star sect. The other smaller sects are nothing in front of these 5 forces," Liang Yi said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The Jin-Guan country was indeed a big country. In a mere southern region, there were already 5 top 1-star sects. Amazing! The group in green on the far left is the younger generation of the Green Sky Alliance. The leader in green is one of the 5 geniuses of the southern region, Qing Lu Feng. His cultivation has reached the terrifying 4th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength is very strong. Fang Chen looked at Qing Lufeng, and the latter seemed to feel that someone was looking at him. He turned his head to look at Fang Chen and discovered that it was a weak cultivator who was looking at him, so he directly ignored him. The team with the yellow robes from the Qingtian Alliance is the Yellow Cloud sect, one of the top 5 powers. The leader of the yellow robes is called Huang Zhen. He is also at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. The black-clothed team is called the Ghost-Killing sect. The leader of the black-clothed men is called Gui Kui. Although he is only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, the Ghost-Killing sect has an extremely powerful skill called the Demonic Body Refinement. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. It seemed that the Divine Demon Body Refining skill was an extremely powerful body refining skill. Otherwise, Gui Kui would not be able to compete with those at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm with just the strength of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, Liang Yi introduced him again. Of the 2 remaining sects, one was the Haitong sect. Their leader was also one of the 5th-generation geniuses. His name was Hai Wu Wei, and he was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. As for the final sect, it was called Peak Nebula. The person leading them was called Xing Yun. After the introduction of the top 5 powers, Fang Chen had a better understanding of the 5 sects. The 5th-generation geniuses were all at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. They were the first group. The rest of the geniuses who were weaker were the second group. As for the 4 young masters of the Liang family, they were the 3rd group. Of course, there were many warriors who were weaker than the 4 young masters of the Liang family. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no need to fear them. They were not even recognized by the crowd. Just as Liang Yi was introducing the 5 sects to Fang Chen, more and more warriors arrived. Among these warriors, Fang Chen even saw the dual martial arts master that he met in the Wind and Cloud Mountains. When all the warriors had arrived, Gui Kui from the Ghost-Killing sect spoke. "Everyone, the Tomb of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis is not a place that anyone can enter. There are too many people here. Why don't we clean it up now? The weak warriors are not qualified to enter." Gui Kui's words were filled with dominance. He was born bloodthirsty and loved to kill. Hearing Gui Kui's words, the other 4 geniuses did not object. "Everyone, release your cultivation. Those who are below the Qi High Realm leave. Otherwise, you will only be courting death," Gui Kui said. Soon after, all the martial artists released their cultivation, and a wild aura swept through the entire space. Immediately, countless Qi Transformation Realm cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation were discovered. Qi Transformation Realm warriors, scram. Seeing this scene, Gui Kui's face darkened as he said coldly. Since Gui Kui had spoken, the Qi Transformation Realm warriors did not dare to offend him. They all retracted their aura and left. However, there were some warriors who did not want to leave. They retracted their aura and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Courting death. Seeing this, Gui Kui snorted coldly. In a flash, he appeared in the middle of the crowd and punched out. A Qi Transformation Realm warrior was instantly killed by him. "I will give you one more chance. Qi Transformation Realm warriors, scram. Otherwise, you will end up like him," Gui Kui said sternly. The other 4 geniuses smiled as they watched this scene. To be able to become one of the 5 geniuses meant that Gui Kui's strength was tyrannical. As long as it did not affect their interests, they naturally would not stop Gui Kui. On the contrary, they approved of Gui Kui's actions. This way, they could reduce the number of people and increase their chances of obtaining the inheritance. Gui Kuei's powerful attack made some of the warriors who wanted to take advantage of the situation not dare to stay. They all left, afraid of angering Gui Kuei. In the end, all the Qi Transformation Realm warriors left. Only Feng Chen was left. Gui Kuei's eyes turned and scanned the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Feng Chen. A murderous intent shot out from his eyes. He said coldly, "Are you provoking me?" Hearing Gui Kuei's words, Liang Yi looked at Feng Chen and motioned for Feng Chen to leave first and not go against Gui Kuei. Although I am a Qi Transformation Realm warrior, my strength is comparable to the second level of the Qi High Realm. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Chen slowly opened his mouth. His opponent was Gui Kuei. The current him was no match for Gui Kuei. Therefore, he did not want to provoke Gui Kuei. Hearing this, Gui Kuei frowned slightly and said eerily, "You dare to question me?" Crash! Just as Gui Kuei finished speaking, his body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Feng Chen. He punched towards Feng Chen. Seeing this, Feng Chen pushed his one-star Dao body to the limit. He clenched his fist and punched towards Gui Kuei's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Feng Chen's body was pushed back, while Gui Kuei stood in his original position, unmoving. Seeing that Feng Chen had stabilized himself and was not injured at all, Gui Kuei's expression changed slightly. He stared at Feng Chen and said in a low voice, "I never thought that a Qi Transformation Realm warrior would be able to cultivate his body to the Dao body level." The ghost-killing sect warriors were body refinement realm warriors. Their bodies were extremely strong. In the same realm, no one dared to compete with them in terms of physical strength. Gui Kuei was one of the strongest warriors in the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect. He had cultivated his divine demon body to an extremely high level. Even so, his Dao body was only at the level of a 2-star Dao body. Gui Kuei vaguely remembered that when he had reached the first level of the Qi High Realm, he had used his divine demon body to cultivate to the 1-star Dao body. But the warrior in front of him was only at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. How could he cultivate his body to the 1-star Dao body? This made Gui Kuei puzzled. Could it be that he has an even better body refinement technique? At this moment, Gui Kuei's mind was racing. A trace of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You're right. You can stay." Gui Kuei suddenly opened his mouth and said. This sudden turn of events stunned countless warriors. But since Gui Kuei had spoken, they did not dare to say anything. Feng Chen's performance attracted the attention of the other 4 prodigies. They carefully sized up Feng Chen. Gui Kuei's figure flashed and returned to the front of the ghost-killing sect. He was thinking. A puny 9th-level Qi Transformation Realm warrior was able to cultivate his body to the 1-star Dao body. He must have a special body refinement technique. Wait until you enter the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. I'll make a move on you. As long as I can obtain this body refinement technique and reach the 3-star Dao body, I'll definitely be able to crush the other 4 prodigies. Gui Kuei secretly thought. Seeing that Feng Chen was fine, the 4 young masters of the Liang family breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Feng Chen with even more fervent eyes. "Brother Feng, you really hid your strength well," Liang Yi said in a low voice. "Yeah, to be able to block Gui Kuei's punch, he's really powerful." The other 3 brothers also said. The gazes of the countless martial artists in the surroundings kept changing as they looked at Feng Chen. After cleaning up the weak warriors, the 5 prodigies began to discuss how to enter the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. "Qing Mufeng, does your Green Sky Alliance have any information about the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis?" Gui Kuei looked at Qing Mufeng and asked. When it came to the accuracy of information, the Green Sky Alliance was stronger than the other 4 sects. Therefore, Gui Kuei asked. The other 3 supreme geniuses also looked at Qing Lufeng one after another. Seeing this, Qing Lufeng faintly said, Our Qingtian Alliance's alliance master and a few elders worked together to deduce once. They said that once the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis appears, it will definitely appear on a full moon night at midnight. Hearing Qing Mufeng's words, Gui Kui said, "Isn't the full moon night tonight?" The other warriors also nodded when they heard that. Within the Green Sky Alliance, there was a special divination method that only the current Alliance Master and the 4 elders could use. Since Qing Mufeng said that this information was divined by the Alliance Master and several elders, then it should be most likely true. Before coming, everyone still held a doubtful attitude towards the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. But now, they were even more certain that the tomb that appeared this time was 99% likely to be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. At the same time, everyone rejoiced that the news of the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was only spread in the south. If the other 4 sects were to know about it, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Chapter 228. Who would have thought that the overlord of Wind Cloud City, Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, whose name shook the Golden Crown Nation, would have his tomb hidden here? Countless strong warriors had searched for the whereabouts of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis for many years. Who would have thought that the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis had already died, and the place where he died was only a few hundred miles away from Wind Cloud City? The Golden Crown Nation's Martial Marquis list had a total of 72 spots. Every strong warrior who could enter the Martial Marquis list was considered one of the top Qi-Hai warriors even in the vast southern mountains. Although the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was ranked towards the bottom of the Martial Marquis list, it was still a ranking that countless Qi-Hai warriors could only dream of. This time, after Fang Chun came to the Golden Crown Nation, he actually encountered the appearance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis tomb. His intuition told him that this was an opportunity. Fang Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm when he was in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Qi High Realm. However, since ancient times, countless warriors were stuck at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm, unable to break through to the Qi High Realm. To break through to the Qi High Realm, hard work was not enough. There were also other factors, such as strong talent and large amounts of resources. None of these could be missing. In the Qi Transformation Realm, a true nucleus would form in the Dantian. The true nucleus could store spirit Qi, and during battle, the spirit Qi in the true nucleus could be used to attack the enemy. In the Qi High Realm, the true nucleus would shatter and turn into a Qi Sea, and the spirit Qi would liquefy. A Qi Sea was something that every Qi High Realm warrior possessed. Once a Qi Sea was formed in the Dantian, the spirit Qi would liquefy and become a vast ocean. At that time, warriors would no longer have to worry about using up too much spirit Qi. In a big country like the Golden Crown Nation, only those who had reached the Qi High Realm could be considered strong. Those below the Qi High Realm were just ants. At this moment, in the depths of the Wind Cloud mountain range, countless warriors were quietly waiting for the arrival of the full moon. After all, this news came from the Azure Sky Alliance. According to Qing Fufeng, the reason they knew that the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis would appear on the night of the full moon was because the Alliance Master of the Azure Sky Alliance and the 4 great elders had divined about it. The Azure Sky Alliance's heaven-defying divination technique was extremely overbearing. If it wasn't for Qing Lufeng, they definitely wouldn't have divined. Qing Fufeng was vaguely the leader of the 5 great geniuses, so this time, Qing Fufeng had the highest chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Even Qing Lufeng himself felt that the other 4 were utterly unable to compete with him for the inheritance within the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chun and the 4 young masters of the Liang clan sat cross-legged, leisurely waiting for the time to come. Ever since Fang Chun and Gui Kui's fist collided, all of the martial artists at the 2nd level of Qi High looked at Fang Chun with fear in their eyes. "Brother Fang, you're really strong. Among all the warriors here, you're the only one at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Liang Yi looked at Fang Chen and grinned. When he first met Fang Chen, he vaguely felt that Fang Chen wasn't an ordinary person, so he teamed up with Fang Chen. He didn't expect that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong, completely exceeding his expectations. If they entered the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, and the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd-level Qi High Warrior. Ha ha ha, as long as we avoid the 5 great geniuses, the other warriors won't be our opponent. We have to fight for more opportunities. Liang Er thought to himself. Fang Chen nodded slightly and didn't say anything. At this moment, in a dark corner, Hua Feng sat cross-legged. His eyes scanned the crowd as if he was looking for something. I wonder if there's anyone in this group who killed my brother. Hua Feng thought to himself. Even Hua Feng couldn't resist the temptation of the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. He hoped that the person who killed his brother was in this group. If that was the case, he would be able to take revenge for his brother. In the blink of an eye, night covered the entire land. At this moment, all the warriors looked forward nervously. At the front of the open space, the 5 great geniuses stood quietly. Their eyes were looking into the sky, and no one knew what they were thinking. When night fell, the moon slowly appeared. 6 hours later, a crescent moon hung in the sky. This crescent moon exuded a hint of holy aura. Crash! When the crescent moon was completely formed, the entire sky was illuminated. Following that, everyone was shocked to discover that a strange ray of light shot out from the crescent moon. This ray of light directly enveloped the entire space. Is it going to appear? Qing Fufeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the crescent moon. There's a special aura in this light, Gui Kue said solemnly. The other 3 geniuses also looked around vigilantly. They wanted to make sure that they entered the tomb as soon as possible after it appeared. Rumble! When the light emitted from the crescent moon covered the entire land, the ground suddenly began to tremble. In the pitch-black night, other than the area illuminated by the crescent moon, everything else was pitch black. At this moment, all the warriors stood up and stared at the trembling ground. Is the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis going to appear? A warrior shouted. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound entered everyone's ears. Immediately after, cracks began to appear on the trembling ground. The ground is going to crack. Run! A disciple shouted. Many warriors retreated into the Wind Cloud mountain range. Their eyes were still anxiously staring at the fissures on the ground. At this moment, the crescent moon in the sky once again shot out a terrifying light. The cracks on the ground became even bigger. Crack! When the cracks on the ground reached a certain extent, a gloomy aura was suddenly transmitted into the Wind Cloud mountain range. The gloomy aura is so heavy. This must be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Gui Kue's face revealed a trace of greed as he said gloomily. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, a loud explosion rang out. Immediately after, a huge pit appeared on the ground. A wild gloomy aura instantly rushed out from the pit. The tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. It must be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. A disciple shouted. Let's go in. Qing Fufeng was the first to move. His figure flickered and he instantly drilled into the pitch-black pit. Gui Kue followed closely behind, followed by the other 3 geniuses. After the 5 geniuses had all entered, countless other martial artists began to flock in as well. In the end, Fang Chen and the 4 young masters of the Liang family walked side by side and drilled into the pit. When Fang Chen entered the pit, it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His surroundings were pitch black. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen felt his body land on the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that there was a trace of light around him. This was an underground tomb. The warriors who entered all stood outside the tomb. There was a stone door in front of them. On the stone door, there were 4 bold and powerful words, Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. It really is the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, Qing Fufeng said excitedly. The other 4 geniuses were also very excited. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was a legendary expert on the Martial Marquis list. Even if he was ranked at the bottom of the Martial Marquis list, he was still not someone they could compare to. If they could obtain the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, they would definitely be able to step onto the Martial Marquis list in the future. That would be a great honor. They must obtain the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. At this moment, this sentence echoed in the hearts of countless warriors. It was like an underground palace. Everyone was blocked outside the stone door. On both sides of the palace, there were countless stone pillars. On top of these stone pillars, there were bronze lamps. Some warriors took out matches and lit the bronze lamp. In an instant, the entire underground palace was lit up. Only those who enter this door have the qualifications to obtain my inheritance. Just as everyone was pondering, a line of small words suddenly appeared on the stone door. After everyone saw it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis had calculated that there would be people who would find his tomb. Therefore, before he died, he deliberately set up a test in the tomb. Only by passing the test of this stone door would one have the qualifications to obtain his inheritance. So this stone door is a test, Qing Fufeng said faintly. As expected of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Even before he died, he was able to set up a test to stop the latecomers. Gui Kui said eerily. It's good that there is such a test. Not just anyone can touch the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Yellow Cloud Sex Huangjin said. That's right. With this, another group of warriors can be eliminated. The number of warriors that enter the tomb will greatly decrease. Hai Tong and Zhong Wuwei said. As for the last genius, Xing Yun of Xingyun Peak, he did not say anything. His gong-sized eyes were staring at the stone door. Just as the 4 great geniuses finished speaking, Xing Yun took a step forward and appeared before the stone door. Then, he circulated the spirit qi in his body and threw a punch at the stone door. Boom! The entire palace seemed to be trembling. On the stone door, a lot of dust fell. However, the stone door did not have the slightest bit of abnormality. What's going on? Within Xing Yun's eyes, a trace of shock flashed past as he asked. Only pure power. Instantly, such a voice rang out from within the stone door. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder even Xing Yun was unable to break open the stone door. So that's how it is. This stone door is testing the physical body of a warrior. Gui Kui grinned and said. His ghost-killing gait was the least afraid of testing the physical body. Hearing that, Xing Yun nodded. Then, he withdrew his spirit qi and gathered pure power on his fist. He threw a punch. Immediately, a cracking sound rang out from the stone door. In the next instant, the stone door opened and Xing Yun took a step forward and entered. When Xing Yun entered, the stone door closed once more. When the other 4 great geniuses saw that Xing Yun was the first to enter, their expressions changed. To the 5 of them, time was money. Whoever entered first would have an absolute advantage. Damn it! Qing Fufeng cursed. Then, his figure flickered and he directly threw a punch at the stone door. He passed the test and entered. Then Gui Kui, Huangjin, and Hai Wuwei all passed the test. The 5 great geniuses of the first group all entered. Then, it was the second group's turn. Fang Chun had been watching this scene from the corner. His intuition told him that the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was not so easy to obtain. Chapter 229. After the first group of 5 geniuses had all entered Wu Ho's tomb, it was time for the second group of warriors to enter. The warriors in the second group were all at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. They entered one after another. Looking at the warriors who entered the tomb, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's body wasn't too weak, one would be able to pass the test. However, when it was the third group's turn, there were some warriors who didn't pass the test. They only focused on strength and didn't pay attention to their bodies. They were destined to fail the test. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was Fang Chen's turn. Liang Yi grinned and said, "I'll go try first." Liang Yi walked to the stone door and gathered all the strength in his body into his fist. He punched the stone door. Dong! The stone door slowly opened. Liang Yi's face was filled with joy as he saw this. He stepped through the stone door and it closed with a loud bang. Liang Er, Liang San, and Liang Si all passed the test and entered the stone door. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen didn't take this test seriously. His body had reached the one-star Dao body. It wasn't something that others could compare with. Boom! As expected, Fang Chen only punched lightly and passed the test. The stone door slowly opened. At this moment, some of the cultivators behind Fang Chen made a crazy decision when they saw the stone door open. They didn't know if it was because they felt that they had no chance of passing the test, but they made a crazy decision when they saw the stone door open. That was to use the time Fang Chen took to enter to rush in. Rush! A few warriors did the same thing. It seemed that they were discussing something. Fang Chen heard the sounds behind him, but he didn't care. He continued to rush towards the stone door. Just as Fang Chen rushed to the stone door began to close. The stone door seemed to have noticed that there were warriors trying to force their way in. It closed very quickly, crushing some of the warriors who couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, there were countless miserable screams. Many warriors saw this scene and their hearts palpitated. After that, no other martial artists dared to force their way in. They all obediently waited to be tested. After Fang Chen entered the stone door, he realized that he seemed to have entered a maze. "Where is this?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. At that instant, an ancient voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "After entering the stone door, all the warriors will fall into a maze. This maze is the second test. In the maze, there is a small inheritance. Those who are fated will be able to obtain it." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved forward. "This maze is so big. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the inheritance. Furthermore, I have to be wary of other warriors," Fang Chen whispered as he walked. Time passed bit by bit. When all the warriors had passed the stone door's test, they all entered the maze. As for those martial artists who did not pass the test, they were directly eliminated. "The inheritance will definitely be mine." Somewhere in the maze, Qing Fufeng was walking quickly as he said in a low voice. At the same time, the other four geniuses were also moving forward. They all wanted to obtain the inheritance in the maze. After walking quickly for 2 hours, Fang Chen finally stopped. This was because in front of him, he met a second-level Qi High warrior. "It's you." Seeing Fang Chen, a greedy look appeared in the warrior's eyes. In his heart, he was extremely excited. Fang Chen was able to exchange blows with Gui Kue with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. This was enough to show how strong he was. Therefore, this warrior believed that Fang Chen must have practiced some heaven-defying cultivation method. In the outside world, many warriors were secretly drooling over it. Now that they had entered the maze, no one could discover each other. When this warrior saw Fang Chen, he instantly wanted to kill him. "Killing intent?" Fang Chen asked in a low voice as he sensed a strong killing intent from this martialist. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your cultivation method for being too heaven-defying." As soon as this warrior finished speaking, he suddenly took out a long saber and used his most powerful attack towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. The hidden dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. This was his first time fighting a second-level Qi High warrior. Although he could easily kill a first-level Qi High warrior, if he wanted to defeat a second-level Qi High warrior, he would need to use the second level of the fire and water sword technique. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. Crash. The second level of the fire and water sword technique was used. The tyrannical fire and water sword technique suddenly appeared above Fang Chen's head. Under Fang Chen's control, it directly attacked the warrior. Bang! The fire and water sword technique and the saber ray fiercely collided. In an instant, a deafening sound exploded, and the warrior was immediately pushed back. It's true. Seeing Fang Chen use the fire and water sword technique, the warrior's eyes shone with a golden light. He was extremely excited. Kid, your sword technique, I want it. The warrior roared angrily and once again used the tyrannical saber technique. Wherever the long saber passed, the air would dissipate. The second level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, Fang Chen not only used the second level of the fire and water sword technique, but also used the one-star Dao body. The tyrannical sword technique directly hit the warrior's body from a strange angle. Pucci the warrior was careless and was instantly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. This, after being pierced by Fang Chen, the warrior's face finally changed. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. Fang Chen's strength was not as simple as it looked. The warrior roared angrily and wanted to fight back, but Fang Chen did not give him a chance. When the hidden dragon sword pierced deeply into the warrior's chest, the finger of death pointed directly at the warrior's head. Bang! The warrior's head was instantly shattered, and he lost all signs of life. At this moment, in a maze not far away from Fang Chen, Hua Feng was carefully walking. Suddenly, he felt a tyrannical wave of energy in front of him. Someone is fighting, Hua Feng said in a low voice. But in the next moment, Hua Feng's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with anger. It's this aura. He is the one who killed my brother. Hua Feng roared angrily. He pushed his speed to the limit and quickly rushed towards the source of the battle. Just as Hua Feng arrived at the source of the battle, Fang Chen had just finished killing the warrior at the second level of the Qi High Realm and put away the hidden dragon sword. It's actually you. When Hua Feng saw Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. He thought about how Fang Chen was able to block a casual punch from Gui Kue. His strength was comparable to a warrior at the second level of the Qi High Realm. His own brother could not block his attack at all. Brat, you killed my brother. I will take revenge for him. Hua Feng's body was surrounded by a tyrannical aura as he stood in front of Fang Chen and shouted coldly. Who are you? We don't know each other. Why would I kill your brother? Fang Chen looked at Hua Feng doubtfully and asked. No matter how you quibble, I will not let you go. Although I have never seen you before, the aura you released from the skill you just used was exactly the same as the aura my brother emitted when he died. Hua Feng said angrily. Could it be? Fang Chen heard this and thought for a moment before asking. Could it be that your brother was the bandit? This was because after Fang Chen came to the Golden Crown country, he had only killed one Qi High Realm warrior, and that was the bandit leader. He had not killed anyone else. You finally admit it? Hua Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, You dared to kill my brother. I will tear you to pieces. Fang Chen felt the aura coming from Hua Feng's body and knew that it was not good. With his current strength, he could not defeat Hua Feng. At most, he could escape unscathed from Hua Feng. Luckily, this was a maze. Once he escaped, Hua Feng would not be able to chase after him. Brat, go die. Hua Feng waved his hand and the Ling Qi in his body gathered in his palm and formed a small ball. As Hua Feng waved his hand, the small ball flew towards Fang Chen at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Fang Chen could feel that the small ball contained a terrifying amount of energy. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Chen shouted and the hidden dragon sword rotated. The second layer of the water and fire sword technique was displayed. The tyrannical water and fire sword technique collided with the small ball. Yes, this is the aura. Seeing Fang Chen display the water and fire sword technique, The killing intent in Hua Feng's eyes became even more intense. Boom! The water and fire sword technique collided with the small ball, and the energy within the small ball instantly exploded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen's body flashed and he directly entered the moving maze. You are courting death. Seeing Fang Chen escape, Hua Feng's body flashed and he directly chased after him. At this moment, Hua Feng's heart was burning with anger. If he did not kill Fang Chen, he would not be a human. Let's go quickly. Fang Chen noticed that Hua Feng was chasing after him and his speed was very fast. He constantly shuttled through the moving maze and Hua Feng also quickly chased after him. After a minute, Hua Feng was about to catch up with Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's back, Hua Feng clenched his fist and punched out. However, just as his fist was about to hit Fang Chen's body suddenly disappeared and the path in front was directly blocked by a wall. Boom! Hua Feng's fist bombarded the wall. Seeing this, Hua Feng roared angrily. This damn maze! Fang Chen disappeared and the path here was blocked. Hua Feng did not need to guess to know that Fang Chen had entered another path in the maze. Chapter 230. Fang Chen also noticed the change in the moving labyrinth. When he saw the wall behind him, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect that by running randomly, he would be able to enter another path in the labyrinth. This wall had successfully blocked Hua Feng and prevented him from chasing after him. My strength is still too weak. If I can break through to the first level of the Qi High Realm, I will definitely be able to defeat Hua Feng. Fang Chen thought to himself. When he was in the Divine Wind Nation, his strength was considered to be invincible among the younger generation. Even the previous number 1 on the Qi ranking, Zhang Kuang, was not a match for him in the same realm. However, after coming to the Golden Crown Nation, Fang Chen discovered that the Divine Wind Nation was only a small stage. It could not be compared to the Golden Crown Nation. Now, this was only the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, and there were already such strong youth. This made Fang Chen even more impatient to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Shatter the true core and condense the Qi Sea. Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon after, Fang Chen walked quickly. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, his interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. Fang Chen was startled and immediately checked his interspatial ring. He discovered that the vibration just now was from the bone horn that he had bought in the underground market of Wind Cloud City. This is the bone horn. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a wild smile. After entering the Martial Marquis tomb, the bone horn had actually vibrated. Could it be that what the old man said was true? That this bone horn could have come from the tomb of the Martial Marquis of Wind Cloud? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt that he had picked up a treasure. He held the bone horn tightly in his hand, and the bone horn slightly vibrated. Feeling the vibration of the bone horn, Fang Chen opened his palm. The bone horn was lying quietly on his palm. Finally, through the slight vibration, the broken horn of the bone horn pointed to a path on the left. Why is the bone horn not vibrating? Fang Chen was puzzled as he looked at the bone horn and asked softly. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen finally understood that the bone horn seemed to be guiding him. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy as he quickly advanced in the direction the bone horn was pointing. At this time, in the huge moving maze, countless warriors were looking for the inheritance. In a certain labyrinth, Qing Fufeng was advancing rapidly when a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Ghost Sunflower. Qing Fufeng's aura surged, ready to attack at any time, but he was stopped by Ghost Sunflower. Qing Lufeng, now is not the time for war. The inheritance is more important. Ghost Sunflower's figure said in a hoarse voice. Qing Lufeng nodded lightly when he heard this, and then he turned around and left. There were many martial artists who were similar to Qing Lufeng and Gue Kue. Some of them would fight after encountering them, while others would deliberately avoid them. Only Fang Chen was happily following the guidance of the bone horn and moving forward quickly. About 2 hours later, the bone horn vibrated once more. Fang Chen found that each time the bone horn vibrated, it was adjusting its direction. The bone horn vibrated a dozen times before finally stopping. Fang Chen quickly advanced in the direction the bone horn was pointing. After another 6 hours, Fang Chen finally arrived at his destination. This was the center of the moving maze. Standing in this central region, Fang Chen found that while the surrounding maze was constantly changing, this central region remained motionless. It's all thanks to the bone horn. Otherwise, finding this central region would have been too difficult. Fang Chen grinned. Just as Fang Chen was standing in the central region, the entire moving maze suddenly began to rotate even faster. The countless warriors in the moving maze were all shocked. They didn't know what was happening. This scene caused the 5 heavenly geniuses who had originally found some clues to be at a loss. Damn it! Countless curses came out from the mouths of the warriors. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, a ray of light came out from the central region and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. When this ray of light drilled into Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen found out that the small inheritance that the Fengyun martial marquis had mentioned was actually a tyrannical and fierce energy. If I can absorb all of this energy, I might be able to break through to the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. No matter what, he had to give it a try. If not, when the real tomb appeared, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight for it. Crash! Fang Chen put away the bone horn and began to refine this boundless energy. Fang Chen could feel that this energy was extremely strong. If it exploded, even a second-level Qi High warrior would die instantly. Fang Chen began to guide this energy towards his true nucleus. Shatter the true nucleus. What Fang Chen needed to do now was to shatter the true nucleus, expand it to form the Qi Si, and liquefy the spirit Qi. Shattering the true nucleus was only the first step, and it was also the most difficult step. Crack! Under the bombardment of the boundless energy, the true nucleus was slowly shattering. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen let out a smile. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's true nucleus was completely shattered. His entire dantian was fragmented. At this moment, Fang Chen began to use the boundless energy to expand his Qi Si. Once the Qi Si was successfully expanded, the next step would be to liquefy the spirit Qi. This was relatively simple. Fang Chen had once read about how to expand the Qi Si. He had some understanding of this, and according to his understanding, he began to expand the Qi Si. After half an hour, Fang Chen stopped expanding, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. How could this be? At this moment, Fang Chen was speechless. With such boundless energy, it should have been enough for him to enter the Qi High Realm and condense the Qi Si. But now, his true nucleus was completely shattered, and the expansion of his Qi Si was stagnant because there was not enough energy. Is there any other way? Fang Chen thought anxiously. Shattering the true nucleus and expanding the Qi Si was the most important step. Now, Fang Chen was stuck in the middle, and he could not move up or down. This was the most dangerous step. If he encountered a warrior, Fang Chen would not even be able to use his spirit Qi. In this way, Fang Chen's strength would be greatly reduced. Even if he met a warrior of the first stage of the Qi High Realm, he would have to run for his life. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. Soon after, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder and started to chatter non-stop. What did you say? Fang Chen asked. Then, Fang Chen knew that the little mouse was reminding him that he could absorb the energy within the spirit stones to expand his Qi Si. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. The more nervous he was, the easier it was to forget. He did not think that he would have forgotten such an important thing. Then, Fang Chen took out a large amount of spirit stones and started to absorb them. Walla 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had absorbed 1,000,000 medium spirit stones. At this time, the stagnant Qi started to expand again. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face showed a smile again. It's useful, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen started to absorb a large amount of spirit stones. When Fang Chen had absorbed 10,000,000 medium spirit stones, his Qi had just expanded. It's formed. Fang Chen was overjoyed. In his dantian, a wrinkled Qi appeared. Continue to expand. When the wrinkled Qi appeared, Fang Chen was relieved. It was only a matter of time before the Qi expanded. As time passed, Fang Chen spent a day and consumed a total of 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones before his sea of Qi was completely stabilized. At this time, the spirit Qi in his Qi had completely liquefied. In his dantian, it was as if there was a vast ocean. Is this the Qi High Realm? Fang Chen looked at the Qi in his dantian and said in a low voice. The Qi was where the Qi High Realm warriors stored their energy. The bigger the Qi, the stronger the warrior was. Fang Chen's Qi had just finished expanding. It was comparable to the Qi of a warrior at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. After breaking through to the Qi High Realm, I can clearly feel the power of nature, Fang Chen said softly. After reaching the Qi High Realm, a warrior could communicate with the heavens and earth. Although it was only a preliminary communication, it was not something a Qi Transformation Realm warrior could compare with. The Qi Transformation Realm and the Qi High Realm were two completely different realms. A Qi Transformation Realm warrior was just a normal warrior in front of a Qi High Realm warrior. Only by reaching the Qi High Realm could one be considered to have taken a big step forward on the path of martial art. By chance, Fang Chen had obtained a large amount of energy from the moving maze in Wu Ho's tomb. With the addition of 100 million medium spirit stones, he had successfully expanded his Qi and reached the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. What luck! Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. If it was not for the fact that he had to painfully sell the pills in the underground market, the stall owner would not have recommended him to buy the bone horn, and he would not have obtained such a large amount of energy from the moving maze. If he did not obtain this energy, it would be impossible for him to reach the Qi High Realm. Chapter 231. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen reached the 1st level of the Qi High Realm, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the moving labyrinth. Immediately after, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the moving maze instantly disappeared, and all the martial artists appeared in the spacious hall. And what's going on? Why did the moving labyrinth disappear? I wonder if the sudden disappearance of the moving maze means that someone has obtained the legacy of the moving maze. It might be true, but who exactly obtained the inheritance? Could it be the 5 great geniuses? Many people suspected that one of the 5 heavenly prides had obtained the inheritance. None of them suspected that it was Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was also filled with shock. He glanced at the crowd before walking towards the Liang family's 4th young master. At this moment, the Liang family's 4th young master was in a sorry state. His face was full of seriousness. What happened? Fang Chen walked over and asked in a low voice. In the moving labyrinth, I met the martial arts duo and was chased by them for a long time, Liang Yi said unhappily. Brother Fang, if you were here, the 5 of us together wouldn't need to be afraid of them, Liang Er said. Fang Chen saw some scars on the Liang family's 4th young master's body. He guessed that these scars were left behind by the fist and kick dual martial art. While the few of them were deep in thought, an ice-cold gaze suddenly turned toward Fang Chen. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Hua Feng had been looking for Fang Chen all this time. Now that he finally found Fang Chen, he naturally wouldn't let Fang Chen go. As he spoke, Hua Feng appeared in front of Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned. There were so many disciples here. Once he used the power of the 1st level of Qi High, he would definitely be discovered by the 5 geniuses. Who were the 5 geniuses? If they found out that he had broken through to the Qi high stage in the moving maze, they would definitely suspect that he had received the inheritance, and then he would become the target of everyone. Swoosh Fong Chen didn't clash head-on with Hua Feng. His figure flashed as he constantly dodged. "You are courting death." Hua Feng roared angrily when he saw Fong Chen constantly dodging his attacks. He pushed his strength to the extreme, wanting to kill Fong Chen. At the moment, the 5 great geniuses weren't paying attention to the battle between the two of them. Their gazes were all focused on the passageway ahead. "Stop!" Suddenly, Qing Fufeng said in a deep voice. Hua Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness when he heard Qing Mufeng's words. He turned around and looked at Qing Mufeng. "The moving labyrinth has just disappeared, and a few channels have appeared here. If your fight causes us huge losses, will you be able to bear it?" asked Qing Lufeng. Qing Fufeng's words made Hua Feng stop completely. Although his strength was tyrannical, he did not dare to disobey Qing Fufeng's words. Moreover, if it was really as Qing Fufeng had said, and their battle had brought some unnecessary trouble to Qing Fufeng and the others, then he was dead for sure. The 5 great geniuses were not to be trifled with. They had entered the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis for the inheritance. If anyone dared to obstruct them from obtaining the inheritance, they would definitely kill them. "Humph, I'll let you off this time. But the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." Hua Feng glared at Fong Chen. Fong Chen coldly glanced at Hua Feng. Then he looked at where the 5 great geniuses were standing. At this time, there was a wall in front of the 5 great geniuses. On this wall there were 9 channels. The 9 channels were exactly the same. But the most shocking thing was that there was a line of words written in blood above each channel. Yes, those words were written in blood. The blood on the words emitted a terrifying aura that shocked countless cultivators. 9 channels, 8 life and 1 death. 9 channels, 8 life and 1 death. In other words, of these 9 channels, only 1 led to death. The others led to life. Even the 5 great geniuses had grave expressions. They stared at the 9 channels. If they chose the wrong one, they would definitely die. Which channel is the real one? Fong Chen pondered inwardly. Not long after, Qing Fufeng opened his eyes. In an instant, he chose the first channel on the left. "I'll go in first," Qing Fufeng said to the other 4 geniuses. Then, he plunged into the first tunnel. Seeing Qing Fufeng enter the first channel, everyone guessed that the first channel should also be a channel of life. However, none of the 4 great geniuses followed him in. The 5 great geniuses all had their own pride. Since Qing Fufeng had chosen a channel, the 4 of them definitely wouldn't follow him. "I'll also choose one," said Gui Kue sinisterly as he entered the second channel. Next was Huang Zhen. He chose the 3rd channel. Hai Wuwei chose the 4th channel. As for Xing Yun, he directly chose the 9th channel. After the 5 great geniuses left, some other timid martialists followed the 5 great geniuses into the 5 passageways. Although their chances of obtaining the inheritance had decreased, at least they would be safe. "Let's go too." Just as Fong Chen was pondering, the little mouse suddenly squeaked on his shoulder and pointed a channel for Fong Chen. Fong Chen didn't hesitate and directly led the 4 young masters of the Liang family into the 8th channel. Seeing that Fong Chen had left, Hua Feng followed closely behind and entered the 8th passage. In a moment the hall was empty. All the cultivators had entered the 9 channels. After Fong Chen entered the channel, he suddenly discovered that it was very long. "There's a strange aura in the channel." "Let's go," said Fong Chen. The group of 5 quickly walked. After about an hour, they finally walked out of the tunnel. Once they exited the channel, they appeared in a mountain valley. This mountain valley was extremely strange and quiet. "What is this place?" asked Fong Chen. This mountain valley was only connected to the channel they were in. There were no other channels. Could it be that each channel can send a cultivator to an unfamiliar place? Wondered Fong Chen. Fong Chen and the others safely exited the channel. As for the cultivators in the fifth channel, they were all terrified. This fifth channel was the legendary channel of death. Rumble at this time, a wild sound came from the fifth channel, followed by a boundless aura that instantly pressed down on the numerous cultivators. Damn it! Numerous cultivators cried out in alarm. They wanted to quickly leave the channel, but they were helpless. It was as if they had walked into a dead end and were unable to leave. Crash! Just as they were about to escape, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the channel. This black shadow used a fierce method and began to kill everyone. Half an hour later, all the warriors in the fifth channel were dead. After the black shadow had done all this, it slowly disappeared. In the mysterious valley, Fang Chen had just entered with the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Brat, let's see who can save you this time." Hua Feng's cold voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that Hua Feng had just walked out of the channel. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. In order to kill him, Hua Feng did not hesitate to enter the same channel as him. In an instant, Hua Feng entered the mysterious valley. Facing Fang Chen, he erupted with a wild aura. "Brat, you will die today," Hua Feng said coldly. "Brother Fang, be careful." The 4 young masters of the Liang family released their powerful aura and surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded at the 4 young masters of the Liang family and said, "He is coming for me. You guys retreat." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang family hesitated. However, after seeing Fang Chen's clear eyes, they chose to retreat. "Brother Fang, be careful," Liang Yi said in a low voice. After the 4 young masters of the Liang family retreated, Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at Hua Feng coldly. He asked, "You want to kill me?" "Yes, not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to turn your bones into ashes." "Then have you ever thought that you will be killed by me?" Fang Chen asked. Hua Feng froze for a moment and then laughed wildly. "Killed by you? Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Fang Chen shook his head and said, "This is not a joke. This is the truth. I really don't plan on letting you leave here alive." Fang Chen's words were calm, but there was a hint of threat in them. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hua Feng's face finally darkened. His eyes were burning with anger. "You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Hua Feng said coldly. Boom! At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly erupted with the aura of a first-level Qi High warrior. The wild aura instantly surrounded his body. Seeing this, Hua Feng's face changed. He said, I thought you had something to rely on. So you just broke through to the first level of the Qi High realm. You think that just because you broke through to the first level of the Qi High realm, you can fight against me, Hua Feng? Today, I will let you know the difference between the first level of the Qi High realm and the third level of the Qi High realm. Hua Feng sneered. The 4 young masters of the Liang family, who were standing behind Fang Chen, were shocked when they saw the wild aura surrounding Fang Chen. First level of the Qi High realm. The 4 young masters of the Liang family exclaimed. Before entering the moving labyrinth, Fang Chen was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Now, he was at the first level of the Qi High realm. Could it be that he obtained the inheritance of the moving labyrinth? Liang Yi thought to himself. The other 3 were shocked by Fang Chen's strength. When he was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he was able to fight against a second-level Qi High warrior. Now that he was at the first level of the Qi High realm, would he be able to defeat Hua Feng, who was at the 3rd level of the Qi High realm? Chapter 232. You're courting death. Hua Feng roared. The wild aura around his body instantly soared. He clenched his fists and countless liquefied spiritual qi in his qi sea gathered on his fists like water droplet. Then, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Finger of Death. Seeing this, Fang Chen unleashed his Finger of Death, which was at the transcendent stage. A powerful finger light shot out and collided with Hua Feng's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, the finger light shattered and Hua Feng's fist stopped moving. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Hua Feng sneered when he saw Fang Chen's finger light being shattered by his fist. In the next moment, Hua Feng once again used his tyrannical fist technique. He continuously threw out countless punches. Suddenly, countless wild fist lights appeared in the sky. These wild fist lights instantly gathered together and formed a majestic fist light. Then, it carried a destructive aura and blasted towards Fang Chen. This attack was Hua Feng's strongest attack. He wanted to kill Fang Chen with this attack. Three-sword realm sword explosion. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand flashed as he instantly unleashed the sword explosion. In the sky, the flashing sword light directly bombarded the majestic fist light. It instantly exploded, wanting to shatter the fist light. However, although the flickering sword light exploded, its energy was unable to break through the majestic fist light. Seeing the majestic fist light shatter the flickering sword light and shoot towards him, Fang Chen executed the water and fire sword technique. The second level of the fire and water sword technique. The fire and water sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword and collided with the majestic fist light. When the fire and water sword light collided with the majestic fist light, the fire and water sword light instantly penetrated the majestic fist light and destroyed it from the inside. Hua Feng's face turned gloomy when he noticed that his fist light was being destroyed. He threw out another punch. However, when he threw out this punch, Fang Chen's fire and water sword light had already destroyed his majestic fist light. Seeing this scene, the four young masters of the Liang family were shocked. He's really powerful. A first-stage Qi-Hai warrior is suppressing a third-stage Qi-Hai warrior. Liang Yi said. Big brother has good foresight. When we first met him, he was only at the 9th stage Qi transformation realm. Yeah, in just a few days, he was able to fight against a third-stage Qi-Hai warrior alone. Now, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be able to defeat Brother Fang. The four young masters of the Liang family, while they were shocked. Fang Chen was a monstrous talent. They were envious of Fang Chen. Just as they were sighing, the battle between Fang Chen and Hua Feng had reached its climax. Fang Chen had used the water and fire sword technique to suppress Hua Feng. This made Hua Feng very angry. Damn it! Hua Feng kept cursing. He wanted to break through Fang Chen's attack, but Fang Chen's attack was too strong. How can this be? Hua Feng thought that even if Fang Chen was at the first stage of the Qi-Hai realm, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But now, he couldn't even protect himself. Where there's life, there's hope. Hua Feng instantly made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to escape first and take revenge on Fang Chen in the future. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Letting Hua Feng go was like letting a tiger return to the mountains. He had to be on guard at all times. Kill. Fang Chen looked at Hua Feng, who was running away, and said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chen activated his one-star Dao body and the fire and water sword technique to the extreme. Suddenly, Fang Chen used his strongest attack. No. Under this attack, even Hua Feng couldn't block it. Hua Feng roared angrily, but it was useless. The fire and water sword light heavily bombarded his body and sent him flying. Hua Feng, who was lying on the ground, wanted to escape, but he didn't even have the strength to fight. He couldn't escape at all. How can this be? Hua Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. If he had killed Fang Chen in the moving labyrinth, this wouldn't have happened. I hate you! Hua Feng roared angrily. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Hua Feng. He raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand and stabbed it into Hua Feng's head. Hua Feng instantly lost his life. Hua Feng didn't understand how Fang Chen could be so strong. Seeing Hua Feng die, the four young masters of the Liang family woke up from their shock. Brother Fang, you're too strong. Even Hua Feng, who was at the third stage of the Qi-Hai realm, wasn't your match. Liang Yi grinned. Hua Feng had some fame in the second echelon, but he was easily killed by Fang Chen. The current Fang Chen is strong enough to dominate the second tier. Brother Fang, I didn't think that in just a few days, you would be able to kill a third-level Qi High warrior. I admire you. The other three people cupped their hands towards Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, two more figures suddenly appeared in the tunnel. These two figures poked their heads out and constantly observed the scene outside the tunnel. When they saw Fang Chen and the others, they quickly emerged from the passageway. Seeing these two people, the Liang family's fourth young master's face was filled with anger. Both fists and feet, Liang Yi said in a deep voice. When they were in the moving maze, they had been chased by the fists and kicks duo. Now that they had met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Martial arts dual martial arts had also discovered Fang Chen's group of 5. They had entered the valley. Did you discover anything? Martial arts duo Ju asked. Are they the ones chasing after you in the moving maze? Fang Chen asked as he looked at the martial arts duo. That's right, it's them, Liang Er said angrily. How laughable, Liang family's fourth young master, could it be that you still want revenge? Martial arts duo Ju said coldly. The martial arts duo hadn't attacked Fang Chen in the Wind Cloud Mountain range because he couldn't see through Fang Chen. They weren't afraid of the Liang family's fourth young master. Therefore, when they met the Liang family's fourth young master in the moving maze, they went all out to kill him. But just as Leg Ju was about to speak, he saw Hua Feng's corpse on the ground. His expression changed and he said in a deep voice, Isn't this Hua Feng? Hearing Leg Ju's words, Fist Ju also noticed Hua Feng. His expression was gloomy and he coldly asked, How did Hua Feng die? He was killed by me. Fang Chen said calmly. You said Hua Feng was killed by you? Has your brain become rusty? Fist Ju said with a mocking smile. What an arrogant fellow. If you could kill Hua Feng, you would have already killed us. You wouldn't be in a deadlock with us here. Leg Ju said coldly. There must be some hidden danger in this mysterious valley. Hua Feng must have been killed by one of the mysterious creatures in the valley. The martial arts duo thought to himself. They didn't believe that Hua Feng had really been killed by Fang Chen. I'm going to kill you right now, said Fang Chen. Brat, don't think that we won't attack you just because we can't see through you. If you anger us, we'll kill you all the same, said Fist Ju coldly. But right now, we're going to kill the Liang family's fourth young master. It's best if you don't meddle in other people's business, said Leg Ju. I already said that I'm going to kill you right now, said Fang Chen. The martial arts duo's expression completely darkened. He said icily, Brat, you're courting death. You're the ones courting death. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his finger and a finger of death shot out. Finger of death. Fang Chen had used the finger of death to deal with the martial arts dual martial art. Swoosh, the finger of death shot out. Seeing this, the fist and leg mastery immediately used their strongest attacks to block it. Pucci, however, just as the two of them were trying their best to resist, the finger of death suddenly broke through Quan Ju's fist light and shot into his forehead. Ah! With a miserable cry, Fist Extinction instantly lost his vitality and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiao Ju's face darkened, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Did you really kill Hua Feng? At this moment, Jiao Ju finally believed that Hua Feng had been killed by Fang Chen. He was very clear about Quan Ju's strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, Quan Ju would be invincible in the second level of the Qi High Realm. However, the man in front of him had killed Quan Ju with a casual wave of his finger. Quan Ju was completely defenseless. How is this possible? The Foot Ju's heart was filled with fear. He had never imagined that the Fist Ju, who had just fought alongside him, would die so quietly. As for Fang Chen, he stood there calmly like a demon. How could this be? Jiao Ju hated himself. Why did he have to choose this passage? At this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were filled with disdain. They were very clear about Fang Chen's strength. It would be too easy for him to kill the fist and foot duel masters. Plop Jiao Ju knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Please let me go. Let you go? What a joke. Back in the moving maze, you almost killed us 4 brothers. Liang Yi said coldly. It was our fault in the moving maze, but we received the punishment we deserve. Quan Ju is already dead, please let me go. As Jiao Ju spoke, he continuously kowtowed to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head and pointed with his finger. No. Jiao Ju cried out miserably. Puchi Jiao Ju died. At this moment, the fist and foot duel masters had all fallen. Brother Fang, thank you. The 4 young masters of the Liang family cupped their hands and thanked him. The reason why Fang Chen acted was to avenge them. They were very grateful. It's nothing. Fang Chen nodded and said. After killing the fist and foot duel masters, Fang Chen picked up Hua Feng's spatial ring and said, You can take the fist and foot duel master's spatial ring. Brother Fang, you were the one who killed him. That's not good. Liang Yi hesitated. Take it, said Fang Chen. Thank you, Brother Fang. The 4 young masters cupped their hands. At this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family felt extremely lucky. They had met Fang Chen before coming to the Windcloud Martial Marquis tomb. Furthermore, they had become teammates with Fang Chen. Chapter 233. There was nothing in Hua Feng's interspatial ring. This made Fang Chen speechless. Hua Feng was at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. How could he be so poor? Of course, what Fang Chen didn't know was that Hua Feng had used up all of his resources in order to break through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. After that, Fang Chen brought the 4 young masters of the Liang family to the center of the mysterious valley. The 4 young masters of the Liang family were now completely obedient to Fang Chen. They knew that Fang Chen's strength was too strong. If they stayed with Fang Chen, they would at least encounter less danger. This valley is a bit special. Fang Chen was puzzled. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a grayish aura suddenly appeared around the mysterious valley. In the next moment, the entire mysterious valley was surrounded by this grayish aura. Not good, we've been trapped in a formation. Fang Chen immediately realized that they were trapped in a formation. His face was filled with anxiety. Crash! This formation was extremely large. Surrounding the formation was an incomparably dense aura. This aura formed an extremely strong defense, trapping Fang Chen's group within. Could this also be a test? Fang Chen was puzzled. Just as Fang Chen's group of 5 was trapped in the array formation, the martialists in the other 7 tunnels were also trapped in the array formation. Break this formation and you will be able to enter the ultimate tomb. Suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. Countless cultivators heard it and their faces changed. At the beginning, they were still resisting, but now they directly sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the formation. A mere formation won't be able to stop me. Within a certain formation, Qing Fufeng's face revealed a confident smile as he spoke. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses were also very confident. They believed that they would be the first to break the formation. And at this moment, Fang Chen was using the fire and water sword art to attack the formation. Although the water-fire sword technique was powerful, its attacks did not cause any ripples within the array. This made Fang Chen give up on trying to break the array with brute force. Brother Fang, what should we do? Liang Yi asked in a low voice. The other 3 also looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's answer. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, This array formation should be a test. We have to break the array formation in the shortest time possible and enter the ultimate tomb. All right. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang family sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the formation. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding array. He sat cross-legged in the center of the array and closed his eyes slightly, using his heart to feel the operating rules of the array. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder and began to chirp incessantly. 6 hours later, a trace of displeasure appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 6 hours of comprehension, he felt that the array formation was extensive and profound. It was not something that could be broken in a short amount of time. Impossible. There must be a shortcut, thought Fang Chen. Continue. Fang Chen exclaimed inside before closing his eyes once more. Fang Chen had some understanding of the array formation before, but it was not deep enough. Now that his cultivation realm had increased, his comprehension of the array formation had naturally deepened. Just as Fang Chen was comprehending the array formation, the golden heart began to rapidly beat. In an instant, an invisible aura was emitted from the golden heart. The little mouse seemed to have also noticed this aura. It chirped happily and continuously absorbed this invisible aura. When this invisible aura entered Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. Fang Chen stood in this illusion. Above his head, there were tens of thousands of long swords. These long swords contained extremely tyrannical sword qi. What a terrifying sword qi! Fang Chen muttered in a low voice. Tens of thousands of long swords were suspended in the sky at the same time. How spectacular was this! Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, the tens of thousands of long swords suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. In the next moment, the color of the entire sky changed. Then, the tens of thousands of long swords fell like rain and heavily inserted themselves into the ground, surrounding Fang Chen in the center. Fang Chen witnessed all this with his own eyes. Suddenly, his mind became clear. This was because the order in which the tens of thousands of long swords were inserted into the ground seemed to contain a trace of mystery. Moreover, when he looked up, he saw that the tens of thousands of long swords were inserted into the ground in a very good order. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's mind was blown. Then, Fang Chen instantly opened his eyes. He realized that it was an illusion. Illusion! Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He vaguely felt that the illusion just now had a trace of connection with the array formation in front of him. Fang Chen tried hard to shake his head. In his mind, he could vaguely remember the tens of thousands of long swords that carried destructive sword qi and were inserted into the ground. That spectacular scene was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. The Golden Heart. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the Golden Heart again. Only the Golden Heart could have such a great ability. The illusion just now must have been brought to him by the Golden Heart, allowing him to clearly see the trajectory of the tens of thousands of long swords. As he thought of this, Fang Chen connected the trajectory of the tens of thousands of long swords with the large array formation in front of him. A majestic liquefied spirit qi appeared in his palm. Under Fang Chen's control, this spirit qi constantly flew to every corner of the array formation. Crash! In an instant, transparent nodes appeared around the array formation. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. So that's how it is. Although Fang Chen didn't have a thorough understanding of this array formation, at this moment, he discovered these nodes. He could completely rely on his own strength to break the large array formation. Suddenly, Fang Chen stood up and took out the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen displayed the second level of the waterfire sword technique. Countless waterfire sword lights continuously shot towards every corner of the large array formation. Rumble! Following the attack of the waterfire sword lights, the nodes around the large array formation were shattered one after another. The large array formation was also constantly disintegrating under this wild attack. When the 4 young masters of the Liang family saw this scene, they were shocked. Fang Chen was too heaven-defying. Not only was his martial talent so strong, but his talent in array formations was also heaven-defying. In just 6 hours, they had no understanding of the large array formation. However, Fang Chen had already found a way to break the large array formation. This kind of talent was something that even the 5 great prodigies would feel ashamed of. What a terrifying fellow! The more time they spent with Fang Chen, the more the 4 young masters of the Liang family realized that Fang Chen was unfathomable. Boom! When the last water-fire sword light blasted out, the last node of the large array formation was shattered. Immediately after, the array foundation and the core of the large array formation appeared in front of Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen easily shattered the array foundation and the core of the array formation, causing the large array formation to shatter. The moment the large array formation shattered, Fang Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the valley. Seeing this, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were puzzled. Where did Brother Fang go? Whispered Liang Yi. Could it be that Brother Fang was sent to the ultimate tomb? Asked Liang Er. That must be the case. It seems we've been eliminated. Liang San grinned. Brother Fang will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the ultimate tomb, said Liang Si solemnly. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen discovered that his body had disappeared from the valley and appeared in a dimly lit palace. This palace was surrounded by walls. Fang Chen also didn't know how he had appeared. However, when Fang Chen saw the coffin at the very front, he was incomparably shocked. Could this be the true tomb of the Windcloud Martial Marquis? Fang Chen was incomparably excited. You are the first person to enter my true tomb. I'll give you a chance to receive my inheritance. All of a sudden, an illusory figure appeared above the coffin. The figure looked at Fang Chen and said, Don't worry. You're the Windcloud Martial Marquis? Asked Fang Chen. Correct, I am the Windcloud Martial Marquis. The Windcloud Martial Marquis in front of him was nothing more than a remnant he had left behind before his death. After so many years, has someone finally found my tomb? Sighed the Windcloud Martial Marquis. Before I died, I intentionally left behind a trial. Whoever can pass the trial will be able to obtain my inheritance, continued the Windcloud Martial Marquis. May I ask what Senior's trial is? Asked Fang Chen. The 3 trials outside are merely the most basic trials. Once you arrive here, you will receive the final trial. Once you pass, my inheritance will be yours, said the Windcloud Martial Marquis. This is the Windcloud Mantra. It has a total of 9 levels. Cultivate it with the Windcloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. The final trial is to comprehend the Windcloud Mantra. If you can comprehend the first 7 levels of the Windcloud Mantra, you will pass the trial, continued the Windcloud Martial Marquis. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't waste any more time and sat down on a praying mat in front of the coffin. Then he opened the Windcloud Mantra and began to read it. Not long after, Fang Chen entered a state of cultivation. After Fang Chen cultivated for 2 hours, Qing Mufeng entered the ultimate tomb. Ha ha ha, the Windcloud Martial Marquis' tomb will definitely be mine. I'll definitely be the first to enter, said Qing Fufeng loudly with a wild smile on his face. Qing Fufeng stabilized himself and looked around. When he saw the coffin in front of him, he was overjoyed. He was even more certain that this was the true tomb of the Windcloud Martial Marquis. But at this time, Fang Chen saw Fang Chen on the praying mat. His expression changed. Why is he here? Could it be that he's the first to break the formation? Qing Fufeng shook his head. He didn't dare to believe this fact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That formation is extremely powerful. He's just a weak cultivator. How could he break it? Chapter 234. Congratulations, you've arrived at my true tomb. The Windcloud Martial Marquis laughed. You are the Windcloud Martial Marquis. Qing Fufeng cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Windcloud Martial Marquis image. Correct, I am the Windcloud Martial Marquis. You are the second martial artist to come here. Similarly, you also have a chance. Have you seen the book in front of the praying mat? That is my absolute skill, the Wind and Cloud Mental Cultivation Method. As long as you can cultivate the wind and cloud mental cultivation method to the 7th level, you will pass the test and receive my inheritance. Qing Fufeng didn't have time to think about why Fong Chen was the first to enter. He directly sat down on the praying mat and began to comprehend the Wind Cloud mantra. I've been cultivating the Azure Sky Alliance's illusion mantra for a long time. Although this Wind Cloud mantra is difficult, I will definitely be the first to succeed. Qing Fufeng's face was filled with a confident smile. Fong Chen had already been cultivating for a while. His mind was filled with the mantra of the Wind Cloud mantra. A mantra was a supplementary cultivation technique. Of course, some low-level cultivation techniques didn't have any supplementary mantras. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis's absolute art was the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. This was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully enter the Martial Marquis rankings and become a Martial Marquis that countless people revered. And the supplementary mantra of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture was the Wind Cloud mantra. The reason the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis had set the final test like this was because he had a deep understanding of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Only by cultivating the Wind Cloud mantra to the 7th level or higher would one be able to quickly cultivate the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Time slowly passed. As Fong Chen and Qing Lufeng were cultivating, several other martial artists entered. The first one to enter was Ghost Sunflower. He was the same as Qing Lufeng, thinking that he was the first to enter. He hadn't thought that after entering, he would discover that he was the third. After the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis gave a brief introduction, Gui Kue began to cultivate. The next to enter was Hai Wei, and the last to enter was Huang Jun. A total of 6 people entered. The other weaker martial artists were unable to enter and were directly eliminated by the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. These 6 people were the ones most likely to receive his inheritance. The Fengyun Martial Marquis had also discovered this point from the series of tests that he had gone through. Apart from Fong Chen, there were 5 geniuses among the 6 warriors. I wonder who will accept my legacy, the Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud said faintly. However, when his eyes landed on Fong Chen, his expression suddenly changed. This was because there was a black rat standing on Fong Chen's shoulder. Its 2 small eyes were blinking as it stared at the coffin in front of it. When the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis saw the little mouse, he was deeply shocked. His illusory face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this is the legendary, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis was shocked. The first time he saw this little mouse, he realized that it was exactly the same as the legend. Why is it here? The Fengyun Martial Marquis could not understand why this little mouse would follow a human, and this human was only at the 1st level of Qi Hai. Could it be that this young man has something that attracted the little mouse? The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis thought to himself. It was obvious that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis had heard of this little mouse's race. Of course, it was only a rumor because this little mouse's race was too heaven-defying. In the entire ancient Sword continent there were only a few of them. While the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis was still in shock, the little mouse jumped down from Fong Chen's shoulder with a so sound and jumped onto the coffin. Ignoring the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis's illusory image, the little mouse drilled into the coffin and chirped loudly. Originally, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis wanted to stop it, but after thinking for a moment, he did not stop it and allowed the little mouse to jump around. In the end, the little mouse took out a yellowed book from the coffin. On the cover of the book, there were a few bold and powerful words, Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Seeing this, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis's illusory face was filled with helplessness. The little mouse had actually taken out his ultimate technique. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis didn't stop it. The little mouse took the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture and happily returned to Fong Chen's shoulder. At this time, Fang Chen's mind was filled with an explosion. He realized that he had already cultivated the wind and cloud mantra to the first level. Did I succeed in the first level? Fang Chen thought to himself and then continued to cultivate. As for Qing Lufeng and the others, their cultivation speed was clearly not as fast as Fang Chen's. Time slowly passed. Because of the experience from the first level, Fang Chen's cultivation speed increased by quite a bit. 3 days later, Fang Chen had reached the second level of the wind and cloud mantra. Third level, fourth level, fifth level. By the time Fang Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, 20 days had already passed. In these 20 days, Fang Chen felt that his harvest was great. The wind and cloud mantra was broad and profound. Wanting to thoroughly understand it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. When Fang Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, Qing Lufeng and the others had also reached the fifth level of the wind and cloud mantra. Haha, I've finally reached the fifth level. The inheritance will definitely be mine. Qing Lufeng was incomparably excited. Time slowly passed. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis had been paying attention to these 6 cultivators. During this process, he discovered a strange scene. Every time Fang Chen reached a bottleneck, there would be an invisible aura that would allow Fang Chen to instantly break through the bottleneck. Just what is it? There seems to be a mysterious power on this kid's body. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis frowned. Even he couldn't see through Fang Chen. This made him feel that Fang Chen was too mysterious. However, when he thought about how the little mouse would follow Fang Chen, he was no longer curious. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. On this day, Fang Chen was the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Boom! There was an explosion in his mind. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that the wind and cloud mantra had reached the 7th level. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense wind and cloud aura. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, suddenly, beside Fang Chen, there was a loud explosion from Qing Lufeng's body. Qing Lufeng's eyes opened and his face was filled with joy. Wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, I'm the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Will the inheritance belong to me? Qing Lufeng anxiously asked. As Qing Fufeng spoke, Gui Kue and the others opened their eyes one after another. Not good, Qing Lufeng actually finished cultivating. Gui Kue and the others were inwardly nervous. Qing Lufeng's cultivation speed was much faster than theirs. Not bad, you've all reached the 7th level. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis looked at the 6 of them with a smile. However, the first to reach the 7th level is him. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis pointed his finger at Fang Chen. When the 5 heavenly geniuses looked over, their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with a dense fiendish aura. How is that possible? The 5 heavenly geniuses didn't believe that Fang Chen could cultivate faster than them. Originally, I thought that if you could all comprehend the 7th level, there would be a final test. But now I think there's no need for that, said the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. Then who will the inheritance belong to? Qing Lufeng hastily asked. I, the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, look down on the entire Golden Crown nation. My life's lost arts are the wind and cloud mantra and the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Although you haven't obtained the inheritance, you've at least obtained the wind and cloud mantra. It can be considered an opportunity, said the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. Before I died, the inheritance I left behind here is my life's lost art, the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Of course, there are also some of my insights into the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, continued the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. But his eyes were looking at Fang Chen. Fang Chen saw that the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis was looking at him. But in truth, the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis was looking at the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. Yes. Following the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis' gaze, Fang Chen was shocked to see that the little mouse was holding a yellowed book in its paws. Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. When Fang Chen saw the words on the yellowed book, his heart was filled with perilous waves. Just when had the little mouse obtained the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture? The Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture has already been obtained by him. So this inheritance can only be given to him. You've all gained quite a bit from entering my tomb. You can all leave. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis waved his hand, and the 5 heavenly geniuses all disappeared from the tomb. Suddenly, countless figures appeared in an open space within the Wind and Cloud mountain range. Following them were the 5 heavenly geniuses. Damn it, he actually obtained the inheritance. I refuse to accept this. Qing Lofeng's eyes were filled with fury. That's right. A piece of trash actually wants to touch the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis things. He's really courting death, said Guekue. Let's stop him here. I don't believe he won't come out. The 5 heavenly geniuses instantly came to an agreement. They were prepared to stop Fang Chen here and force him to hand over the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Then the 5 heavenly geniuses directly cleared the area. All the unrelated people were chased away. In the end, only the 5 of them remained. As long as he appears, he'll definitely die. Guekue's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this time, Fang Chen was in the ultimate tomb, listening to the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis speak. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis looked at Fang Chen. Junior is willing, said Fang Chen. If you accept my inheritance, you have to help me do something. Can you do it? Asked the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis. What is it? Avenge me. Within the voice of the Fengyun Martial Marquis, there was a trace of sorrow as he said. Fang Chen was startled, his face filled with confusion. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis wanted him to get revenge? Could it be that he had been killed by someone? Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis sighed. Back then, my good friend and I obtained a priceless treasure together. That treasure is extremely precious to us martial marquises. Originally, we agreed to share it. However, one day, when I was cultivating with an utmost treasure, he ambushed me. Back then, I was severely injured and had to fight with my life to escape. After that, I escaped to this place. I was indignant. Before I died, I built a tomb here, hoping that one day, someone would be able to come here and obtain my inheritance to avenge me. The Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud sank into his memories. Who ambushed you? Asked Fang Chen. Someone who could ambush the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, definitely powerful. Chapter 235. Black Iron Marquis. When he heard these words, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Fang Chen had been in the Jingguan country for a long time and naturally knew about the experts on the Martial Marquis list. The Black Iron Marquis was an expert on the Martial Marquis list. Moreover, the story of the Black Iron Marquis was a legend. It was said that the Black Iron Marquis had just entered the Martial Marquis list and was ranked 72nd, which was the last place. But not long after, the Black Iron Marquis's ranking crazily rose and only stopped when he was ranked 60th. This scene caused countless experts on the Martial Marquis list to be puzzled. At that time, everyone thought that the Black Iron Marquis had a fortuitous encounter. They did not expect the truth to be like this. The Black Iron Marquis killed the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis for a cultivation treasure, causing the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis to die from serious injuries. If he did not hear it from the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis himself, Fang Chen would not have known about this. The Black Iron Marquis and I were good friends, but for a cultivation treasure, hee. At the end, the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis's face was filled with self-mockery. He could only blame himself for trusting the Black Iron Marquis too much. Therefore, I am not willing to die at the hands of the Black Iron Marquis. I want revenge. I want this hypocrite to die. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis's voice was filled with anger. Fang Chun could understand the feeling of being killed by the person you trusted the most. Can you accept my request? The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis looked at Fang Chun and asked in a deep voice. Senior, Junior's cultivation is only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. I want to take revenge for you, but I am powerless. Fang Chun said softly. What a joke. The experts on the Martial Marquis list were all at the peak of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chun was only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, he could at most kill a third-level Qi High warrior. Facing a Martial Marquis list expert, he would be killed in minute. Of course, I am not asking you to take revenge right now. As long as you agree to my request and take revenge for me, I will impart all of my life's comprehension to you. Once you have completely mastered the heaven-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, you can take your revenge, said the Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud. If he could train the sky-extinguishing art of wind and cloud to its peak, Fang Chun's cultivation would be at least at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At that time, Fang Chun would have the ability to take revenge. Before you have the strength to take revenge, you must endure. When you have enough strength to take revenge, you can go and find the Black Iron Martial Marquis. However, I hope that you can use the Wind and Cloud Heaven-extinguishing scripture to kill him. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis said. Fang Chun thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This request of the Fengyun Martial Marquis was not overboard. Although he wanted him to take revenge, he had to wait until he was strong enough to do so. If he could obtain the sky-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, Fang Chun's cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Senior, I can promise you. However, before I have enough strength, I will not act rashly. Fang Chun said. He would not joke around with his life. Once the Black Iron Martial Marquis knew that he was the inheritor of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he would definitely hunt him down. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's expression changed. Didn't the 5 geniuses who had just left know that he had obtained the inheritance? As if he knew what Fang Chun was thinking, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis said, Don't worry. Although I have died, the last trace of my will is not something the 4 of them can compare to. I have already secretly done something to their souls, making them temporarily forget that you have obtained the inheritance. Hearing the words of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, Fang Chun was shocked. As expected of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he was actually able to do something to the souls of warriors. The reason why I was able to do it was because I had obtained a secret soul technique. If not, I would not have been able to do it, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis explained. At this time, the 5 geniuses waiting for Fang Chun outside the Martial Marquis tomb suddenly felt a cold wind blow over them. Following that, their souls shook. Ah, why did my soul suddenly swell with pain? Cried Qing Fufeng. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses also had the same expression as Qing Fufeng. But after a slight pain, they didn't have any reaction. The 5 of them didn't know that just now, the fragments of the ultimate tomb within their souls had been secretly plucked by the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis. The 5 of them looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. In the end, they left the Wind and Cloud mountain range and returned to their respective sect. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire southern region. Countless warriors guessed that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis' final inheritance had definitely been obtained by the 5 geniuses. Although countless warriors were guessing, the 5 sects didn't publicly say anything. They didn't even give an explanation. This made the people even more certain that they had obtained the inheritance. But even if they knew, so what? The 5 sects weren't something that ordinary powers could compare to. Of course, as the main character, Fang Chun, was currently receiving the inheritance of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis had passed down all his life's comprehensions to Fang Chun. The latter used 3 days to completely absorb it. Fang Chun, I'll give you a suggestion. If you can cultivate the Wind and Cloud Sutra to the 9th level, then you'll have unexpected benefits when cultivating the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Fang Chen nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee. In the end, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee image became fainter and fainter. However, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee took out a thumb-sized blackstone. You're currently weak, so I'll give you a life-saving treasure. But unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it, said the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee. As the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee spoke, the blackstone appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was puzzled. This blackstone is a hidden weapon made by one of my master blacksmith. It's called the Black Iron Stone. This Black Iron Stone contains a vast amount of energy. Once it's crushed, the energy will explode, and it can instantly kill a Chi-High warrior of the last 3 levels, said the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee. When Fang Chen heard this, he was shocked. He didn't think that such an unremarkable stone was made by a master blacksmith. One had to know that Fang Chen's high-grade Yuan weapon, the Hidden Dragon Sword, was a powerful weapon that came from the hands of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster was an almighty existence that could refine spirit weapons. Spiritual weapons were many times stronger than Yuanfu weapons. Fang Chen carefully put the Black Iron Stone into his interspatial ring and thanked the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee. At this moment, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee image suddenly shattered. Crash! Fang Chen's body was instantly sent out of the Martial Marquee tomb. In the next moment, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee tomb collapsed and sank into the ground. Senior Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee, Junior will definitely take revenge for you. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the ruins and then quietly left the Wind and Cloud mountain range. Within Wind and Cloud City, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were drinking in an inn. Big brother, I wonder how Brother Fang is doing, asked Liang Er. The 5 heavenly geniuses have all returned. Everyone says that the 5 heavenly geniuses have obtained the inheritance. Why hasn't Brother Fang come out yet? Asked Liang San. Brother Fang should be fine, right? Liang Si asked worriedly. Brother Fang will definitely come back, Liang Yi said with a grave expression. At this moment, a person sat down beside Liang Yi and said with a smile, Do you mind if I sit here? Scram. Liang Yi was feeling vexed. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw that the person who had come was Fang Chen. His face was filled with joy. Brother Fang, you've returned? Liang Yi was delighted. Fang Chen indicated for Liang Yi to be quiet. Then the 4 young masters excitedly looked at Fang Chen. I was lucky to not die. I've returned. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Brother Fang, did you obtain the inheritance? Liang Yi whispered. Fang Chen shook his head. The inheritance was snatched away by the 5 heavenly geniuses. I didn't obtain anything. Although his relationship with the 4 young masters of the Liang family was not bad, Fang Chen wouldn't tell them that he had obtained the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee inheritance. It had been with great difficulty that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee had used some method to make the 5 heavenly geniuses lose their memories of what had happened in the ultimate tomb. He was temporarily safe. Once others learned that he had obtained the inheritance, he would face even greater danger. No matter what, as long as Brother Fang is fine, it's fine. The 4 young masters nodded. After that, Fang Chen and the 4 young masters drank some strong wine. After that, the Liang family's 4 young masters asked Fang Chen where they were going next. Fang Chen said that he wanted to go to the capital, but the Liang family's 4 young masters revealed a trace of hesitation. What's wrong? Asked Fang Chen. Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, the Golden Crown Nation's hierarchy is very strict. It's all about strength. If the other 4 factions want to enter the capital, it's extremely difficult. It's practically impossible, said Liang Yi. Chapter 236. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why was it so difficult for the other 4 divisions to enter the imperial capital? It was almost impossible. Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, Liang Yi explained. Brother Fang, you may not know, but the Golden Crown Nation is a big country with a huge influence. Even in the southern mountains, it is considered a strong country. In the Golden Crown Nation, the strength of a warrior is highly valued, especially in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is a place where countless experts gather. It is also the biggest stage of the Golden Crown country. If the warriors from the other 4 divisions want to enter the imperial capital, they must become the top experts in their respective regions. Because of this, countless experts have entered the imperial capital of the central region. As a result, the central region's strength is stronger than the other 4 divisions combined, Liang Yi said. Fang Chen heard this and finally understood. In other words, to enter the imperial capital, one must have a certain level of strength. Without enough strength, one would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Then what kind of strength do I need to enter the imperial capital? Fang Chen asked. He wanted to enter the imperial capital as soon as possible and find the Luo family. At least the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, Liang Yi said in a deep voice. The 5th level of the Qi High Realm was the minimum requirement to enter the imperial capital. Even the 5 geniuses of the southern mountains did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial capital. Of course, in the southern mountains, they were considered to be rare existences in the younger generation. I see. Fang Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that it would take some time to enter the imperial capital. But he would just treat it as training. Since he was already in the Golden Crown Nation, there was no need to rush. Although Fang Chen was currently at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm, his true strength was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. He could easily kill a normal 3rd level Qi High warrior. He was confident that in a short period of time, his true strength would reach the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital. And the stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to get close to the Luo family. Brother Fang, you've just arrived at the Golden Crown Nation and aren't familiar with the place yet. Why don't you follow us back to the sect? Liang Yi asked. Everyone thought that the 4 young masters of the Liang family did not join any sect, but only they knew that they also had a sect. Moreover, their sect was considered a powerful one in the south. Brother Fang, our sect is called the King Kong sect. It is a 1-star force. Although it is not as strong as the 5 great forces, it is still quite famous in the south, Liang Yi said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Since he had nothing to do now, he agreed immediately. After spending a day in Wind Cloud City, the group of 5 set off for the King Kong sect the next day. Fang Chen had also heard of the King Kong sect, but he did not expect the Liang family's 4th young master to be a disciple of the King Kong sect. The disciples of the Vajra sect were adept at cultivating their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were no weaker than anyone else's at the same level. But Fang Chen could not tell at all how strong the Liang family's 4th young master's physical bodies were. As if he knew what Fang Chen was thinking, Liang Yi grinned and said, Brother Fang, although the 4 of us are disciples of the King Kong sect, we mainly cultivate martial arts. As for our physical bodies, the 4 of us are too weak, so we gave up. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. So that was the case. The King Kong sect was located on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City. This mountain peak was called the King Kong Mountain, which was where the King Kong sect got its name from. Fang Chen's group of 5 arrived at the foot of the King Kong Mountain. Looking at the towering King Kong Mountain, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Any random sect in the Golden Crown Nation was stronger than the top 10 sect in the Xingfeng Nation. Brother Fang, this is the King Kong Mountain. The King Kong sect is at the top. Liang Yi led Fang Chen up the King Kong Mountain after saying that. When the 5 of them reached the middle of the mountain, they were stopped by 2 guards. However, when the guards saw the Liang family's fourth young master, they smiled and nodded before letting them pass. At the moment, countless martialists were watching the intense battle on the King Kong sect's practice field. King Kong sect master, your King Kong sect's disciples are just SOSO. In a certain area, an old man with a full beard said with a sinister smile on his face. This old man with a full beard was the sect master of the Luo-Chen sword sect. The Luo-Chen sword sect was not far from the King Kong sect, and their strength was similar. Therefore, the Luo-Chen sword sect master would often send his disciples to exchange pointers with the King Kong sect's disciples. This time, the Luo-Chen sword sect had once again sent a disciple over. The person currently battling the King Kong sect's disciples on the practice field was the second-ranked disciple of the Luo-Chen sword sect called Yi Luo. The Luo-Chen sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. The disciples in the sect were all sword cultivators and their attacks were very strong. However, the King Kong sect was different. They focused on defense and physical strength. Other than the Liang family's fourth young master, the other disciples were all stronger in defense than offense. Therefore, when faced with the attacks of the Luo-Chen sword sect's disciples, they could only defend passively. As time went on, they would reveal their weaknesses and eventually lose. Bang 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 on the practice field, Yi Luo of the Luo-Chen sword sect waved the long sword in his hand and attacked the chief disciple of the King Kong sect continuously. Whoosh, the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai, activated his powerful physical strength and tried to block the attack. However, with a bang, his body was forced back. Yi Luo took advantage of this opportunity and appeared in front of Jin Tai in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and forced Jin Tai off the practice field. "Thank you for letting me win." Yi Luo looked at Jin Tai below the practice field and cupped his hands in respect. Jin Tai was at the third level of the Qi High Realm. However, he mainly focused on the physical body. Therefore, his physical body was at the peak of the one-star Dao body. His defense was strong, but his offense was slightly weaker. Jin Tai lost the match and shook his head slightly. He returned to the King Kong sect's area with a helpless expression. "King Kong sect leader, you lost again." The Luo-Chen sword sect leader laughed. Just as the Luo-Chen sword sect leader finished speaking, the Liang family's fourth young master and Fang Chen arrived at the practice field. "I was wondering why there was no one in the sect. So everyone came to the practice field. It's so lively," Liang Yi said loudly when he saw the sea of people on the practice field. Seeing the return of the Liang family's fourth young master, the King Kong sect leader's face showed a trace of relief. Although the Liang family's fourth young master was only at the second level of the Qi High Realm, their offense was the strongest in the King Kong sect. Even Jin Tai, who was at the third level of the Qi High Realm, could not compare to them. Of course, when it came to physical strength, any ordinary disciple of the King Kong sect could easily beat them. "You're back." The King Kong sect leader smiled. At this moment, Yi Luo spoke. "Aren't they the four weirdos?" In the entire King Kong sect, all the disciples knew that the Liang family's fourth young master were weirdos, but no one dared to say it out loud. At this moment, Yi Luo's words were like a slap to the Liang family's fourth young master's face. "Who are you calling weirdos?" Liang Yi's face changed as he asked coldly. "Humph, the King Kong sect mainly cultivates the physical body. The four of you are different." Yi Luo continued. "Kid, do you dare to fight with us?" Liang Yi asked. "Let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Luo mocked. The Liang family's fourth young master was a team. Although the four of them were only at the second level of the Qi High Realm, if they fought together, they would not be afraid of a martial artist at the third level of the Qi High Realm. Therefore, when facing Yi Luo, they were not afraid at all. Yi Luo stepped onto the practice field and shouted at the Liang family's fourth young master. "Big brother, teach him a lesson," Liang Er said angrily. As he spoke, the Liang family's fourth young master prepared to step onto the stage. But at this moment Fang Chen pressed down on Liang Yi's shoulder and said softly, "Even if the four of you work together, you are still not his match." This. Liang Yi heard this and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Let me do it," Fang Chen said softly. Then, he stepped onto the training platform. "Who are you?" Yi Luo asked coldly when he saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. "You can just treat me as a disciple of the King Kong sect," Fang Chen replied. "Humph, the Liang family's fourth young master did not dare to step onto the stage and sent you to your death?" Yi Luo asked coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. The hidden dragon's sword appeared in his hand. "You are also a sword cultivator?" Yi Luo looked at the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand and asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Let me tell you what a real sword cultivator is." As soon as Yi Luo finished speaking, his figure flashed and the longsword in his hand danced violently, sending out streaks of sword radiance that attacked Fang Chen. The Liang family's fourth young master's expressions changed when they saw Yi Luo's attack. They finally understood why Fang Chen had said that even if the four of them worked together, they would still be no match for Yi Luo. Yi Luo's strength was extremely tyrannical. However, the Liang family's fourth young master was very confident in Fang Chen. What kind of joke was this? He could even kill a martialist like Hua Feng. What could a mere Yi Luo do? Fang Chen sneered when he saw Yi Luo's attack. Then, he waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Three-sword realm sword explosion. This move was enough to deal with Yi Luo. Crash! A flickering sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next instant, a wild sword intent merged with the flickering sword light. Boom! The flickering sword light collided with Yi Luo's sword light and immediately exploded. The wild sword qi devoured Yi Luo's sword light. What? Originally, Yi Luo's face was filled with confidence. But now, he finally realized that something was wrong. Yi Luo wanted to send out another attack, but the only response he got was a bang. Immediately after, Yi Luo's body fell off the martial arts stage. Countless martialists were shocked when they saw this scene. Yi Luo, who was at the third level of the Qi High Realm, was actually sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. How is this possible? The disciples of the Luochen sword sect could not believe what they had just seen. Even the Luochen sword sect leader was puzzled. On the other hand, the disciples of the King Kong sect were overjoyed when they saw this. Chapter 237. The Vajra sect master hadn't paid much attention to Fang Chen in the beginning. However, when Fang Chen unleashed the three-sword realm's sword burst, he finally recognized the strength of this young martialist. Therefore, he had asked Liang Yi, "Sect leader, he is a good friend that we met on the way here. He is very strong." Liang Yi said simply. As soon as Liang Yi finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man from the Falling Dust Sword Sect's area walked up to the martial practice platform. Yi Ming, the head disciple of the Luochen sword sect. He was much stronger than Yi Luo and had reached the peak of the third level of the Qi transformation realm. Yi Luo represented the Luochen sword sect. He was easily defeated by Fang Chen, and by a first level of the Qi High realm. This made the Luochen sword sect lose face. Therefore, when Yi Luo was defeated, Yi Ming stood up. He wanted to teach this ungrateful warrior a lesson and let him know that the Luochen sword sect was not so easy to bully. "Brat, you're very powerful," Yi Ming said in a deep voice as he stood on the combat ring and looked at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. "However, you're no match for me," Yi Ming said again. His meaning was clear. He wanted to avenge Yi Luo and save face for the Luochen sword sect. Seeing Yi Ming attack, the leader of the Luochen sword sect sneered. He knew Yi Ming's strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to do anything. The leader of the King Kong sect was worried about Fang Chen when he saw Yi Ming attack. He asked, "Yi Ming has reached the peak of the third level of the Qi High Realm. Can your friend handle him?" "Sect Master, don't worry and just watch." Liang Yi's face was full of smiles as he grinned. Seeing the confidence of the 4 young masters of the Liang family, the leader of the Luochen sword sect did not say anything else. On the stage, Fang Chen looked at Yi Ming. His face was calm and did not show any fear. "If you want to fight, then fight," Fang Chen said. "I hope you can still be so courageous." As soon as Yi Ming finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. Then, a wild sword aura shot up into the sky. Crash! Yi Ming growled and suddenly performed the sword technique that he was proud of. The long sword in his hand trembled, and sword gleams instantly appeared in the sky. These sword gleams contained majestic sword intent. Seeing that Yi Ming's attack was about to arrive, a strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then performed the second level of the fire and water sword technique. Rumble! The second level of the fire and water sword art was executed. A powerful fire and water sword light suddenly floated in the sky. Above the fire and water sword light, half of it was fire and half of it was water. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two collided with each other, erupting with a wild sound of vibration. Fang Chen retreated a little while Yi Ming, on the other hand, kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself when he retreated to the edge of the arena. At that moment, Yi Ming finally realized how extraordinary Fang Chen's sword technique was. His eyes were filled with surprise. How can this kid's sword technique be so exquisite? The Luochen sword sect leader's face was filled with shock as he said softly. As the Luochen sword sect leader, he was the most powerful sword cultivator in the sect. Just by watching Fang Chen perform the second level of the fire and water sword technique, he instantly realized that Fang Chen's sword technique was extremely exquisite. After a long while, the Luochen sword sect leader shook his head slightly and sighed. Yi Ming is not his match. The Luochen sword sect leader could not understand how such an exquisite sword technique could be successfully cultivated by such a young cultivator. As the Luochen sword sect leader expected, Fang Chen gradually gained the upper hand in the following battle. No matter how Yi Ming attacked like a storm, he was unable to shake Fang Chen. In the end, Yi Ming was forced out of the ring by Fang Chen amidst the exclamations. Of course, this was also because Fang Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, Yi Ming would have been killed by him. Yi Ming's strength was similar to Hua Feng's, so it was easy for Fang Chen to kill him. Impossible! Yi Ming's eyes were filled with blood. He could not believe that a first-level Qi high warrior could defeat him. Hearing Yi Ming's angry roar, the Luochen sword sect leader shook his head slightly. He slowly stood up and said, "Yi Ming, you are not his match." After the Luochen sword sect leader finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he slowly said, "My friend's sword technique is superb. I admire it." The Luochen sword sect is a great sword sect in the south. If you are willing to join the Luochen sword sect, we will definitely do our best to train you, the Luochen sword sect leader suddenly said. Hearing the Luochen sword sect leader's words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. His thoughts were not here. He only wanted to quickly reach the 5th level of the Qi High Realm and then enter the capital of the central region. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have no plans to do so at the moment." Fang Chen put away his hidden dragon sword and said. Fang Chen rejected the Luochen sword sect's invitation. In the end, the disciples of the Luochen sword sect were led away by the sect leader and left quietly. After the Luochen sword sect left, the entire King Kong sect was in a state of jubilation. Every time the two sects sparred, the Luochen sword sect would completely defeat the King Kong sect. This time, the Luochen sword sect was finally defeated. Fang Chen, thank you very much this time. The King Kong sect leader personally expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said. After chatting with the King Kong sect leader for a while, Fang Chen was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb Fang Chen. After the Liang family's 4 young masters returned to the sect, they also went into seclusion. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen stayed in the Luochen sword sect for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen walked out of the courtyard and headed towards a mountain peak. Fang Chen heard from a disciple that the King Kong sect was a body-refining sect. Within their sect there was a sacred mountain. On top of this sacred mountain there were 9 steps. These steps were called the body-refining step. Most of the disciples of the King Kong sect usually cultivated their physical strength on the body-refining step. Of course, not every disciple was qualified to step on the body-refining step. This was because there was an extremely wild pressure on the body-refining step. If one's physical body was too weak, they would be crushed by the wild pressure and be seriously injured. When Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, he saw countless disciples. This sacred mountain wasn't too high. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were 9 steps. There was a certain distance between each step. Between each step, there was a staircase. When Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, countless disciples were watching. At this moment, Jin Tai was climbing up the body-refining step. Jin Tai's physical body had reached the peak of the 1-star Tao body. His physical body was very strong. Fang Chen saw that Jin Tai went from the 2nd step to the 3rd step. After reaching the 3rd step, Jin Tai finally couldn't go any further. His figure flashed and he immediately retreated from the body-refining step. Senior brother Jin Tai could only reach the 2nd step last time. I didn't expect him to reach the 3rd step this time. It seems like senior brother Jin Tai will soon advance to a 2-star Tao body. Yes, senior brother Jin Tai is already quite far from a 1-star Tao body. Maybe he can break through this time. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, senior brother Jin Tai is the disciple with the most hope of reaching a 2-star Tao body. Many disciples saw Jin Tai retreating from the body-refining steps and said. At this moment, Jin Tai noticed Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you're here." Jin Tai looked at Fang Chen and asked. At this moment, everyone realized that Fang Chen was here. They all looked at Fang Chen. "I'm here to take a look." Fang Chen smiled. "Do you want to try?" Jin Tai suddenly said. When Fang Chen heard this, he nodded slightly and said, "That's fine too." After saying that, Fang Chen activated his 1-star Tao body. His physical defense reached the highest level. The surface of his skin glowed. Then, Fang Chen stepped onto the 1st step. Boom! When Fang Chen stepped onto the 1st step, a strong pressure came from all directions, squeezing Fang Chen. What a strong pressure! Fang Chen thought to himself. The pressure on the body-refining steps could temper a warrior's physical body to the extreme. Hiss. Fang Chen stayed on the 1st step for 15 minutes. When he finally adapted to the power on the body-refining steps, Fang Chen began to move. At this moment, Jin Tai, who was at the foot of the sacred mountain, was shocked. "How is this possible?" Jin Tai murmured. "His physical body has reached a 1-star Tao body." While Jin Tai was talking, Fang Chen stepped onto the 2nd step. When Fang Chen reached the 2nd step, he felt an even stronger force squeezing his body. At this moment, the light spots on Fang Chen's skin flickered continuously. "Middle stage 1-star Tao body," Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen began to accept the baptism of the strong pressure. Time passed by slowly. All the warriors were watching Fang Chen on the body-refining step. After an hour, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The light on the surface of his skin was even more dazzling. Peak 1-star Tao body. Fang Chen's heart was filled with surprise. Previously, his physical body had only reached the middle stage 1-star Tao body. He did not expect that after receiving the baptism of the strong pressure on the body-refining steps, his physical body would reach the peak 1-star Tao body in just an hour. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen tiptoed and directly stepped onto the third step. When he reached the third step, Fang Chen finally felt a lot of pressure. If I cultivate for a period of time on the third step, my physical body will definitely break through to a 2-star Tao body, Fang Chen thought to himself. Chapter 238. There were a total of 9 body tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a 1-star Tao body, while the middle 3 represented a 2-star Tao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Tao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, only Jin Tai had been able to reach the 3rd body tempering step. Jin Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was originally a body tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still very extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai's physical body was definitely very strong. However, Jin Tai had only reached the 3rd body tempering step not too long ago. No one had expected that Fang Chen would also successfully reach the 3rd body tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fang Chen was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all martialists. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fang Chen's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to that of their King Kong sect's chief disciple, Jin Tai. How crazy was this?